Audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
Recorded Books and One Click Digital present The Insider Threat, a Pike Logan thriller by Brad Taylor. Narrated by Henry Strozier with Rich Orlow as Pike Logan. Chapter 47. Rashid read the direct message on Twitter and was astounded at al-Brittani's lack of security. Didn't the man remember anything he was taught while working with Jabhat al-Nusra? Was the Islamic State so arrogant they no longer cared about operational compromise? How had Omar al-Khatami succeeded as long as he had with this example of leadership? The message was succinct and to the point. Attack delayed, possibly tomorrow or maybe the next day. Inside man's work schedule changed. Rashid put an email address from a service called Proton Mail into his direct message response. Encrypted end-to-end and anonymous, he ordered al-Brittani to create his own account and send him a message tomorrow. He instructed al-Brittani to set the encryption password for the body of the email the same as the subject line, which would come through unencrypted. It was a risk, as someone could conceivably crack the email with the hints given here, on Twitter. But they'd have to find the new account al-Brittani created first, and Proton Mail, located in Switzerland, was outside the eyes of the prying NSA. Anyway, it was much better than talking over Twitter, and he would change the password after the first message. He hit send, logged out of his Twitter account, then cleared the history of the browser. He stood and saw two police officers enter the cafe, sending a little shiver of adrenaline down his back. They went to the counter and bought time on a system, then walked behind him to a computer at the end of the row. Rashid exhaled, realizing they were from the security of the U.S. Embassy next door, and more than likely just on a break. Really need to find another internet cafe, he thought. He exited the dungeon-like shop, walking up the steps from the basement, leaving the gloom and entering the sunlight. He went down Ruga el Basanet, passing right in front of the United States Embassy compound, threading through the local National Guards milling about. He kept his head down and hid the smile on his face. He took a left, going past the Tirana soccer stadium and leaving the embassy behind. Blending into the crowds, appearing more local than not, he continued on, looking for the small grocery/pharmacy his apartment was above. He saw the sign above the store and ruefully thought that at least the rejection of bringing his entire team had meant less rental space needed, less coordination. He'd convinced the leadership of Jabhat al-Nusra that his trip was to ensure the success of the Islamic State attack, but in so doing he'd cut off his ability to bring all the men he needed. After the Crusader airstrikes, he had 5 left that were fiercely loyal to him, and unquestionably lethal. But the al-Nusra emir had balked when he said he wanted all 5. Why? He'd asked. Why do you need all of them to fly to Albania, if you're just making sure the transfer occurs successfully from the outside? 2 will be enough to protect the transfer. Yes, 2 would be enough to protect the transfer, but it made capturing Omar very, very hard. And there was no way he was leaving Tirana without Omar's scalp hanging from his belt, quite possibly literally. He entered the small hallway next to the market and tromped up the stairs. Not wanting a surprise, he knocked on the door, paused, then twisted the key. He found his 2 men sitting at the kitchen table looking at him expectantly. He smiled. So, how did your day go? Did you find me another internet cafe? One away from the Crusader embassy? The first nodded and said, Yes, actually there's one about 4 blocks away. Rashid scowled, saying, And you sent me to the lion's den instead? The man recoiled, saying, I didn't know. I've never been there. I did the best. Rashid waved a hand, saying, You did fine. I just don't want to return there. How do we look for tomorrow, for the meeting? We've both been into the garden. It will be hard. The meeting site is set back in the glade, and there's no easy escape if we have to force a man to come with us. Rashid said, "We won't take him there. We'll follow to a more suitable location." He saw the man had a further question, and said, "Yes?" "Well, we were wondering—" Rashid waited, but both were too respectful to talk. Rashid grew sick of the reticence. "What, Hashim? Damn it, don't act like a woman." Hashim stiffened at the insult, then said, "Why aren't we talking to the Albanians? You know the meeting, and you could contact the men. Why are we doing this risky operation? Just get them to put a gun on him." Rashid said, "That would seem to be easiest, but I don't trust the Albanians. They are working for money. Don't believe they have the faith, even if they're Muslim. They would just as likely tell Omar what we planned." The second man said, "Why don't we just kill him? Why do we need to capture him? We could shoot him from a distance before the meeting, then get the Albanians to give us the weapons. After all, they're our weapons. They're just holding them." "If all I wanted were the weapons, I wouldn't even bother killing Omar. I'd just get them back." When neither man spoke, he continued, "The Albanians have no idea what Omar has planned. Only he knows that, which is why we will capture him. I want to know his plan, and as I told our command, I want to facilitate its success. Only with our mantle, our leadership. He will tell us what he's doing, and we will deliver the weapon to his team. And then we will claim credit, as we are about to do in Jordan. We will be the undisputed leaders, regardless of the propaganda from that blasphemous caliphate." Hashim smiled at his words, nodding and looking at his partner. He said, "I thought so. I said as much to Kamal." Kamal bowed his head to Rashid and said, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to question. We have the weapons you requested. We can do what you say. Insha'Allah, it will be done." Rashid said, "Look at me, both of you." They did. "Are you prepared to find martyrdom tomorrow?" They both nodded, with Hashim saying, "Of course. It would be our honor. Are you prepared to do so without accomplishing our mission? Do you want to meet Allah and tell him failure?" Confused, they both slowly shook their heads. Rashid stood, walking to the small kitchen and opening a bottle of water. He took a sip, reflecting, then said, "Allah will help us on our path, but make no mistake. He won't protect us from the Chechen demon. I've met that man once before, and it wasn't pleasant. Underestimate him, and you'll meet the afterlife sooner than you want." Chapter 48. Omar al-Khatami said, "Destroy the phone we're talking on as soon as we hang up. Use that email to communicate, nothing else. You understand?" He heard Jacob say, "Yes, it will be done. See you in 4 days." Omar said, "Assalamu alaikum. Peace be with you." He clicked off the satellite phone he'd been given by Adnan, finding no irony in the farewell. He stared at the phone in his hand, considering. He had the meeting time and place, but this phone was the one link should anything change. It was the only way the Albanians knew to contact him. But now it was connected to al-Brittani like a cancer, and Omar was sure, since he hadn't called back, that the British fighter was dead. Al-Brittani had called him in a panic, shouting into the phone that he'd been tricked and was moving the assault up immediately. Then had said he'd call back later. That had been 12 hours ago, and he'd heard neither from the Brit nor seen any news relating to a spectacular attack in Amman. He had to assume the worst. The attack in Jordan had failed, or, thinking with the glass half full, the planned diversion had succeeded, which meant someone could be tracking this phone right now based on the last call al-Brittani made. And Omar had seen what happened when the hated Crusaders found a phone. He glanced unconsciously out the window, as if he could hear the vapor trail from the Hellfire missile. The vision made the decision for him. He separated the phone from the battery, dropped it on the floor, then smashed it with his boot. If the Albanians changed the meeting time or place, he'd have to deal with it. Best case, when they couldn't contact him, someone would show up to tell him the change. Worst case, they would have to reassess their attack plan without the special explosives and detonators. The explosives were really the least of his worries. They were critical, but he could get other means of attack and still use the Trojan horse Jacob was building right this minute. But such planning would fail if he couldn't trust Jacob. Al-Britani had said that Hussein was a traitor, and Hussein was a lost boy. In fact, he was the man who had recruited the entire team of lost boys now executing the mission in Venice. That idiot Brit had killed Hussein in a rage, not even bothering to question him, so there was no way to know who Hussein was working for or what he had divulged. Maybe he'd simply been compromised by Jordanian authorities. After all, the entire purpose of the Jordan mission had been a diversionary attack designed to suck in the Crusaders' intelligence apparatus and camouflage the primary mission. Maybe that had happened, but Omar couldn't ignore the ramifications of the Lost Boys. Carlos and Devon had embraced the strictures of the Islamic State, much like the multitude of Western foreign fighters pouring into Syria. But Jacob was different. He'd shown commitment, but he had always been aloof. He'd sworn allegiance to the Islamic State, but had refused to change his name. He followed orders, but questioned them. Omar thought about it, then decided such actions alone tended to show he wasn't a traitor. If he were truly sent as a spy, if he truly intended to destroy the very attack he was working, would he act in such a manner? Omar couldn't see it, which made him turn back to Carlos and Devon. They acted as he would expect the traitor to act, perfectly in accordance with the Islamic State. But they were also simpletons, showing no subterfuge or higher-order intelligence. Jacob had sounded fine on the phone, asking about Hussein after he was told of the failed attack, but not overtly upset. He'd also detailed an elaborate plan to accomplish the mission, the pride at his work seeping through the phone. The target set had grown from just the group to some unknown female as well, a touch that sounded genuine. But Jacob was smart. No doubt if he wanted to trick Omar, he would have woven a tapestry to cover his treachery. In fact, his non-allegiance to the Islamic State may be just that. A double-blind performance designed precisely to protect him from scrutiny, because nobody planning a traitorous operation would act that way. Omar snorted at his own paranoia, rubbing his face in frustration. He was doing nothing but spinning himself into the ground, his theories sounding more like the rantings of a crazy man than a leader of all external operations for the Islamic State. He wished he could travel to Venice to see just what Jacob was up to. Chapter 49. Chris Fulbright hustled about his small room, moving one suitcase to the bed to get him access to the minibar. Right on the water on the southern edge of the island city-state, the Hotel Savoia e Yolanda was pricey, but still adhered to the Venetian rules of lodging. The room was the size of a postage stamp. Not that he'd be doing anything but sleeping in here anyway. He'd laid out cash from a tax-deferred mutual fund for his love nest. $2,000 dropped into a pay-as-you-go credit card. He'd pay the penalty to the IRS, but his wife would never know. He popped a beer, not caring that it was probably $12. He'd find some way to claim it. Fax from the business center, internet usage, something. After all, he was chosen for this excursion precisely because his company did business in Italy. For the boys, this was the trip of a lifetime. But for him, it was work. Well, he'd call it work anyway. His company had aggressively attempted to gain an entry into the European continent, and through his efforts they had found a possible Italian contract for their services. While the Italian company was based in Rome, the key player of that endeavor lived in Venice, the perfect cover for his planned tryst. A little work and a little head. He thought again about the gondola ride and took a swig of beer, wondering if the boys could see through his excuse for tonight. Tomorrow was taken care of. The boys knew he'd be working all day, but leaving each night was a risk. He was still crafting his story when he heard a small snick under the door. He saw an envelope on the hardwood floor as if he were checking out. He padded over to it in his socks, picked it up, seeing nothing on the outside. He opened it, unfolding cheap printer paper stained with poorly reproduced images. He saw the first one and collapsed on the bed, feeling his world sucked into a black hole. He flipped through them until he came to a grainy picture of him kissing Christine on the gondola, the most damning thing in the stack. He felt faint. Chris returned to the photo and thought, Why? Who would do this? Why did I do this? What was I thinking? Chris Fulbright was a comfortably happy 45-year-old man in charge of a small marketing department for a startup company developing 3D printers. Originally fighting tooth and nail for survival, they'd managed to cut a pretty good niche in the market, with foreign buyers wanting their services. Tax breaks in Florida had brought the company there, and he'd followed, believing in the inherent success about to be achieved. He'd worked hard and had made a name for himself by landing the overseas accounts in Italy. Now, all of that would mean nothing. He loved his wife, he loved his kids, he truly did. And then he'd met Christine at, of all places, a Staples Graphics Center. In a crunch for time, he'd needed to buy unforeseen posters for a launch of a product. His usual supplier had had no ability for a quick turnaround, and in a panic, having run out of options, he'd walked into a Staples business store near his office and seen Christine, or more correctly, had seen her breasts. She was a community college dropout, fully 15 years his junior, and she was vivacious and engaging. More to the point, she was interested in him. They'd laughed at the similarities of their names, forming a connection that had led to a longer visit than his order took, and he'd then gone on his way, but he'd developed an itch. He'd found himself going back to that store more and more often. Eventually, he'd broached a date. Nothing but drinks, he'd promised. A little small talk, since it was closing time and all. It had become a weekly habit, and he'd dared think about the next step. As a leader of the youth group in his church, he'd landed this sweet gig of chaperoning 3 altar boys over to Europe to meet the Pope. And he'd hit upon a bold idea, a once-in-a-lifetime vacation for Christine, in a place where nobody knew either of them. On their 6th date, having done nothing but enrich the same bar, he'd broached the trip. Surprising him, she'd agreed. Nothing was said explicitly. There was no overt discussion of payback, but in her acceptance, he knew it was understood. He had intended to close the deal tonight, break his marriage vows forever, by dropping into the abyss of Christine's lily-white breasts. Instead, he had a pack of pictures on his lap that would explode his world. What the fuck had he been thinking? He looked at the images again and began engaging more clinically. Who would do this? They had a single competitor for their 3D services on the European continent, a group out of Germany that had threatened them with all manner of European patent infringements. Because the technology was so new, it was open season, with the patents up for any number of attacks. And Chris had convinced the CEO that they were bluffing. But now it looked like they were playing hardball. He crumpled the pictures on the bed, thinking of how he could extricate himself from the situation. Clearly, European operations were no longer in the equation. What he needed to do was ensure that the competition was willing to delete his transgressions permanently. A note accompanying the pictures gave instructions for a meeting, but nothing as to a demand. He'd have to determine that tonight. He remembered Christine, but no longer felt any excitement. He only wanted to get her on the first plane back to the United States. At the end of the day, Chris was a married father of 2. There was no way some copy girl from Staples could interfere with that. He sent her a message saying he would have to delay their date tonight, and thought about just breaking up with her in the email. But he knew he couldn't. She'd have questions, and he'd need to meet in person to answer them. He realized she might not take it well, and was another possible leak. At that thought, he put his head into his hands. He sat on the bed for the rest of the day, alternately squeezing his fists until his knuckles were white, and unabashedly weeping.
Chapter 50. The connecting door opened to my room, and Jennifer came in, followed by Knuckles. He said, "This is convenient. I figured you'd want a room that connects to the talk, but I guess we all have our priorities." Jennifer elbowed him in the gut, causing a woof of air. He backed up, rubbing his belly, saying, "Touchy, aren't we?" She said, "This is serious, no joking around." I saw her expression and knew she was about to make trouble, as if I didn't have enough to deal with. I was analyzing Google Maps, trying to figure out the best observation points to conduct surveillance of the internet cafe, the only anchor we had, and I wasn't happy with the interruption. I preempted her, saying, "You guys finished with the plane? You got everything we need?" While the Gulfstream was invaluable for infiltrating kit past customs, it was a pain in the ass to get said kit out of the aircraft and into our tactical operations center. A lot of back and forth running, checklists, and doing maintenance. Knuckles said, "Retro's getting the last of the optics. We're good to go with the weapons and commo. Believe it or not, the front desk helped bring it up." Knuckles saw my glare and said, I know, but those guys won't take no for an answer. Me and Jennifer were toting damn near 100 pounds of weaponry in 3 Gucci luggage bags. If we had waved off, they'd have become suspicious. They didn't seem to mind. Probably do that shit all the time for the Albanian mafia. We were staying at the Sheraton Hotel, a 5-star affair snuggled between the city and a giant green space, Tirana's version of Central Park. The hotel itself was probably the nicest property in the city, and it seemed the management knew it. They acted a little embarrassed to be working there, like the rich guy who brought home a normal date, now apologizing for the manservants and $1,000 espresso machines. It was annoying, but this was the only place we could find with high-speed Wi-Fi, and a lack of that was a non-starter on this mission. Although having the management toad up our weapons was a bit much. Jennifer said, "Hey, I've been going over the data from the Taskforce, and I think I'm onto something. I ran it past Knuckles, and he thinks so too." I said, "Unless it involves a French terrorist of Algerian descent, I do not care. Do you realize what we're up against? The damn guy is using an internet cafe right next to the U.S. Embassy, like he's taunting us, or we're planning an attack." I stabbed my finger at the laptop screen and said, "He's using our own security to prevent us from snatching his ass. Maintaining eyes on of that cafe is going to be damn near impossible. It's surrounded by police, all of who work for the embassy, which we're not allowed to coordinate with." Knuckles said, "Can't be that bad, it's a U.S. embassy. We can get eyes on from a distance, at least past the blast radius." He was referring to a document called the Inman Report, produced after the 1983 bombing of our embassy in Beirut, which mandated certain standards for standoff and blast protection, standards that grew more urgent after the 1998 bombings in Africa. It stipulated U.S. embassies maintain at least a modicum of defensive capability, with standoff distances from vehicle-borne explosives and even glass construction specifications. Unfortunately, like a lot of quagmire in the U.S. government, apparently the design parameters hadn't made it to Tirana, Albania. The embassy was right in the heart of a neighborhood, with alleys snaking behind the back wall of the compound. It made me cringe, wondering how easy it would be to obliterate. But my mission was in the internet cafe tucked next to the east wall, underneath a bar called, appropriately enough, the American Bar. It was going to be hard keeping surveillance on Rashid, because the embassy had traded standoff distance for uniformed officers of Albania. They were everywhere. But clearly, that wasn't why Jennifer had dragged Knuckles to my room. She had something more important in mind. She said, "I went through the Taskforce reports." I countered, "Are Shoshana and Aaron back yet? I need some input on bumper locations. And we need to develop a schedule. We're easy, but they're going to get smoked doing a 50-50 stakeout." Jennifer crossed her arms and gave me the death stare, knowing I was trying to get her off whatever subject was coming. Knuckles said, "They haven't come back. I think you should hear Jennifer out. She's on to something." Jennifer gave him a grateful nod, and because he couldn't stand to back her up with me in the room, he said, "I mean, she appears to be thinking with something other than her dick." He glanced at the connecting door and said, "Unlike you, although after that last punch, I'm not so sure she isn't hiding a penis." She whirled to him, shouting, "Do you constantly have to fight with me because I'm female? Do I threaten you that much?" The tone of her voice broke me away from my computer. Only half listening earlier, I was all ears now. It was beyond sharp. She'd always been good-natured about the ribbing before, but today, she was out for blood. I saw Knuckles with a look of shock on his face, his hands in the air. He said, Whoa, calm down, Jesus, Jennifer. What's up with you lately?" She stopped and glared at him, but I could see the embarrassment coming through at her outburst. I said, "Hey." She flicked her eyes to me. "What is up with you?" She stomped away, getting a bottle of water from the small desk below the television. She unscrewed the cap, then sat down. She said, "You guys have been second-guessing me since Abratani was killed. I had nothing to do with that. I am not Shoshana." And I saw what was happening. It wasn't us second-guessing. It was her, which made all the difference. Chapter 51. Nobody blamed Jennifer for what had happened. Every single one of us had been in her shoes at one time or another, and made a decision that had ended badly. We dealt with it by talking to the team, and she felt she couldn't, because she believed she was unique, a female. She regretted the outcome of the mission in Jordan and was internalizing it. I leaned forward, the team leader wanting to say something profound and uplifting. But before I could, Knuckles took a different tack. He spit fire at her. "Are you shitting me? Cut that crybaby crap. Is that why you've been acting like you're on your period? Fuck, girl, I was almost good to go with a female on the team. Now I have to deal with this hormonal bullshit?" Her eyes flew open at his words. She leapt to her feet, fists clenched. He stood firm and said, "What, you want a piece of this? Bring it on. I'm sick of Pike protecting you all the time." He looked at me, and I gave a slight nod, letting him know I was good with it, showing him I understood where he was going. He advanced on her and said, "You think you made a bad call? And you very well might have, but we all do. We all do. You want to talk about it? I'm all ears. But spare me the song and dance that I don't trust you anymore." I saw confusion, then suspicion. She said, "You don't mean that." He smiled, looked at me, and said, "You want to tell her about Sudan?" I said, "No, I'd rather leave that fuck up in the classified dictionary of what not to do." He returned to her and said, "That's my dictionary, by the way. You want to tell Loverboy here what you found? Or just keep pining away because you don't actually have a penis?" Her face grew red at the insults, stiffening her will to resist. I halfway stood, knowing what was about to happen, because she was one bull-headed woman, person, whatever. Then I saw her reflect on what he'd said. Like in Nairobi, she realized he was actually patting her on the back and giving her an out. She sat back into the chair and said, "I don't need to know what he screwed up. I see it on a daily basis." Knuckles grinned and said, "Offer still stands. You want to talk about what happened in Jordan? I'm willing to listen. But I'd hate to waste Pike's time, since his attention span is so short. Show him what you have." She opened her purse, withdrawing some computer printouts. I said, "Okay, what the hell is the big deal? We have an operation starting tomorrow, and I have a couple of loony Israelis to deal with. Conspiracy theorists are taking a back seat. The next words out of her mouth made me second-guess who was loony. Pike, I read through all of the reports on Hussein, both open source, and our own analysis. They missed something. The Lost Boys are real, and I think they're on the hunt. I rolled my eyes and said, we don't have time for this shit. We have a mission. Feed your suspicions into the system. We take orders. We don't make them. She pursed her lips, glancing at Knuckles for backup. He said, that's it? That's all you got? I returned to my computer, mapping out my surveillance strategy. Jennifer pushed the lid down, causing a spike of anger in me. She held a finger to my lips and said, Hussein recruited the Lost Boys. I don't know why, but he did. Hear me out. I started to bark at her, and Knuckles leaned in. For once, assume you're not the smartest in the room. I gritted my teeth for a moment, then spit out, well? Jennifer said, remember the video? Of the guy saying he was doing it for the White House? I nodded. She placed a digital recorder on the table. This is the last thing Hussein said before he died. Hussein's disembodied voice floated in the room, chilling, because we knew it was real. And he was dead. It's because of the White House. I never wanted to go there. Nobody wanted to go there. They did this. Ask Jacob. He'll tell you about the White House. We sat in silence for a moment. Then Jennifer said, that's been pinging in my head for days, because it just didn't make any sense. His final words didn't match what the Taskforce assessed about the Lost Boys. So I asked you for the reports. She laid an official Taskforce transcript in front of me. Hussein was incarcerated at a Christian reform school in Florida, the one that's now closed down. Remember you told me that? Well, the chief reason it was shuttered was because of horrific abuse, and that cruelty was primarily conducted in a building on the center of the campus, called the White House. They weren't talking about attacking America on that video. They were talking about something they'd all experienced together. She let that sink in, then continued. The murder of the guard that drew the attention to the place occurred during a breakout. 3 men escaped. 3. They disappeared without a trace. I went from her to Knuckles. And? She slapped a cushion and said, and they're the damn Lost Boys. The ones in the video. One of the boys who escaped is named Jacob, for God's sake. They're tied to Hussein. It isn't just a nickname given by the Islamic State. It's a group, and they're working together. I said, even if they are, we have a mission here. What do you want me to do about it? I want to get their names in the system. Get the Taskforce to check them out. We know who escaped, but the Taskforce hasn't looked at this thread. I rubbed my face, not needing this distraction. Fine. I'll do that. Can we get back to our mission? We've got a killer here with intelligence training. I'm not too concerned about a bunch of escaped juvenile delinquents chopping off heads in Syria. She said, because they're not holding a knife to your throat. But what if they're holding it to someone else's? Right this very minute.
Chapter 52. Jacob leaned against the rough-hewn brick, trying to remain inconspicuous. It was a losing battle, and he knew it. He simply looked like he was up to no good. A single man standing by himself in the gloom of night. He imagined he was representing exactly why the street had such a nefarious name. Originally looking for an entrance to a canal away from the gondoliers and tourists, he'd used Google Maps to find Rio Terra Assassini. He'd walked it, a mere 10 minutes from his hotel, and liked what he saw. No stores and only one bistro farther up the lane. It was narrow and off-the-beaten tourist path. The far end was nothing more than a set of concrete steps that dropped into the murky canal water, the walls of the alley just over 10 feet across. A perfect spot to pull up a small boat, and since it dead-ended into the canal, no tourists or locals would be using the alley as a thoroughfare. Walking back to the hotel, he'd become intrigued by the name. He'd Googled it and found that the alley had a little bit of a story behind it. Assassini referred to the assassinations and murders that had occurred in that small stretch of stone. with pickpockets and thieves preying on the wealthier class, trying to sneak to the nearby brothels located in Calle de la Mendola. The discovery surprised him, but it was fitting. Centuries could go by, but the killer instinct was drawn to the same locations. He saw a group of Korean tourists leave the wine bar 50 meters away and turn toward him, clearly going the wrong way in the maze that was Venice. He tried to appear as if he had a purpose, kneeling down and pretending to work the rope anchored above the stairs. When he stood back up, he met the eyes of the lead tourist, and the man stopped dead in his tracks, seeing something he instinctively wanted to recoil from. He muttered something in Korean to his partners, then they all turned abruptly and began walking much faster back the way they'd come. Jacob cursed and looked at his watch. 9:45. Where is Carlos? He thought. Their target was due here in 15 minutes, and he wanted to get him immediately into the boat, while the man was still compliant, and before he could alert any potential contingency he had planned. He had a lot of information he needed to get from the target, and he wanted to do it out on the ocean, away from anyone who could hear him scream, should force become necessary. First, they needed to find out where he'd stashed the lady. They had only 2 more nights, and didn't have the time to go searching. Second, they needed to know unequivocally if he'd talked to anyone. He knew the boys were clean, because he'd spoken to Devon. They were currently boozing it up in a pub a half-mile away, and had no idea what had transpired with their chaperone. But that didn't preclude the target from having alerted his mistress. Those questions were significant, but the primary one was whether their target had planned to be gone for the duration of the day tomorrow. The boys indicated that they were on their own, and the target had stated he was doing business meetings. But Jacob wanted to know if that was true, or if he was planning on spending the day in bed with his lover. Jacob wasn't too worried about a missed business meeting, as the mission would be done in a week. The worst they'd do is call the target's phone and leave a voicemail. After the mission, he could care less what they found. But all of that was predicated on the target doing what he told the boys. If he was lying about the meeting, and instead intended to get lathered in sweat with his honeypot tomorrow, it would be an issue, because the target was never leaving the boat alive tonight. The thought brought back memories of the curd, reminding Jacob of what he was doing. The meat of it, the heart. He felt the fillet knife hidden in his sleeve, knowing what it would taste in the next 30 minutes. An action that plenty of kids back in school had blustered about, but never actually done. Something Jacob could no longer say. Jacob wondered if the act was worth the sacrifice. Once he did this killing, he was on an irreversible path. There would be no turning back. He would be a hunted man forever. The only place he could return was the cauldron of the Islamic State, forced to subjugate his newfound sense of worth for the rest of his life. Ironically, a sense of worth provided by Omar and the Islamic State. But what was the alternative? Leaving now would mean abandoning his friends Carlos and Devon. They weren't smart enough to stay alive on their own. If he quit, fleeing to a new life, the mission would fail. Carlos and Devon would return to the Islamic State, convinced their faith would allow mercy. And they'd be tortured to death, ending up on a gruesome tape, much like the very one they'd made earlier in Syria. Hussein was already dead. Jacob felt some guilt at that. He could have gotten him out, but he had not, and he wouldn't do the same to Carlos and Devon. Everything he had been through, both in the White House and the Islamic State, told him that family was worth far more than anything else. When everything was boiled down, that was all that was left, and he now included Omar in that circle, the one man who'd ever shown him respect. He thought about Omar and his skill. He could work for a man like that. He could do what Omar wanted, and he could achieve a bit of success, maybe more than a bit. He'd recognized his skill, and felt a loyalty to Omar that he'd never experienced before. He caught movement behind him and saw a 15-foot aluminum-hulled boat float out of the gloom, a grinning Carlos working an outboard motor. He cut the engine and glided in. Jacob grabbed the bow and used the anchored rope to tie it fast. Carlos said, "Sorry I'm late. Had a little trouble with the boat." Jacob stood up and said, "You didn't have to hurt anyone, did you?" No. The owner was working late. I just waited for him to leave. I'd have called, but it worked out." Jacob nodded, and Carlos said, "Did he come?" "Not yet. Should be here any minute." "What if he doesn't?" Jacob looked back up the alley, seeing a man break out of the crowds from the wine bar. Walking into the light, Jacob recognized the target. "He's here. Get ready." Chris Fulbright passed the bistro in the alley and slowed, straining his eyes. He saw two shadowy figures at the end, a canal behind them. He glanced back, as if there would be some help behind him, then continued on, much more slowly than before. He came within the feeble light from a second-story window and saw that the men were mere boys, maybe 20 years old at the most, which raised a more primordial instinct. He was unfamiliar with anything smacking of danger. But something deep in his gene pool registered a threat. In his head, the odds were they'd been sent by the German conglomerate and were nothing more than hired messengers. But something about them was off. Feral. Behind them was a small John boat, with what looked like a load of rope and cinder blocks. He dismissed it as some local's conveyance. He resolved to hear them out, but give them nothing beyond what they had. He'd trade his enormous breakthrough into Europe, throw away 5 years of work because of a moment of infatuation with a set of tits, but he wouldn't give them leverage for anything else. The taller of the two stepped forward and said, "Chris, my name is Jacob. Please step into the boat. We have some things to discuss." Chapter 53. Jacob saw the alarm on Chris's face and wondered if he shouldn't just tackle the man, flinging him into the boat. As quickly as the thought entered, he discarded it. They had to navigate up the small waterway to the major hub called the Grand Canal, and would be passing underneath several bridges to do so. They couldn't accomplish that with a writhing, screaming kidnap victim. He said, "We only want to talk, away from the crowds, on the water where it's safer for us." "Why? I don't have anyone with me, I promise." "We mean you no harm. You agree, and you'll be on your way shortly." He held up a thumb drive. "You get this, and your wife will never know." Jacob saw he wanted to believe, and knew it would be enough. Chris nodded and gingerly slid into the boat. Jacob untied the bow, and Carlos started the motor. They began gliding down the canal, headed to the larger one. Chris said, "What do you want? Why have you been following me?" Jacob had known this question was coming, and had thought about his answer. He knew that Chris would have formulated the why already. He had no idea what that would be, but he knew it existed, and had decided to use Chris's beliefs against him. He said, "You know why." Chris sagged back into the metal seat and said, Okay. Tell your boss he can have it. I'll leave Europe to him. I'll go to my meeting tomorrow and bow out, then tell my people it didn't work in our favor." Jacob had no idea what he was talking about, but liked hearing about the meeting tomorrow. One question answered. When he didn't speak, Chris said, "Is that not enough? Why are we still going anywhere?" They passed under a stone bridge, Carlos waving at the tourists on top like a goofy local. Then they entered the Grand Canal, an expanse of water 70 meters wide that threaded through the island city-state like a snake. Carlos turned to the north and opened the engine up, drowning out further talk. They passed by water taxis and other boats, some big, some like theirs. They rode in silence, Jacob keeping his eyes on Chris. Going underneath the Rialto Bridge, one of the few that spanned the Grand Canal, Chris finally shouted something, and Jacob waved his hand, indicating he should wait. He felt his weapon shift and clamped the other hand on the sleeve to stop its fall. He wasn't quick enough. The fillet knife fell to the hull of the boat, clattering silently in the shadow of the engine. Jacob looked at Chris and saw fear. The canal curved toward the west, the Rialto Bridge receding behind them. Chris tensed, and Jacob jumped toward the knife, instinctively thinking that was his goal. Chris dove over the side. Jacob screamed, and Carlos cut the engine, the boat immediately slowing to a crawl. Carlos whipped his head to the rear, scanning the water and shouting, "What happened? Why'd he bail out?" Jacob snatched the knife and glanced around, seeing no other boats. He heard Chris shout, churning about in the water, and jumped over the side. He paused, getting a bearing on Chris, seeing him flailing toward the nearest bank, swimming in a modified dog paddle, hampered by his suit and lack of ability. Jacob, a much better swimmer, began stroking toward him. Jacob came abreast of him and grabbed Chris's collar, saying, "Stop! Stop! We aren't going to hurt you." Chris screamed, "Help me! Someone help me!" The shout seared Jacob with panic. He jammed the blade with an overhead strike, stabbing Chris in the chest. Chris let out a piercing shriek, and one thought exploded through Jacob's mind. Silence him. He reached up and grabbed Chris's hair, pulling his head backward, dragging the man down below the surface, the scream becoming bubbles under the water. Chris began to fight in blind panic, and Jacob swam deeper, kicking his legs and pushing against Chris's body. Jacob fended off the ineffectual thrashing of Chris's arms and felt the pressure in his ears. He knew he'd gone deep enough. He wrapped his legs around Chris's torso and cinched his hand deeper into the hair. He pulled the head back and jabbed the fillet knife into his prey's neck, the water and darkness causing him to hit high, sinking the blade into Chris's jaw. He tried again and found his target. He missed the carotid artery but caught the esophagus. He ripped it out, feeling an explosion of bubbles. Chris's fight became feeble, then stopped altogether. Jacob held on until his lungs felt like they were about to burst, then swam upward, dragging the body with him. He broke the surface with an explosion of air, treading water and cradling Chris's head as if he were a lifeguard. He scanned around and saw Carlos slowly circling in the boat. He waved, and Carlos increased speed toward him. Jacob looked toward shore, but saw nobody. They were across from the Rialto market area, and at this hour it was closed. The market nothing more than empty tables and stands, waiting for tomorrow's fruits, fish, and vegetables. Carlos pulled up next to him and said, "You okay?" Yeah. Jacob looked down for the first time, seeing Chris's head bobbing in the water, blood leaking out from the massive tear in his neck, his hair floating about like a halo, his eyes open and wet. Jacob said, "We didn't get any of our answers." Carlos said, "We know he's having meetings tomorrow." "Yeah, but he might be meeting the woman as well." Jacob hoisted the torso toward the boat and said, "Hold his arms." Carlos did so, awkwardly leaning over and tilting the hull with the weight of the body. Jacob went through the dead man's pockets, pulling out his wallet, passport, hotel key card, and cell phone. He threw them into the boat, then began punching the blade into Chris's chest like he was using a fork on the plastic of a microwave dinner, venting the body to allow water to enter the lungs. He tossed the knife into the ocean and said, "Tie him to the side. We need to drop him in the ocean where we planned. We can't risk him being discovered." Carlos dropped the rope into the water, and Jacob began lashing, keeping the body below the waterline, Carlos helping where he could. A barge towing a bucket loader appeared around the bend, and they stopped working, Jacob crouching below the gunwale. It passed on without incident. Carlos put in one final cinch of rope and said, "What are we going to do?" Jacob pulled himself over the side of the skiff, water running off of his clothes. Continue on. What else is there? Chapter 54. Opening his proton mail, Rashid was pleased to see a message. It was from someone called Union Jack 7883, and the subject was Timeline. He assumed it was from Al-Brittani, and used the word timeline as his decryption password. It failed. He tried again, this time in all lowercase, and the email opened, both pleasing and aggravating him. Al-Brittani clearly had an issue with attention to detail. The message was brief, saying the timeline had been pushed back a few days. The hotel had shifted the hours their inside man was working, going from days to nights. As the Gulf Cooperation Council Conference ceased work at 5, gaining access to the hotel after that hour wasn't conducive to an attack. Apparently, the inside man's schedule returned to a daytime shift in 3 days, and that was when Al-Brittani intended to attack. All in all, not the message he was hoping for, but still a good sign. Al-Brittani was communicating directly with him, and appeared to be committed to conducting the attack in the name of the Khorasan group. Rashid typed a short message back, telling him to maintain the operational security, and included the new password for them to use for all future messages. He hit send, satisfied with the Jordan side of things, but he was still unsure about his own mission. The real mission, not the one his masters in Jabhat al-Nusra believed he was conducting. The thought made him realize he hadn't updated his leadership since he'd arrived, and they would want to know what was occurring. They might even go so far as to contact the Albanian cell that had been chosen to transfer the weapons, which would not be a good thing. He pulled up another Proton Mail account in his saved contacts, one he'd used many times in the past 2 years. Before that, it was all Gmail, but even Gmail was better than Twitter direct messaging. It had been an uphill climb convincing the leadership of just how enormously broad the collection capabilities of the Crusaders were. He'd known it from his time spent with the DGSE, the French version of the CIA. But they had been convinced that nobody could find a needle in the haystack as large as Gmail. The vastness of the Internet was their protection, and it was just unfeasible that someone could track them in it. It took a spindly-armed, wispy-bearded man-child releasing a trove of secrets on the NSA before they believed. They'd read the news reports the same day as Rashid, and he'd been brought in immediately, the leadership now asking him what they should do. Initially, he had given them TOR and PGB encryption, becoming the in-house expert on evading the Crusader net. Later, he convinced them to switch to Proton Mail, which had been developed by kids at MIT and Switzerland specifically because of the man-child's revelations, and he'd thanked that American ever since, absolutely convinced that there would have been many more believers martyred without his childish vision of right and wrong. He remembered the initial leadership meeting well, after the man-child had fled to Russia. As a joke, he'd told the Emir they should offer him asylum for his contributions. He heard the bell above the door to the cafe tinkle and glanced reflexively toward it, seeing nothing but 2 Albanian teenagers. He returned to his email, typing a short message detailing a false account of what they'd been doing and saying he was happy with the professionalism of the Albanians. He was debating creating a lie about meeting Omar when his phone vibrated on the table. He picked it up, seeing a text message from his team. Omar had been seen walking in Tirana Park. He felt a little stab of adrenaline. So the meeting is going to occur on schedule, he thought. Good. He looked at his watch, feeling an inescapable desire to leave. He saw he still had close to an hour, though. Time enough to complete the message to his command. He resumed typing.
Sitting inside the American bar, Shoshana and I drank Cokes and watched some random soccer game on the one widescreen TV, surrounded by a group of die-hard loyalists for whatever European team was playing. I turned my head to the street outside the window, seeing a stream of people walking back and forth, the internet cafe right below us and out of sight. We'd been on the trigger team for the surveillance for close to 2 hours, all timed with the soccer game to give us a reason to be here. Unfortunately for Shoshana, between the two of us, she was the only one that knew what Rashid looked like, so I got to watch soccer, and she had to stare at the street. I'd staged the rest of the team, minus Jennifer and Aaron, at potential avenues of escape to pick up surveillance once the target had been acquired. So far, they just sat. Aaron is due in for rotation with Jennifer in 10 minutes. You want to go get a bite to eat? She looked at me and said, You want to eat with a murderer? Damn it, Shoshana, would you stop that? You have to admit, you screwed things up in Jordan. No telling what we could have gotten from Al-Britani. Maybe we wouldn't even be doing this surveillance. Eyes on the street, she said. Mission comes first, always. I said, It didn't in Brazil. Your mission was over. You could have walked away. For the first time, I saw cracks in the Ice Princess. She said, You could have too. She'd volunteered to sacrifice her life to save hundreds of thousands of people in Brazil, and I decided that wasn't going to happen. We'd done something borderline stupid, but it had succeeded. Both of us working toward a greater good, regardless of our given mission, which is why I knew at her core she wasn't just an assassin, killing men she disliked. At least I hoped so, because right now, she disliked me. She smiled, playing me a little, saying, Okay, Nephilim, I'll go to lunch with you. I'll give you some deep introspection into Jennifer. Is that what you want? I said, No, we're going to talk about you, where you grew up, what you did as a child, that sort of thing. First date stuff. Her eyes narrowed, and she said, No games? Nope. And I can ask the same of you? I hesitated for a moment, and she said, If it's really a first date, I should be able to ask you whatever you ask me. I said, I thought you could read that without asking. That's what Aaron says. I saw hurt flit across her face, and wondered what I'd done. I said, Okay, yes. You can ask whatever you want. I don't care. She leaned forward, her eyes bright and clear. I want to talk about something other than death. I want to talk about living. Like what you talked to Jennifer about. Her gaze scored me like a laser, searching, and I felt pity. She was a creation of events beyond her control, manipulated by operations conducted before she even understood the cancer they would generate in her soul, and those actions had permanently twisted her. She had an ability few on Earth possessed, and her government had harnessed it, ignoring the toll it would take. And she was now trying to claw her way out of the abyss, to find a normalcy she'd seen between Jennifer and me. I feared it was too late. After seeing what she'd done to Al-Britani, I knew the abyss would swallow her, the undertow dragging her down no matter how hard she fought. She leaned forward and took my hands, saying, You were once like me, I feel it. How did you crawl out? The words caused me to recoil, pulling my hands away, afraid she could read my soul by touch. I'd felt it before with her, but it still scared the hell out of me. She said, What? Was it Jennifer? Is that it? She reached out again and said, I want to know. I want a life. I kept my hands in my lap, saying, You should look at Aaron. He's your Jennifer. She scoffed and said, Aaron, all he cares about is the mission. She saw the surprise on my face and said, What? I said, Really? You're some type of psychic spoonbender, and you can't read the man you've worked with forever? The guy's crazy over you, regardless of your sexual orientation. She looked back to the street, searching for our target. He's my boss. All he cares about is success, the mission. I think you're selling him short. Is that why you left Mossad when he asked? Still looking out the window, she said, Don't confuse trust with emotion. I trust him. He believed in me, and that was enough. I won't work for anyone else ever again. She returned to me and said, You don't know my history, what I've done, what I was forced to do. Aaron isn't that way, but he's still Mossad. He'd sacrifice me in a heartbeat if it meant mission success. I saw her eyes grow wet, and she said, I made fun of you in the aircraft because of your protection of Jennifer. I wish someone cared. I felt such profound sadness at her words. I didn't know what to say. She was convinced she was only a tool, something to be discarded when the weapon was no longer useful. I started to say something and my earpiece clicked. Pike, this is Retro. I've got Taskforce on the line, and Rashid's on a box right now. I leaned forward, eyes on Shoshana, saying, We've been here the whole time, and he never entered. She flicked her eyes to the street, looking for a ghost. Retro said, Yeah, you're right. The Taskforce did a malware inject via email. Long story short, he's online right this second, and it ain't your cafe.
Chapter 55. Omar trudged up the stone path into Tirana Park, eyes downcast and avoiding contact with anyone. Dressed like a local with his red hair and blue eyes, he didn't look at all like a fanatical follower of Islam. The only indication would be the bulky left side of his coat, drooping low, as if he were carrying a bunch of lead weights in it. Had someone searched him, they would have found a Czech CZ-75 pistol in his coat pocket, chambered in 9mm. Definitely not useful for a late afternoon stroll. He passed a couple pushing a newborn in a carriage and smiled, then took a left on a footpath. Unmarked, nothing but dirt well worn through the grass, it led steadily uphill. He reached the top, hitting another flagstone path, this one much bigger. To the left was a monument for historical figures in the life of Albania. To the right was a restaurant. He went right, climbing again. He passed a man incongruously selling chances to shoot a small rifle at a target, the proprietor listlessly sitting next to the weapon and smoking a cigarette. Omar passed him, amazed. The man hadn't been here when he'd conducted reconnaissance the day before, and he found it incredible that someone could sell chances at shooting a target on top of a mountaintop full of parents and strollers. He wouldn't have allowed that even in Syria. He crested the hill and saw the amphitheater to the left, the artificial lake of Tirana beyond, the area blanketed with families out enjoying the fading sunshine. He paused a bit, trying to spot his Georgian friends. He could not, but assumed they were near. He left the path, heading downhill toward the amphitheater. Created when Albania was a member of the defunct Soviet Empire, it was built to resemble a smaller version of one of the great colosseums from the Roman Empire. The difference was that instead of being carved from granite and limestone, it had been created on the cheap, poured from concrete, with cement chairs and a slab of a stage, all of which had seen the ravages of time much more than the ancient structures it supposedly represented. Covered in graffiti, it looked a lot like a section of the burned-out city of Kobani, Syria. At the top, on squat cement blocks, was a square concrete building used for lights or other artificial help for the stage below. A set of metal stairs led up to a single steel door, looking like the entrance to a prison cell. The meeting site. He walked up the steps, the rust flaking off the railing. He reached the landing and banged on the door. It was opened by a man with a prominent nose and a threadbare woolen blazer. He simply stared at Omar. Omar said, "This place reminds me of Aleppo. Have you been there?" The man smiled, showing rotting, gapped teeth, and said, "No, but I can help you get it back." He swung the door open, and Omar entered, seeing a barren concrete room. Another man standing in front of a table moved forward and held out his hand. "It's good to meet you. We've heard of your success and support you." Omar knew they were working for money alone, their only real contribution being the security they afforded as Muslims. That, and the enormous amount of cash they were being paid. Money gathered by Islamic State kidnapping and extortion. Something the men in the room understood very well. The difference was every penny of the Islamic State's income went to develop the caliphate, whereas their income went to their own satisfaction. A fact Omar had no intention of forgetting. The meeting here was set up with the Islamic State, but it was facilitated by Jabhat al-Nusra, men he'd tried to kill in the past, men who were now in the upper echelons of power. A higher bidder, Muslim or otherwise, could cause his downfall. He shook the man's hand and saw artifacts on the table. Strange cases the size of cigarette packs, and a smartphone.
Shoshana saw my face and knew something had gone terribly wrong. She said, "What? What happened?" She'd heard my end of the conversation, but not what Retro had said. While we could outfit the Israelis with mechanical things like beacons and weapons, the classified capabilities of the Taskforce smartphone were something beyond what I was able to transfer, even if I wanted to. Each one was configured for the specific team using it before deployment, including biometrics for security to prevent unauthorized access. So it would do no good to give her one. I had spares, but unless she could duplicate some seriously technical aspects of the team's biometric profile, voice recognition, and fingerprint scans, the phone would simply shut down, formatting itself. Which meant Aaron and Shoshana were relegated to simple cell phone contact. I ignored Shoshana, saying, "Retro, give me a grid. Break." He came back. "Already did. It's in a section called Blaku, about a quarter-mile away." I said again, "Great. Break. Nobody interrupt. Coco, you on?" "Yeah, I got you. I heard. We're outside the soccer stadium? I got the location from Retro. What's the call?" "Get to the target. Get Aaron inside. See if he can beacon the guy. Everyone else box the area and stand by." Knuckles said, "Moving." Brett broke in. Copy. We don't know what the guy looks like. Get a picture." I said, I know. Coco, you copy?" She said, "Yeah, got it. We're 2 minutes out, dropping Aaron as a foxtrot. We won't have commo." Foxtrot meant Aaron was going on foot. I stood up nonchalantly, throwing bills on the table. "I got it. I understand. Just get a fix. Give him instructions and get a dragon tooth on the guy." The dragon tooth was a Bluetooth beacon about the size of an SD card, with a pretty cool adhesive on the back. It could be placed against all manner of material and persistently stick, which was the extent of its NASA capabilities. As far as beacon work went, all it did was throw out a signal that we could pick up if we were in range, which was about 70 meters. Like a lot of Taskforce equipment, the R&D section had scoured the commercial sector and had found a unique device designed to locate lost items. You placed the device, called Tile, on whatever was prone to being lost, and it linked to a smartphone via Bluetooth, allowing you to find it if you were in range. The cool thing was that anyone who used Tile became part of an ecosystem, so that their phone, working in the background, would register your device and alert you. Lose your keys in a bar? If someone else entered and had the app, it would tell you where they were. It was crowd-funded surveillance, and the Taskforce had taken notice. The Dragon Tooth operated the same way, only the Taskforce had an app that was implanted through malware into a host nation's phone service, whereby our system was completely in the background. Basically, we hoped to turn the entire population, at least anyone with a smartphone, into unwitting surveillance drones. It was still in beta testing, but showed promise. Right now, the only people with the app would be the Taskforce smartphones, but that was better than nothing. The Tile system claimed a 1-year shelf life, but it was operating on low-voltage Bluetooth. You had to be fairly close to the device before it registered. Ours was broadcasting a much more powerful signal, and that, coupled with the size restrictions, gave us a useful life of about 48 hours. That was it. Anything more would require a bigger battery, and that would require a bigger beacon. Unlike Hollywood, even the Taskforce couldn't break the laws of physics. Jennifer said, "Roger, got it, moving." Brett came on. "The Internet Cafe is on a street with multiple avenues of approach. We can box it, but if he's leaving on foot, we can't cover all the alleys." Walking down the stairs, I realized I didn't have a car to control the surveillance effort. I was supposed to take Jennifer's car when she entered. I said, Knuckles, come get me." He came on. "I can't. If I do, we lose the exit to the north. I'm already moving." I looked at my phone, seeing the dots showing the team. I said, "Blood, swing right. Pick up Knuckles. Drop him off north of the cafe. Then circle south. Knuckles, leave the keys in the ignition. We'll be there in 5. Knuckles said, "Pike, the streets are all one way. We do that, and we're going to lose him. Blood will have to do a loop, crossing the canal. He'll be tied up in traffic trying to get back, and won't get in position. Stay foxtrot. Catch up when you can." The call countermanding me was uncharacteristic for Knuckles, and made me rethink my plan. If he said it was an issue, it probably was. But that didn't alter the fact that I couldn't control a surveillance effort walking on the sidewalk. Jennifer came on. Pike, this is Coco. I dropped off Aaron. I'm circling around. I'll be across the river and cut back down the avenue leading to the soccer stadium. I'll be there in 5. I said, Roger all, meet us there. I heard the calls from the team, all trying to find a location that would prevent the escape of the target. Shoshana, sick of being out of the loop, said, What the hell is going on? I said, Rashid went to a different internet cafe. Your lover boy is in play. Hopefully we get something. Her face turned feral and she said, We will. If Aaron's in with him, we'll get all we need. I started jogging up the street, running past the host nation police guarding our embassy, then paused at the crosswalk for the road leading to the stadium, Shoshana following without question. Brett came on saying, I've got a reading from the Dragon Tooth, but no picture. Is it a false signal? I stopped, telling Shoshana, Call Aaron, find out his status. She did. I waited at the intersection, seeing the soccer stadium in the distance. Jennifer came on. I'm here. Where are you? I said, Hang on, stand by. Shoshana hung up and said, He got the beacon on, and got a photo. Coming out now. My phone buzzed, and I saw a picture of a middle-aged, swarthy man. Could be Italian or Mexican. But I knew what he was. I said, Everyone got it? Blood, you got it? He said, Yeah, I got it, and I've got eyes on. Moving south towards the park. I'm on him. Gotta ditch the car, but if I do, and he gets picked up, I'm done. Do it. Knuckles, pick up Aaron, then Vector on Blood's signal. We crossed the street, headed to the soccer stadium, and Shoshana said, Are we doing anything for the surveillance or just getting exercise? I realized she couldn't tell what was going on because she wasn't on our communications net. I filled her in on everything I knew.
Chapter 56. Rashid continued walking nonchalantly, not hurrying or doing anything that would spike the dozens of security cameras on the bars and stores he was passing. Blaku, or the Block, was the heart of the Soviet Empire in Albania, a section of the city that had housed the communist elite of the regime. Surrounded by vestiges of the old police state with preserved pillboxes and sections of barbed wire walls, Rashid understood that others believed the relics showed the death of the old guard. But he held no illusions that the surveillance state had gone with it. He continued south, crossing streets and keeping a wary eye. He eventually reached a small restaurant outside the gates of Tirana Park, 2 policemen standing guard. He slowed, watching them as he prepared to wait on the traffic. Clearly bored, they spent more time looking at the women coming and going than for any potential threat. He skipped across and threaded between them, drawing no attention. But it reminded him to be careful on the return, when they were following Omar. He walked about 100 meters and saw 2 men leaning against a small wooden bridge spanning a creek. His men. They saw him coming and stood. He took a left onto a footpath, walked uphill 50 meters until he came to a park bench, and sat down, waiting for them to catch up. When they did, he wasted no time. Where is he? At the amphitheater, as predicted. He's inside right now. Rashid nodded. And he came up this path? Yes. Can he leave without using this path? Hashim said, Well, yes, of course. This park has multiple exits with official stone walkways and maybe 40 more like the one we're on now. Just dirt paths leading back to the city. Rashid nodded, thinking. He said, Okay, so we have to get close, but not too close. We don't want to upset the meeting. Just follow him to where he's staying. I don't want to scare him. Let him do the mission, then follow. Understand? Both nodded their heads. He said, Can we see the theater from a distance? Yes and no. It's in a bowl leading to the lake. From the top we can see the building he's in, but if he leaves through the amphitheater going to the lake, we'll lose him. We need someone low and high. And you've been there? You know where you can spot the exit? Yes, it's not difficult. There are people all over the area, most just sitting on benches or lying in the grass. It won't be an issue. The problem will be following him if he doesn't take the flagstone walkways. If he takes a footpath, we'll be behind him, and he'll know. We can't follow him through the woods like that. Rashid said, "One problem at a time." "You both are armed?" Hashim said yes, but looked alarmed. Rashid said, "Don't worry. I don't expect anything to happen. But I told you, this man is death. He has an instinct. Don't give him a reason to use it."
I saw Jennifer patiently waiting outside of the soccer stadium and sprinted to catch up, Shoshana right behind me. I slid into the passenger seat, hearing Shoshana slamming the back door. I looked at the icons on my phone and said, "Get to the front of the park. Stop short of the entrance." She put the car in drive without a word, and I started working the radio. All elements, this is Pike. I'm mounted and headed to the university parking lot. I'll control from there. Status." Brett came on first. "This is Blood. I'm still the eye. He's inside the park, and he's meeting 2 other targets. He's got a team here, and something's going down. Stand by for photos." Shit, I thought. My phone blipped, and I saw 2 more swarthy individuals. I said, "I want you to be clear. You think he's operational right now? As in an attack?" I heard, "Stand by." Then, "Meeting's breaking up. They're spreading out. 2 unsubs and the target, all headed separate ways." I thought about the ramifications. The park was full of kids and families. Why on earth would he do an attack here? What would it get him? Albania wasn't exactly on the list of Crusader heathen states, being a majority Muslim country. I asked Brett again, putting a lot on his shoulders. "What's your read? Do we need to close for intervention? Is this a threat?" The Taskforce charter in no way extended to hostile threats against foreign interests, but I wasn't about to sit back while that asshole conducted a Pakistan schoolhouse-type attack, killing kids left and right just because he could. After a pause, Brett said, "No, I don't think so. They may be armed, but it's pistols only if they are. No backpacks and no long guns. I don't think it's an attack. They're doing something else." Whew, I thought. Okay, Knuckles, status. "Just pulled up to a B&B. Got Aaron in retro. Roger. All elements flood the park. Blanket him but loosely. No idea what he's doing. But I really don't care, unless he shows a threat. Ignore the unsubs. I don't give a shit about them unless they're going to compromise you. Keep tabs on them to prevent that. But if they choose to leave, let them go. Everyone have their pictures?" I got a Roger from all. Then Shoshana said, "Stop the car, let me out." I said, "What for?" "We're paralleling the park right now. I can see it through the woods right there. Let me out. I'll enter from here." "You've got no comms." "I've got a cell phone. This isn't hard. If he comes this way, call me. I'll pick him up. All of your guys are behind him. Put me ahead." Jennifer had already pulled over, looking at me for a decision. The park right next to us, hidden by a string of forest as thick as Brer Rabbit's home. I said, "How are you going to get in? There isn't a path here." She pointed, and I saw a gap through the woods, a trickle of water running off of a worn concrete sluice. The break was only about a foot across, but I knew the woods were thickest at the sunlight. She could crawl through, and I was sure it would open up. I just wasn't sure if I wanted to turn her loose. I turned around the seat, looking at her. She said, "You don't think I can get through the woods?" I saw her eyes and knew she'd already read me in her creepy way. That wasn't what she was asking. I said, "I'm sure you can get through the trees, but I'm not so sure about getting out of the forest. The one in your head." She leaned down and screwed a suppressor into the Glock we'd given her, saying, "I told you, this mission is yours. The mission comes first." She sat back up and said, "I'll kill no one unless you tell me to. And I'll die if it's called for, without pulling a trigger. Is that what you want to hear?" "No, damn it, that's exactly what I do not want to hear. Get up there and box him in. But don't do anything stupid. We've got the beacon, and worst case, we can always go back to the internet cafe." She opened the door and said, "Sounds good. I don't want to miss my first date anyway." She slid out, and Jennifer watched her slink into the culvert. She said, "That was a good call. "She's really, really skilled." I said, "Yeah, she's skilled all right. Skilled at mind control. I hope that wasn't a mistake." Jennifer put the car into drive, heading toward the entrance to the park. She said, "It wasn't." But what was she talking about? She wove through the traffic, looking at me while trying to hide a grin. I said, "What do you mean?" "What first date?" I spluttered for a moment, and Jennifer's grin broke out for real. "I can't wait to tell Knuckles he was right. She's smitten with you."
Chapter 57. Sitting on a park bench, Rashid gave his men a couple of minutes, then trudged up the hill. Just one more man enjoying the sunshine and green space. He reached the top, the chipped and crumbling asphalt path connecting to a wider lane of white flagstone. He could just see the edge of the amphitheater down the hill, built into a bowl. He went away from it, heading along the flagstones deeper into the park, leaving the surveillance to his men. Rashid had no doubt that he was branded into Omar's psyche, and one glimpse of him would immediately initiate a gunfight. Like a wild animal, Omar would recognize the threat Rashid represented, and would seek to eliminate it with overwhelming force, just as Rashid would do if the roles were reversed, or more precisely, just as Rashid intended to do. He reached a small alcove of granite set into a copse of evergreens, the flagstones ringed with monuments. In the center was a pedestal with 3 bronze busts from Albania's past, a raised step of granite leading to it. Rashid ignored the busts, sitting on the granite and watching a child and father kick a soccer ball back and forth. He pretended to be engrossed, but kept his eye on the amphitheater. From this distance, due to the slope of the hill, he could make out only the top of the projection building, getting a small sliver of the steel door leading inside. He sat, patient as a snake on a hot rock, flicking its tongue out, tasting the wind, waiting.
I passed the drive leading to our hotel, the Sheraton standing tall on the hill. I pulled in front of the university, looking for a place to park. To my right was a huge roundabout, really a football-sized square of asphalt, probably used for parades back in the bad old days. I saw a couple of cabs parked on the outskirts, their drivers out and smoking cigarettes. I crossed the lanes of traffic and pulled in behind them, nose aimed toward the south, toward the park. Driving a Ford minivan, I didn't really fit in, but I wasn't standing out that badly. I could hear the chatter on the radio, the team working the problem. I broke in. "Knuckles, this is Pike. You with Aaron?" "Yeah, I got him." I explained on the net what Shoshana was doing, saying, "She's his baby. Make sure he can control her. You stick with him." "Roger, but I was planning on running him down the hill. There's an amphitheater here, and it's pretty large. With Shoshana to the east, I got that covered, but Blood's the only guy to the south keeping tabs on one of the unsubs." "I copy. Retro's still got eyes on?" Retro cut in. "Roger. He's just sitting at a monument, killing time. I'm okay for a longer spell. If he leaves, I'll trigger, but I can't pick up the follow." Knuckles said, "Can you get Coco in here?" I looked at Jennifer and said, "If I do, I'm the only one locking down the entrance. I was going to use her as contingency. If you want me to stay with Aaron as control for the Israeli team, I need her to the southwest. I'll pick up the follow when Retro triggers, but we've lost contact with the second unsub. He's to the southwest somewhere. Get Coco in here for that." She was already digging out Kit from a large pack in the back. I said, "Roger all. She's coming in east of the main entrance, on a footpath. Vector her in." She glanced up, wondering what I was talking about, looking for clarification about her approach. Off the radio, I said, "See that cafe? An indoor-outdoor sandwich shop about 200 meters away from the primary entrance. It fronted the street with a small patio." She nodded, and I said, "Go farther up the hill. See those goats eating in that little pen?" She nodded again, and then saw what I was talking about. A thin footpath that wound from the pen up through the scrub of the hillside, disappearing into the trees. She opened the bag wider and said, "How many long guns do they have?" Brett took one, but everyone else is carrying Glocks. The weapon choice had happened before we thought there was a threat, before Rashid had a team. She pulled out a harness, saying, "You still think there's a potential that Rashid is up to something? It's a little hot, but I can get away with a light jacket." The harness was nothing more than a double loop that went over the shoulders, with the magazine holster on one side, the magazine itself positioned upside down for fast removal, and a quick release clip on the other side that held the folded rifle at the buffer spring, both riding uncomfortably underneath the armpits of the person wearing it. It was built for concealment, not speed, and worked fairly well when the weather was cold or rainy, when we could cover the bulk with coats, but sort of sucked in the summertime. Luckily, Albania was still a pretty formal place, with nobody wearing shorts, and most men sporting leather coats or cheap woolen blazers. Brett was no monster in height, but he was built like a fireplug of solid muscle. Given his size, the harness worked for him. He could pull it off. But I wasn't sure Jennifer's jacket would cut the mustard. I said, "Leave it. Rashid's definitely up to something, but I don't think it's an attack. Take a Glock. The last thing we need is you getting busted by some stranger, because you've got a suppressor hanging out of your hem." She slid a suppressed Glock 30 compact into a concealed sleeve on the side of the duffel bag she called a purse. It looked like someone had skinned a water buffalo to make it, and she packed it with all manner of feminine bullshit and Taskforce kit. I swear, I had no idea how she lugged it around everywhere. She rearranged some things in the bag, probably making sure she could get to her lipstick, snapped it closed, then pecked me on the cheek. "See you soon. Get a radio check with Knuckles." She nodded, slid out of the vehicle, and jogged across the road. She reached the fence next to the cafe and found a brake the locals used. She scampered past the goat pen, and I heard, Knuckles, this is Coco. I'm about 2 minutes out."
Chapter 58. After 20 minutes of instruction on the weird detonation devices, Omar was growing impatient. He wanted to test one. He said, "Look, I don't care about what type of chemicals are in the vials, or why they react the way they do when mixed together. I'm not going to be building my own, and I left school at the age of 10. All I care about is that it will set off explosives. Will it or not?" The gap-toothed man said, "Yes, of course it will. I'm sorry. I was told to give you all the information that I was given." He removed one of the detonators from the table and held it up. About the size of a pack of cigarettes, it had no metal that Omar could see, with a black rubber button that protruded on one side, a tiny lever on the other, and twin nozzles on the bottom that looked like they'd come from an aquarium pump. He said, "The device is completely immune to any current, metal, or explosives detection capability known today. Everything is rubber, glass, or plastic, with the exception of a single piece of steel inside, much too small to alert to anything." He waved to his partner, who picked up the smartphone. "On the surface, this replicates an ordinary cell phone. You can swipe left and right and pull up applications. The difference is that the applications are only shells, and the phone cannot call anything. It should pass a cursory inspection, but if someone spends more than a minute inspecting it, they'll know it's a fake." Omar said, "What's it for?" Gaptooth stuck a toothpick into what appeared to be the headphone jack, then levered upward. The front of the shell rotated out, exposing wires, circuit boards, and the battery. 5 AAA-sized cylinders encased in a plastic sleeve, a double strand of wire running out of the end. He popped the sleeve, exposing 2 glass cylinders, 2 metal blasting caps, and a true battery. He said, "The phone holds the chemicals and blasting caps. It's padded for travel and protection, and will reflect like ordinary batteries on an X-ray scan." He palmed it, showing the cylinders. They each held a colorless fluid inside. He set the phone on the table and returned to the plastic device. He popped off the top and leaned it forward, showing what looked like a receptacle for holding batteries and a television remote control, 2 parallel to each other. He said, "Before you put them inside, you have to cock the device. That's the only drawback, really. Once they're in, the thing is armed. And it really hasn't been drop-tested or anything." By cocking it, you're basically drawing back that little section of steel with rubber bands, which is held by a dual check. He moved the lever on the side from top to bottom. He let go, and it flew back to the top. He shook his head and said, "That's what I mean. Sometimes it doesn't catch." He did it again, more forcefully, and the lever stayed down. "Be sure you lock it in." He then slid the vials into the tube and closed the lid. Omar said, "Does it matter which one goes in what tube?" "No. You're going to smash the tubes and mix up the chemicals. It doesn't matter the order." He closed the lid and said, "Now it's armed. All you need to do is connect the non-electric firing tubes to the bottom, then press this button. It will release the metal breaker, and the chemicals will mix." "How soon? How long does it take?" "It's not instant, maybe a second before the chemicals react. But when they do, it's a miniature explosion, with the jet of flame directed down the valves at the bottom. The man holding it will lose his hand." Omar said, "That's of no consequence. What about the explosives?" "And I was supposed to get 3 detonators." Yes. "First, there's one more thing you need to know. The button is a dead man switch. You push it in, and the breaker releases from one catch, but is still held by another. The catch releases when the button is released." Omar smiled. "Dead man switch. So once it's pressed, the only thing keeping it from going off is the man holding the device. Killing him does no good." Gaptooth flashed his tobacco-stained molars in what passed for a smile and said, "Precisely." "And the explosives?" The other man came forward and handed Omar what looked like a luggage retrieval receipt. "All of it is packed and ready to go at the Tirana airport in the lost luggage section. It's safeguarded, and the men watching it have been paid handsomely, don't worry. They have no idea what it is, but we've done business with them many, many times. You present this, along with your flight information, and the bags will be loaded with the appropriate luggage tags for your final destination." Omar felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. Having purchased it this morning, only 2 people knew the number, the 2 he had for security outside. He held up a finger and said, "I must take this." He turned away from the men, jamming his hand into the pocket with the pistol. He said, "Yes?" "Omar, there are people outside of the amphitheater. We've watched them for a while, and they're not acting like they're here for the sunshine. One, a woman, has passed back and forth 3 times. He glanced at the men in the room and said, "You are positive?" "Yes. She's not Albanian, she's foreign, her dress is off, and she's constantly talking into a cell phone. What do you want to do?" He withdrew the gun and pointed it at the men. They took a step back in shock, raising their hands. He said, "Take her out of play, but I want her alive. Get her to your place, do not go to mine. I'll meet you there." He hung up and said, "I was told to come here alone, as were you. Who is outside of this building? Who's the woman?" As if he'd been in situations many times, Gaptooth calmly said, "Yes, you were told to come alone, and clearly you didn't. We have done the same. We only have some security. You must understand. But we have no women. It's not us." There was a crack from outside. It could have been a car backfiring, or maybe some children playing with fireworks, but nobody in the room believed it. The other man jammed his hand into his leather jacket, got a pistol halfway out, and Omar fired, catching him in the right cheek, the left half of his face exploding outward. He fell, and Omar dove at Gaptooth, preventing him from drawing his own weapon. He slammed the man into the concrete, ripping the detonator from Gaptooth's hand and twisting his arm ferociously. He felt the tendons snap, and the man screamed, his fetid dental work wide open. Omar jammed the end of the detonator in his mouth and punched the button. He held it and said, "I am not some criminal to be trifled with. I am the Islamic State. I will meet Allah. You will not." Eyes rolling wild, Gaptooth shook his head trying to talk, drool running freely. Omar pushed the detonator deeper, breaking Gaptooth's jaw and wedging it into the soft palate at the back of his throat. He let go of the button, then leapt up, backing toward the door. Gaptooth frantically sat up, and even managed to get his hands on the device before there was a flash, then a pop, like a large firecracker had gone off. His lower jaw exploded downward, and a jet of molten flame severed his spinal cord at the neck. Chapter 59. Relaxing on the marble, watching the children play and getting regular updates from his two men, Rashid heard the first gunshot and bolted upright. Everyone around him was looking left and right, just as confused as he was. He tried to identify where the shot had come from, but it was impossible. It reverberated off of the hills, confusing his ears. He knew it was close, though. He stood, bringing his phone up and straining to hear something that would tell him what was happening. He dialed, getting Hashim. "What was that?" "I don't know. It wasn't here at the amphitheater. It's farther away." "What's going on at the amphitheater?" Nothing at all. The meeting's still going on." No sooner had the words left his mouth than another crack split the air from the amphitheater. Hashim shouted, "Shooting! Shooting from inside the building!" Rashid whipped his head, but saw the door was still closed. Hashim said, "Two men just came forward. Both have pistols drawn. They're running toward the building." Rashid started walking toward the theater, torn between fleeing and his need to kill Omar. He saw the door open, and Omar came spilling out, leaping down the stairs and disappearing from view because of the slope of the hill. Then gunfire erupted, multiple snaps of noise from at least 4 shooters. While the locals began running away, he sprinted toward the firefight, drawing his own weapon. He reached the top of the hill, the bowl of the amphitheater below him, full of children ducking and screaming. He saw Omar rapidly shooting, hitting 2 men within 5 feet of him. He scanned the stage area and saw Hashim rise up from between the concrete seats, squeezing the trigger. He saw a child go down, blood spraying from his back, the mother screaming maniacally. Omar ducked, then returned fire. Rashid knelt down, getting a bead along the sights of his pistol. Omar right below him, the bloodlust raging. Then a bullet smacked the concrete pillar next to his head, spraying him with spall. He fell flat, searching for the shooter, confused because he'd heard no sound. He saw a black man deeper in the bowl behind the stage, and he held a rifle with a fat barrel pointed right at him. He saw the muzzle flash, then felt rounds driving around his head. He ducked down, panting. He heard Omar's pistol spit fire, then another burst of gunfire from multiple locations sounding like firecrackers on a patio. He peeked over and saw Hashim shooting at Omar. The black man swung his weapon as if it were on rails, then surgically put 2 rounds into Hashim. He saw the light leave Hashim's eyes as he fell face first into the concrete seats. His arms splayed forward as if he was trying to catch himself. There was a flash of movement from the other side of the amphitheater, and Rashid heard a yell. Kamal leapt onto the stage, screaming and shooting. He took 2 steps before his body jerked, hit from bullets that made no noise. Rashid looked at the black man, but he wasn't firing. He was aiming his weapon dead center on him, without squeezing the trigger. Someone else was shooting. Someone with the same skill. The sight of Kamal sliding lifeless onto the concrete stage made up his mind for him. Omar would live another day. All that remained now was escape. He snapped 2 hasty rounds toward the black man, getting nothing but a small duck in return. He saw Omar sprinting, running away from the amphitheater to the east, and rolled into a small hollow in the ground, preparing to do the same. He heard stomping feet and turned, seeing Albanian police swarming down the flagstone path. He jammed his weapon into his waistband and lay flat, screaming for help. They went past him without pause. He lay still for a split second more, then jumped up and began running the way he'd come, passing the monuments. He crested the hill, diving behind the concrete wall, and trying to maintain his balance as he tumbled through the woods downhill.
My radio crackled. Shots fired, shots fired. Then nothing else. I rolled down my window, straining to hear, and wanting like hell to break into the net, but not wanting to step on any of my team's radio transmissions. I waited for an eternity, which was really probably 5 seconds. Then Knuckles came on. Pike, we have a situation. I don't know what it is, but I heard a shot at the amphitheater. Rashid's on the move that way. We've got him in sight. An attack? Was I wrong? I thought. Brett came on. Pike, this is Blood. 2 new guys to my west with pistols, running to a concrete blockhouse here at the amphitheater. Unsub 1 still in sight, and he's got a pistol out as well. Is this an attack? No, I say again, no. It looks like they're all confused. The place is full of kids, but the gunmen aren't shooting targets of opportunity. If you've got the unsub in sight, who are the guys with weapons? Don't know. A man just broke out of the building. He's firing on the run, and he's good. Just took out the 2 runners. Unsub 1 is firing at him. What's the call? I needed more information. Knuckles, what's the target doing? He's headed toward the gunfight. He's got something to do with it, but when he left, he looked as confused as I am. You still got eyes on? Yeah, well, no. He's below the crest, but I know where he is. Coco, what's the status with Unsub 2? Break, Pike, this is Blood. We've got a shootout going on. Kids are everywhere. Someone's going to get hurt. Shit, I thought. Break out, leave the area, break contact and return to the hotel. Knuckles, can you maintain eyes on? I think so. He's out of sight now, but Blood's right. It sounds like Fallujah now. Brett. Pike, they just hit a kid, he's down. These guys can't shoot worth shit. He's spraying lead all over the place. I've got eyes on Rashid. He's on the high ground, and he's got a weapon. He's going to start shooting too. Let me do something. I paused, knowing what the right answer for the mission was. But fuck, they were killing kids. I said, Okay, for the record, it's my call. Blood, discourage Rashid, but remove anyone else with a gun. His voice grim, I heard, Roger all. Chapter 60. I sat in the car with my fists clenched, wanting more than anything to be up on the hill, directing the fight. I waited, knowing the team would give me a call when they felt it necessary, which didn't make it easier, I'll tell you that. I pulled out a small set of binoculars and focused on the entrance to the park, seeing uniformed police running about, with many headed up the path. Won't be long now, clock's ticking, I thought. Finally, Knuckles came on. Target is fleeing, back the way he came. He's avoiding the path and the police. He's coming down through the trees. I said, straight north? Yeah, straight north. He's going to hit Jennifer's path, I thought. Can you keep eyes on? Not without compromise, and he's got a weapon. The unspoken command being, I'll have to kill him. I said, let him go. I think he's going to end up right in front of me. All elements, give me an up. I heard from Retro, Blood, and Knuckles. All had successfully avoided the police and were now working their way back. But no Jennifer. I called again. Coco, status. At the crest of the hill, I saw a figure appear, running down the hill. I put my glass on him and recognized Rashid. I said, all elements, I've got eyes on. He's coming down the hill. My van is in the square across from the university. I'm going to leave the keys on the right front tire. Retro, you got the van. Stage until I call. Knuckles, Blood, you guys get down the hill and vector in on me. He's coming fast. I got a Roger from all, then said, Coco, what is your status? I got nothing again, which gave me pause, a little tendril of dread. I saw the figure halfway down, and knew I had to make a decision quickly. I said, Knuckles, I'm now going Foxtrot. You are surveillance chief. Blood, redirect. I need you to find out what's up with Coco. He knew the unspoken emotion behind that call. She was a teammate to all of them, but he knew she was something more to me. He said, Roger, headed back to the amphitheater. Don't worry, probably just a bad mic. Then, This is Coco. I'm okay. I monitor all. I wanted to explode at her, in between the relief I felt. I saw Rashid reach the goat pen. I left the vehicle, locking the doors and surreptitiously putting the keys on the front tire. All clinical, I said, Roger, what's your status? Got caught up in the police response. I couldn't talk. I'm on the way. Rashid passed through the fence, glanced left and right, then began walking at a hurried pace. Headed north one road over from where I was. I said, I got the eye. He's going into the block. Rashid went north, moving deeper into the area once reserved for communist royalty, but now full of bars and kitschy boutiques. I intersected his line of march at an angle, losing sight of him for a panicky 2 minutes, but finding him again soon enough. He kept glancing back and was clearly shaken. His tradecraft earlier had been pretty good, better than any of the usual goat herders I tracked, which, given his training with DGSE, was to be expected. But now he was moving as fast as he could without drawing attention by simply running. He was scared. He went about a quarter mile, then hung a left, and I alerted the team. Now on Abdul Frashin Street, headed west. He's afraid, looking for the bad man. Get a team ahead of him. My heat state's getting bad. Knuckles said, Roger, got Blood and Coco headed that way. Give me the pass when you have to, meaning give me a call when I had to pull off or get compromised. He then said, Pike, what's your feel? Is he going to run? I said, yeah. If I was going to call it now, he's running. Whatever happened back there was probably the reason he was here, and it clearly went to shit. Would you stay? He can't know what the police are going to find, and he sure as shit isn't going to wait to find out. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You think it's time to call Showboat? Which was something I'd chosen to forget. I'd kept Lieutenant Colonel Alexander in the loop for the surveillance today, before the last bit of high adventure, and I wasn't sure where Knuckles was going. I didn't need his approval to continue surveillance, and I wasn't going to waste my time telling him about the gunfight, because it would just lead to a giant list of questions I couldn't answer. I said, for what? For in extremis assault. If he's going to flee, this is it. You find his bed down and the clock is ticking. We've probably got enough time for him to get on the internet and buy plane tickets, then get to the airport. We can't take him down in a cab. We have to hit that site before he leaves. Everything he said was true. I saw Rashid cross the street, running to a drugstore. He disappeared into a side door, and I caught a quick glimpse of stairs. This was it. I couldn't follow him inside, and he'd disappeared. I said, all elements, I'm at the bed down. You got my location? Knuckles said, yeah, signal's strong. We got you on the map. Moving now. Look for Blood and Jennifer. Find a place to stage with all of us, including the vehicle Retro's bringing. I said, don't get ahead of yourself. Still got to make that call to hire. I heard, yeah, like that's ever stopped you. I felt good that Knuckles was pushing the issue. I thought he was right. But if he believed this was critical, it meant a lot. You read books about the great leader making decisions that bucked the odds, or was proved right when everyone said it was wrong. But in my experience, it was never one guy. It was one guy in power backed by a small minority who felt as he did, giving encouragement from the background. Unfortunately, for every one guy who went down as a stalwart defender of freedom, there was another who went down as a goat. But this wasn't a decision that would make me a goat, as long as 42,000 things didn't go wrong. I said, going off the net, calling Showboat. I dialed, waiting on the encryption to catch up. A commo guy answered and said, send it, as if I was going to give another sit rep. I said, put on Showboat. He said, he's engaged, send it to me. I snarled, put him on the line right now or I'll rip your throat out. I don't care if he's taking a shit, I need to talk to him. I heard some fumbling then. Jesus, Pike, what did you say to the guy? You know your reputation, and I don't need them afraid of you. Nothing, just that I needed to talk. And I gave it to him, the good, the bad, and the ugly. He said, shit, I need to get to Kurt on that. I can't do an in extremis without lives at stake. Keep eyes on. He did a calculation in his head and said, it's lunchtime in D.C. I'll have to track him down. I said, I'm good with that, but I need a call right now, in case I see indications he's leaving. I need to know my authorities. Something happened in that park, and it was important. I have no idea what it was, but Rashid does. Pike, you said he went into some dive apartment complex. You don't even have a room. You couldn't hit if you wanted to. Let me contact hire. Get some sanction. What he said was true, with the exception of one thing. I said, sir, Aaron got a dragon tooth on him. I can find his room. The sun's going down right now. It'll be dark in 30 minutes. All I need is assault authority. I can do it. I have the team closing now. How will you exfil? With my vehicle. It's a minivan. It's got windows, but I can keep him low. I can get him out. He said, Okay, build an assault plan, but you have no execute authority. After Nairobi, I need some backup. I can't go crazy just yet. Chapter 61. I knew where Blaine was coming from, and I appreciated the support. I said, Roger all, but Rashid's going to flee, and sooner rather than later. Once he's on the pavement, he's in the wind. Tell them that. Let them know the urgency. We can do it clean right now. Later it gets much, much messier. I saw Brett and Jennifer walking up the street and heard, I got it. I'm working on it. They reached me and I said, We need to find a staging area for the van. That's you, Brett. Jennifer, I want you to penetrate the apartment. Get up the stairs and use the dragon tooth. Find the apartment he's in. Nothing fancy. Just get in and walk, then get out. Pay attention to atmospherics. Let me know where the stairs go, and what we'll encounter if we try to drag a body out of there. They both nodded, no questions. Brett surveying the street, and Jennifer looking at the door next to the pharmacy. I said, Where's Knuckles? Brett said, He's coming. Right behind us. Aaron was controlling Shoshana, and he can't get her on the phone. Knuckles went with him to sort it out. I took that in, not really worried. Shoshana could take care of herself better than about 99.9% of the human population. I clicked my earpiece saying, Retro, you got the van? Got it. Head of your way. You got a place for me to stage? Not yet. Circle the block. Blood's on it. I nodded at him, and he disappeared, walking toward an alley next to the building. I looked at Jennifer and said, Time to go. She said, What's up with Shoshana? All she was doing was locking down the eastern exit. She wasn't even near the gunfight. I don't know, but it's not a worry. She's not tied into our commo structure. For all we know, her battery is dead in her cell phone. You were a lot closer, and you didn't get in the fight. She's fine. She looked at me, and I saw something in her eyes. I said, What? She glanced away, making sure Brett hadn't come back, and said, I killed a man. One of the guys running with a pistol. I have no idea who he was. I heard the call you gave to Brett. Saw the kid get hit, and went into autopilot. He stood up right in front of me. He had a gun out. She was looking for absolution. She said, What if he was a cop? What if they have security in the park? I just pulled the trigger. I didn't even think about it. She was staring into me, not unlike Shoshana herself, reading me, wanting to know if what she had done in the name of the United States was correct. I said, If he was there with a weapon, he was bad. You did the right thing. You can make up stories in your mind forever, second-guessing. But they don't have undercover police in that park. I saw doubt and said, Did he shout anything? Did he say police or anything? Try to mitigate the violence? Try to stop it? She reflected and said, No, nothing like that. He jumped on stage and started shooting at that other guy, the one that got away. Then quit fucking thinking about it. Look, I don't have a single clue what went on there, or why it happened. What I do know is that if you'd let him go on, he probably would have killed 3 or 4 kids with the wild-ass spraying of rounds. You did good. She nodded and I said, Get inside the apartment. We're running out of time. She nodded again, this time more firmly, then turned to go. I grabbed her arm and said, Sorry about the slight on the gunfight. I didn't know you were in it, but I'm glad you were. She said, Shoshana would have been better. No, she wouldn't. She would never question, which is why you're on my team. She showed a flicker of a smile, then broke away, jogging across the street. I watched her go. Then Retro came on. I'm coming back your way. Where do I park? I called Brett. Blood, what do you have? He said, Bring him right into the alley. The one you saw me go down. It's deserted. I've been to the end and back. There's one drunk homeless guy, but he's passed out. Stage in the entrance. I'm there now. Which was perfect, because it was right next to the pharmacy and the door to the apartment. I jogged across the street to meet him, saying, Nothing back there? Nope. Some doors, but it's dead. Stinks like shit. My phone rang, and it was Blaine. I said, Tell me you got somewhere. He said, Okay, you got Omega, with some caveats. I thought, of course. You can assault tonight, but only if you determine you can exfil successfully. I said, that's it? I could almost hear the grin. Yep. I know that's stupid. Kurt was pretty pleased. Both Kurt and Blaine knew that I would never assault for a capture if I couldn't get out clean. But apparently the Oversight Council thought they'd better make that clear, just like every level of command I'd ever had, making statements of the obvious. I said, okay then, get the support package ready. We're coming home with Jackpot. He said, Wilco, nothing stupid, right? I said, not tonight. It's a good situation, I promise. Gotta go. My support team just showed up. Retro pulled the van in, did a 3-point turn until the nose was facing the street. He exited and said, what's the story? We're taking him tonight. Get the long guns ready. Jennifer's going. I was cut off by a call from Knuckles. Pike, we're out of the park. We're in the block, but this phone isn't tight enough for a location. I got you on the street, but I got a 50-meter gap with the circle. Where are you? The sun had dropped during all the planning. The twilight now bathed in a glow of sporadic neon signs. I said, you see the traffic circle? Yeah, just to my right. I strained my eyes, the circle about 70 meters away. I couldn't see him with all of the people on the sidewalk, mostly young, the men dressed in black jackets and wearing peculiar half mohawks, stubble on the side, but the hair long on top, and the women wearing skin-tight jeans, all going to the block for party time. I'm in front of a pharmacy on the south side of the street. There's a sign advertising drugs. He said, I see you. Be there in 2. Jennifer came out on the street. I saw her exit the door, look left, then right, and saunter our way. She said, I got the apartment, 2A, just up the stairs. The Dragon Tooth was booming right inside. You go up, take a right, and it's the first one. Atmospherics are good. No people that I saw. It's poor, and probably full of folks who don't open the door if they hear anything. There's a lot of noise from inside his place. He's packing and throwing things around. He's running. I said, all right, good job. Jennifer, you're the driver. Stage here. Brett, you're lead man. Retro, you're number 2. I'll be third, and Knuckles will take the rear. We enter and dominate. No gunfire. When I say that, I mean it. If he pulls a weapon, you'd better be quicker than him. I do not want him shot. Is that understood? In the gloom of the alley, away from the street, Brett was checking his long gun. Retro pulled a weapon and shined a light on it, seeing a piece of tape that marked it as mine. My brand new 300 Blackout. He handed it to me. I have to admit, it felt better than the UMP, reminding me of hundreds of assaults in the past, before the Taskforce. He pulled out his own and said, got it. No killing. Unless he's about to kill me. Knuckles and Aaron arrived, breathless. I said, late for the game. He's here. We have Omega, and we're going in. Aaron, you're out here with Jennifer. I want you to lock down the entrance. Knuckles, you got tail gunner. Knuckles said, we got a problem. I said, what? Aaron said, Shoshana's missing. We searched for her, but all we found was her cell phone, smashed on the ground.
Chapter 62. Omar fled the park like a demon was after him, running like a child afraid of the night. He avoided the main entrance and went deeper into the woods, thrashing through creeks and stands of brush until his hands were cut and his clothes torn. He slowed up after 20 minutes, listening. He could hear police sirens in the distance and assumed they were in reaction to what had happened, but he couldn't be sure. He continued on, the dropping sun making it hard to see his footing. He bumped into the back fence of the Sheraton Hotel and searched for a way out. He thrashed through the brush and heard someone shout on the other side, then ask another if he'd heard the noise. Omar moved higher back into the woods, continuing east. Eventually, he hit a makeshift game trail, one of the many in the park. He followed it and saw that it spilled out east of the soccer field. He wedged open the small gap in the fence and dropped from the 4-foot concrete wall, now on the street, now safe. He began walking north, uncertain of where he was, but sure he could find his way once he hit the city square. He reflected on what he knew, what had happened. There were many, many people with guns in that amphitheater. Some were from his contact, of that he was sure. What he was less sure about was whether he'd been wrong on killing them. Not in a moralistic way, but simply in a business way. He'd made the decision, then executed. It wasn't until he'd left the stairs and seen the myriad of men shooting that he'd had doubts. They weren't all shooting at him. In fact, they were shooting at one another. He'd seen a black man with a silenced rifle kill at least one, and two others shooting against themselves. Why? What the hell had happened up there? He remembered Hussein, the lost boy. He wondered if it had something to do with him. Omar had the luggage ticket for the explosives, but even that was in danger. Should he use it, or would he be walking into a trap? Omar had spent the better part of his life paranoid, first in Georgia, then in Chechnya, always looking for the traitor. But this was unlike anything he'd ever experienced. He wondered if he was being played. Was there a reason for the Islamic State to fight him? Were they the ones doing this? But Adnan had been killed. There was no way they'd kill the emir of Syria for a play. Adnan could have slit his throat on any number of occasions, just by giving the order. He thought about that strike, and another chill went down his spine. Had the Lost Boys killed Adnan? Was it really the satellite phone? Or had they told the Crusaders where to launch the hellfire? But then, why continue on? If they had that capability, why had he lived to cross the border? Maybe it was simply because they were with him. He remembered the other strike against the convoy from the camp, the one where no Lost Boys were riding. But that made no sense in the end. The attack today was pathetic, a bunch of confused gunfire. If the Lost Boys had anything to do with it, why didn't they just assault the building? Why the strange confusion? It was like nobody on the ground understood what was going on, and all were just shooting because that's what they knew. He quit speculating. The answer would be held with the woman his men had caught. She would tell them. And she would provide the distance he needed if they brought her home. He crossed the fetid canal that split the city, the concrete littered with cans and plastic bags, and checked a street sign for his bearings. He saw Ruga George W. Bush and shook his head. He hoped that wasn't a sign of things to come. He pulled out his worn tourist map given to him by Anzor. Reading the Cyrillic Anzor had written on the edge, detailing directions. He continued on, searching for a street called Toptani. 2 blocks later he found it and took a left, walking down a pleasant pedestrian thoroughfare with various stops extolling Tirana history. He reached a wall of ancient stone, now grafted onto new edifices, and saw what he was looking for. A cheap hotel called Kalaya, built right into the old walls of a defunct castle. He passed through the archway and warily walked up the steps, avoiding the front desk. He saw nothing to alarm him. He went down a short, worn hallway and found the door he'd been given. He put his ear to it, hearing nothing beyond. He pulled his pistol, keeping it low, and knocked. He heard movement, then the door opened. He recognized Anzor and broke into a smile. "I thought you had been killed." Anzor scowled and said, No, we weren't killed. But we do want to know what shit you've brought us." Omar pushed the door open, saying, "Let me in, and I'll tell you." He walked forward, seeing a cheap room not unlike a hostel. Chipped tile, and a seedy shared bathroom connected to the adjacent room, the lights illuminating someone digging through a bag next door. There were 2 twin beds perpendicular to each other, and a small desk with a computer, but none of those details captured his attention. In the center, tied to a chair, was a woman with a gag in her mouth, one eye black and swollen, the other wide and fearful. Anzor said, "We want no part of this. We will not get into an Islamic war. Whatever you're doing, do it, but we're done." Omar tossed his backpack on the bed and said, "Then why did you bring her here?" Levan, the one who'd spoken out earlier at their first meeting, came from the adjacent room and said, "We did what you asked, but that was before the damn killing at the amphitheater. 2 children are dead, 2 more wounded. The police will be ripping apart anyone with ties to crime. We are going to get raked because of it." Omar said, "You did right. You have helped the caliphate." Levon said, "Fuck that damn caliphate. I want no part of it. I told you that." The third man, David, said, "I got their weapons because you said it was a business transaction. You said it was simple. This wasn't simple. It was a bloodbath." He stood facing Omar. "I appreciate our time in combat and support your cause, but this is too much. While I support you, you do nothing but destroy me." Omar held up his hands and said, "Okay, hear me out. I speak the truth. I had no idea that was going to happen. I thought it would be a simple exchange, but I feared it was something else. That's why I called you. I truly do not know what happened." Anzor said, "You're fucking lying. You knew she was hunting you, and she probably has a team with her." "Are you sure she was? She had a gun, a silenced Glock. She almost killed me with it. If Levon hadn't been behind her, I'd be dead. She's quick as a snake, and she's killed before, I can tell." Omar heard that and paused. This wasn't the Islamic State. One thing eliminated. He said, "What do you know of her?" "She's Israeli," as if that is a surprise to you. Israeli, he thought. That placed a whole different spin on things. No Lost Boys, no Islamic State. His paranoia kicked in full force, confirming his worst fears. "Of course," he thought. He said, "How do you know? She has an Israeli passport?" "No, her passport is Australian, but she sure as hell isn't. I spent some time in Gaza. She can deny it, but she reeks of Mossad. We had a checklist we followed whenever we suspected someone, and she's matching up. Australian passport, silenced pistol with the serial number acid-etched, European labels in her clothes, trained in martial arts. She's a Jew." "Give me her phone. I want to call her contact. Give him a message. Let them know what will happen if they continue the hunt." Anzor said, "She smashed it in the fight. She got off 1 round, and I knocked her down. She fought like a demon. She didn't stop until I got a gun in her face, and even then, she almost caused me to shoot Levon. She knocked it out of the way and it went off. When it did, she pretended to submit, then smashed her phone." Omar took that in, thinking. He looked at her and said, "Protecting your team. I appreciate that." He walked to her and withdrew the gag. He said, "I want to know what your team knows. I want to know how you found me." She said nothing, lowering her eyes. He raised her chin and said, "You have heard of the Islamic State, yes?" She simply glared. He said, "Do you know what we did with the Yazidi women? Sold them, married them off, raped them. And all they did was make the mistake of living. Do you know what I will do with you? A Jew?" She spoke for the first time, and Omar saw the steel. "I have been fucked by better terrorists than you, and I killed them after." In that instant, he knew that fear would never work with her, and he didn't have the time for pain. He needed relief from the hunt, soon. He said, "You have a team here. I want them to stop. I have something special planned, and I can't have them searching for me. Give me the number of your team leader. I wish to talk to him, man to man. You do it, and I'll make an accommodation that will be favorable to you." She said, "No." He said, "Your team leader is going to get the message. I can either do it on the phone and you die with a bullet, or I can do it my way." Her expression as flat as a stone in a river, she said, It looks like it's your way." He nodded, actually feeling a kinship with her courage. Keeping his eyes on her, he said, "Anzur, in the rucksack on the bed is a GoPro video camera. Would you mind getting it?" Anzur rummaged around in the bag, and Omar said, "I need a knife, preferably a large one."
Chapter 63. I said, "What do you mean you only found her cell phone?" Knuckles said, "Just that. It's smashed like someone stomped on it." "But that makes no sense. If someone were interested in what she was doing, smashing her cell phone would be the last thing they'd do. Are you sure it's hers?" Aaron said, "Yes. That's exactly why it's smashed. Shoshana did it. To protect me, to protect us." He tried to hide it, but the pain leaked out nonetheless. I could see his mantra of "the mission comes first" at the root of the ache. Shoshana had destroyed the only way we could find her in order to protect us, and now I was asking him to continue without knowing what had happened to his teammate. I said, "Aaron, I've got authority to take down Rashid." He nodded. And I felt like an enormous hypocrite after my speech on the aircraft. I hated the words coming out of my mouth. I hated the mission. I did some math in my head, running the numbers I needed. I said, "You want to abort?" His expression said, "Yes, of course I do." His mouth said, "No. I won't sacrifice her actions. She did it to protect this mission." I said, "I can spare Jennifer and Retro. Jennifer's good at finding solutions in the puzzle, and Retro's a computer geek. They might be able to figure something out from the phone. I need everyone else for this." He thought about it, then said, "Thank you. I appreciate it, but no. This man may be the quickest link to her." I was a little disappointed in his answer, thinking back on what Shoshana had told me in the cafe earlier, but maybe he was right. I said, Okay, you lock down the stairwell. We tuck this guy in, and in 30 minutes, you get my whole team. We'll find her, I promise." He nodded, the fear still on his face, but the professionalism of his chosen path dictating his actions. He said, "Yes, mission first, then Shoshana." I despised the words. In my mind, it wasn't an order of priority. It was what I could do right now. At least that's what I told myself. I couldn't quell the feeling that my doing the one was causing the death of the other. I shook it off, looking around the small circle of operators in the alley. They were all reflecting on Shoshana, believing she was a teammate. Jennifer said, "Pike, she's our responsibility on this thing. Maybe we should—" Her voice trailed off, but the implication was clear. I shut that down, saying, "Listen up. Forget about Shoshana for now. We've got about a 30-minute window here. I need everyone's head in the game." I went eye to eye, stopping with Jennifer. Everyone. She squinted, telling me the call was bad. Telling me I wouldn't be doing this if it were her missing. I ignored the glare, projecting the calm leader, but truthfully, continuing with the mission made my stomach sour, because I wasn't sure she was wrong. I reiterated the lineup for entry, then said, "Get on him quick. Lock him down. Brett Retro, you got SSE. Once he's down, search for media, computers, and documents. You've got 3 minutes. Knuckles, you and I will get him out. I want to walk him, but if he shows any signs that he's going to be trouble, hit him with the drugs. Aaron, all you need to do is provide early warning if something's going bad from the street. Jennifer, I call, you pull straight out, park right in front. Aaron gets the door, and he's in like a bag of dog food. Jennifer and I take him to the transfer site. Everyone else disappears." I got a nod from the team and said, "No mistakes on this. Are we good? I need to abort if we're not." I focused my attention on Aaron, knowing that distractions in combat could end up exponentially bad. I needed to ensure he was focused. Aaron said, "Don't worry about me. I'm good." I wasn't so sure about that, probably because I'd been in his shoes before. He wasn't good, but I was comfortable he could fight. I went eye to eye with everyone else, seeing we were ready. I said, "Okay, time to test out these new black rifles. Retro, you got knock-knock. I'm not fucking around. You make breach, and we're doing some damage." Knock-knock referred to a small, very heavy battering ram. Retro nodded, reaching back into the van and flipping up the back seat. Underneath was what looked like a 16-inch chopped-off telephone pole. 2 folding handles on top, made of steel. Ordinarily, we'd surreptitiously pick the lock, then slink in, working in the shadows. The whole point being, the man would disappear without our ever exposing we'd been there. Here, the target was on edge and hyper alert. We could try to pick the door, and potentially get gunfire through it if he heard. With Jennifer's report of the atmospherics, I was fairly sure that nobody would come to interfere, no matter what we did. I'd worked in some post-dictator countries, and it was amazing how the old instincts came to the fore. Someone breaking in a door? Pretend you're cooking. Not your problem. I was also positive, if we got out in time, that the police would find nothing. He wasn't an Albanian citizen, and I was sure he'd checked in under a false name. It would be a mystery. I glanced up and down the street, seeing people walking, but nobody close. No time like the present, I thought. I said, "Ready?" Knuckles pulled his charging handle back a smidge, checking for the glint of a round. He led it forward and said, "Let's get some." We walked past the pharmacy. Just a group of guys headed to a bar in the block, weapons held low in the gloom. Aaron opened the door, letting us flow in. I passed him and said, 30 minutes. That's all you've lost. He said, "Just get the target." We entered, Brett in the lead, rifle held at the low, ready. I pulled out my phone and initiated the Dragon Tooth app. It showed a circle, with one sector pulsing. We entered the stairwell, and it jumped to 2. By the time we reached the top, it was at 4. Brett held up the entrance to the hallway, looking back at me. I nodded. He moved forward, passing the door and pulling security down the hallway. Retro followed, holding the battering ram. Knuckles brought up the rear, locking down the stairwell. I moved the phone toward the door, and the sectors locked, all glowing green. Jackpot. Chapter 64. I nodded at Retro and brought my weapon up, feeling the adrenaline spike. He positioned me on the right side of the door, doing a left-handed slam to stay clear of the funnel of fire. He looked at me one more time, waiting. I whispered into my earpiece. On my call. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Execute, execute, execute. Retro's arms went back at 2, going forward at 1. He split the door jamb at the first E of execute, shattering the lock and flinging the door forward. Time slowed like a Matrix movie, my brain cataloging every movement in hyper detail. The door flying inward, the pieces of metal from the lock exploding all over like Christmas tinsel. Retro dropping the sledge, slamming backward into the wall and raising his weapon, clearing the breach for the team. I ran forward, seeing Brett rotating around, swinging his barrel up. I entered the doorway, weapon raised and ready, seeing nothing. The room was empty. I swung left, painting the sector with my rifle, but it was clear. I felt the rush of Brett closing right, locking down that section. I caught movement out of the corner of my eye and turned, seeing Rashid exit the bathroom, a toilet satchel in his hands. He threw it at Brett's head and dove to a table on the right, screaming. He closed his hands on the butt of a pistol, and Brett fired. The sound, a muted spit. Rashid hammered into the wall and wailed, grabbing his buttock. Brett took 2 steps and butt-stroked him in the temple, knocking him out. I cleared the rest of the small area, finding nothing in the bathroom. I came back out, seeing Knuckles in the doorway, weapon at the ready, and Retro searching the room. Brett was bandaging up our target. I walked over to him and said, "Ass shot, really? Tell me that was intentional." He looked up at me and said, "I want Shoshana back. It took all I had not to raise my sights." I smiled. I can't say I'd have had the same control, but Aaron will appreciate it, same as me. I turned into the room and said, "Retro, status. Got a computer and a phone, some tickets and other shit. I say we're done." I looked back at Brett. "He's stable?" A nod. "Hit him with the dope, and let's get the fuck out of here." I keyed my earpiece. Coco, jackpot. We're exfilling now." We'd been inside the room a total of 3 minutes. We bundled Rashid up, and Retro looked out the door like we were on a panty raid in college. He called all clear. We carried him down the stairs, reaching the front door. It was Aaron's turn to make the call, with us kneeling inside until a group of drunks passed by. We hustled to the van like a group of good fellas in Brooklyn with a body and a carpet, which I suppose we were. We dumped Rashid in the back, and I said, Everyone, starburst. Aaron, Knuckles, head back into the park. See if you can get a thread on Shoshana. Retro, get on the computer and check hospitals and police stations for an unknown. I'll get the interrogation going on Rashid. Meet back at the Sheraton in an hour, and we'll assess where we are." They nodded, and I jumped into the mom van, Jennifer hitting the gas. We drove for about 15 minutes, heading toward the airport and the warehouse the Taskforce had rented. I made sure Rashid wasn't on the verge of cardiac arrest while Jennifer called Showboat. We entered farmland, sporadic petrol stations and random blockhouses the only things around. Jennifer turned back to me and said, "Showboat's ready to receive. He said he's got some news." I looked up from the finger blood pressure monitor I'd placed on Rashid and said, "News about what?" He didn't say, but he didn't sound happy. 2 miles out from the airport, on a lonely stretch of asphalt, Jennifer turned right, pulling into a warehouse facility illuminated by vapor lights. She paused at the gate, flashed her headlights, and they opened, sliding left and right on metal rails. We went forward, seeing a roll-up door slipping into the ceiling of the warehouse. It was going back down before we even shut the engine off. I saw Blaine coming down a set of metal stairs, a hard look on his face, and it made me sick to my stomach. I'd seen the same thing years ago, when he'd told me my family had been murdered. I exited hesitantly, saying, "Good to go. There's going to be a police response, but they'll get nothing. Rashid's true name is nowhere in the database. They'll be searching for ghosts. We got out clean." He nodded, and I said, "What's going on?" He looked at Jennifer and said, "Her detective work paid off. The 3 boys from the school are real. They flew out from Miami to Istanbul 4 months ago. They disappeared until a few days ago. They reappeared in Istanbul and flew to Venice, Italy, all 3. Consensus is they're working on an attack." Jennifer stepped down, her mouth open. She said, "Seriously?" He said, "Yeah, well, all except that consensus part. I think you're onto something, but the council is split. They think they're bad, but aren't sure they're still working for the Islamic State. With a rash of guys fleeing the fighting and trying to get back home, some wonder if they're just juvenile delinquents. Nobody thinks they're saints helping with food relief, but not all are convinced it's our business. Either way, we have the order to explore. Kurt wants you to head to Venice and scope them out. Their check-in involved running their passports into a database. We have their hotel. You guys get over there and see if there's any smoke to the fire." I said, "Okay, I'm game. But I've got a little cleanup here first." I jerked my finger to Rashid, his body being placed on a stretcher. "And it involves that asshole." Blaine was watching the support crew take Rashid out, checking vitals and making sure he wasn't having a stroke. He wasn't listening to me. I pushed a little bit, saying, "Sir, I'm missing one of the team. I didn't have time to tell you, but Shoshana never showed after the park. I'm not leaving until I find her. It may be nothing, but I'm staying until I prove it one way or the other. Get someone else into Venice." I glanced at Jennifer, and she nodded. I went back to him. He said, "Pike, you've got orders to get to Venice. Don't push this." I couldn't believe how nonchalantly he was taking what I just said. In fact, I didn't believe it. He'd known what I was going to say. The same dread I'd felt when I'd first seen him on the stairs dripped through my body like a clammy fog. I said, "Sir, look at me." He did. "What's going on?" "Pike, I've got orders. I've got to get you moving. You and the team. Aaron is no longer relevant. He stays here." I saw Jennifer's eyes slit, her arms cross her chest. I said, "Sir, did you hear what I just said? Yes, it's an Israeli problem, not ours. We have our mission." I slowly shook my head. "No, sir. It's a team problem, and she's on my team. What the fuck is going on?" He took a deep breath and let it out. He looked at me, and I could see the pull between orders he was given and loyalty to the team. He said, Okay. Nothing else. I said, "Talk to me." He turned a small circle, debating with himself. He hit the wall with his fist and said, "I'll tell you, but you're getting on that plane, right?" I said, "Maybe." He shook his head and cursed. He said, "I've been ordered to keep this classified, to keep it from you specifically. The Council wants the Lost Boys under surveillance right now." I leaned back against the van, feeling sick. I asked, "What is it?" "Intel spiked on a jihadist website. We have a YouTube video. It's not pretty."
Chapter 65. Jacob sat within 70 meters of the spot in the alley where he'd met the chaperone. While Chris had had the courage to walk to his death, boarding the boat of his own volition, Jacob had no illusions that his big-titted mistress would do the same. He'd decided to meet her in the wine bar up in Assassini. He looked at his watch. It was now past midnight, and he knew in his heart she wasn't going to come. Whether it was a shot across the bow to Chris for the way he'd treated her, standing her up last night, or whether she was suspicious, he didn't know. What he did know was that if she didn't show, he'd wasted this night. Because of it, he had only one more cycle of darkness to kill the 3 kids. She was going to get away. He'd planned tonight as a repeat of last night, convinced he could entrap her. But maybe that had been the lack of sleep talking. After dumping Chris's body in the bay, blood leaking out and bubbles forming around the cinder blocks, they had returned the boat and walked back to the hotel. He'd really wanted to sleep, but had waited for Devon to show up. He had, drunk, but with a key. They had discussed the alternatives, and Devon had said he could keep the boys in play for another day, plying them with liquor. He'd put Devon to bed and asked Carlos what they should do. They now controlled 2 of the 3 legs for success. 1, Chris, at the bottom of the ocean. 2, the boys, under Devon's sway. But the 3rd, the woman, was outside of their control, and she was a wild card that could affect everything. Jacob had planned on killing the boys tonight, then taking the train to Rome, a full 2 days in advance of when they were supposed to be there in their new personas. Enough time to survey the terrain before pretending to be something they weren't. But the woman beckoned. Chris's dark secret was running loose, capable of forestalling all they had hoped to accomplish. He'd discussed it with Carlos, Devon snoring 5 feet away, and they decided to attempt to kill her. The next morning they'd sent a bleary-eyed Devon back to the boys with a mission. He had entered the room with the key he'd taken, and woken up the hungover teenager sleeping there. Devon had spent an interminable amount of time in the room, annoying the hell out of Jacob. Waiting in the lobby, his eyes gritty from the lack of sleep, watching people from all over the world eating the breakfast buffet, Jacob began thinking about just bashing the kid's head in to get the information he needed. Jacob wanted to hack the chaperone's computer, using social engineering, through Devon's newfound friends. Devon had learned the night before that the boys hadn't brought their own systems, and that they all got a minimum of 5 minutes every other day to send well wishes to whomever they wanted, Chris leaning over their shoulders as they typed. All Jacob needed now was the password. He'd started to ask for another glass of water, getting a stare from the waitress because of his lack of having ordered anything of monetary value, when he'd seen his partner come down the stairs. Devon smiled, looking like he was still a little drunk, and Jacob wondered if it was the liquor or the lifestyle. Devon sat down and handed him a slip of paper, saying, "I got it." Jacob unfolded the slip, seeing a barely legible scribble, and said, "No Spike? He didn't wonder why?" "No, he's out. Probably the first time he's ever been drunk." "And the rest of them?" "Same way." "You know you have to trap them all day, keep them happy." Devon smiled and rubbed his eyes. "That's not going to be an issue. I'll get them drunk again. Last night they were talking about how today was their day, time of their life and all that. I'll take them out. Hell, they won't get moving till at least 1. Once I'm done with them, they'll sleep for the rest of the night." Jacob had started to remind Devon of the stakes, of how Devon needed to keep his head about him. Then remembered that Devon had been on cocaine benders that had lasted for days. Altar boys from an affluent high school stood no chance. He'd said, "Get your passport picture before you become engaged again. It'll be your only chance." Jacob had left him, going to the chaperone's room, praying the key still worked from the soaking last night. It had. He had entered, seeing the clothes splayed about, as if the owner were coming home. It had given him pause. He'd gone into the bathroom and seen the toothbrush. It was almost melancholy. He'd caused the death of a man, and was seeing the vestiges for the first time, the artifacts left behind. He'd thought again of his worth, strangely proud and wondering if it was wasting his talents in the service of the Islamic State. He'd opened the laptop on the desk, typing the password Devon had gleaned. It had worked. He'd scanned all the emails until he'd found one from someone named Poster Girl. He'd used a search function, then rummaged through past emails, finding photos she'd sent, her wearing a bikini, her holding a poster from Chris's company, selfies with major cleavage, lingerie with a Staples Easy button on her crotch. They went on and on. He felt like a voyeur, but couldn't quit clicking. He looked into her eyes, knowing he was going to kill her. He came to terms with the choice. He created an email asking her to meet Chris at the bistro on Assassini, and apologizing for missing their earlier date, blaming business. Then he'd left and collected Carlos at their hotel, both getting their own passport pictures for the forging to come. That had been 12 hours ago, and she still had not shown. Now he was contending with a waiter who'd run out of patience, just as he had in the hotel. The cafe was famous for wine, and he had done nothing but drink water. The man came out one more time and said, "Are you sure the lady is coming?" Jacob said, "No, I'm not. I'm sorry." He threw some money on the table and stood up, the waiter growing indignant. Putting his notebook into his apron, he started to say something. Maybe a curse, maybe a slur, and Jacob caught his eye. It was enough. The man took the money and retreated. Jacob walked to the end of the alley, finding Carlos sagging in the seat of the John boat. Jacob tapped the aluminum, waking him up. "She's not coming. Get the boat back. We'll need it tomorrow." "What now?" "We're out of time. We keep the boys tomorrow and kill them tomorrow night." "What about the girl?" "Nothing I can do about that. For all I know, she's flying back to America. I contacted Omar, but he didn't reply. We don't have a lot of choices. We kill the kids and get to Rome tomorrow night." "Maybe we should wait for guidance from Omar." Carlos saw Jacob's aggravation and said, in case he has a change or something." Jacob looked away and said, "I don't know why he didn't answer, but I'm not waiting on him for a decision. For all I know, he's dead."
Chapter 66. I blinked my eyes, the lids feeling like sandpaper from staying awake for the last 36 hours. On the screen was a still image from the YouTube video, showing a clearly terrified Shoshana tied to an ornate wooden chair. Behind her stood a large man wearing a black hood, with the eye holes, nose, and mouth cut open haphazardly, as if it had been done in haste. He had blue eyes and was holding what appeared to be a large serrated bread knife, something that would do significant damage to the neck it was against, and not in a humane way. Staring at the screen, I felt impotent, wanting more than anything to be with her in that moment. I wished I could will myself to her location, teleport right into the middle of the room, then set about delivering justice to every one of the murdering psychopaths. As much rage as I felt, it was a candle to Aaron's son. He was quiet and showed no outward displays, but the heat coming off of him was palpable. He kept looking at me for a miracle, believing the U.S. government had some magical way to resolve the situation. But I feared we were already too late. Rashid had given up nothing in an initial interrogation, either because he didn't know or was holding out. The Taskforce continued to work him, but our best intel was the video. My watch had crawled past 2 p.m., and we'd had it for over 16 hours. The Taskforce had done what they could with it, starting with the usual IP addresses and other computer linkages. It had produced nothing, the kidnappers masking their computer trail well, using temporary ISPs and the Tor network. Leaving the network associations behind, they looked at the image itself, and with what they'd found, we'd reckoned the location to 5 different hotels within a half-mile radius of the city center, but so far, it hadn't been enough. Retro and Knuckles were at one more hotel, the last on our target deck, and the one least likely to prove any use. It was a budget number that barely registered above a hostel. It didn't even have a website, so expecting it to have internet was beyond the scope of wishing, but we were all holding our breath, waiting on Retro's call. The one good thing was that I didn't need to worry about Kurt Hale or Showboat calling instead, ordering me to leave. Through voice analysis of his speech and accent, the task force had concluded the captor was from the Caucasus, Georgia, Chechnya, Dagestan, or some other such place. Further, because of his stated affiliation to the Islamic State and his specific threats of beheading Shoshana, the analysts were speculating that he might be the mythical Chechen called Omar al-Khatami, the tactical genius behind the Islamic State's ability to roll up most of Iraq and Syria. If it was him, the analysts were flabbergasted that he'd left the protection of the Islamic State and felt it was a huge spike of something serious. That had been enough to turn off the war drums for the team going immediately to Venice. Nobody was sure if it was Omar, but it was enough to tip the balance. They had sent every photo they had of the man, some crisp and others grainy, showing a large fighter with ice blue eyes and a lumberjack's red beard, constantly adorned with grenades and weapons. Kurt had given me something better, another day to sort out whether he was here, in Tirana. After that, the Oversight Council figured Omar would be in the wind, and further searching would be a waste of time. Left unsaid was the threat of Shoshana's neck being ripped out by a bread knife. I could give a crap about the Chechen, but it got me 24 hours to find Shoshana, time that I was rapidly burning through like a drunk, dropping quarters into a slot machine. Initially, the task force had made great strides toward necking down her location, impressing the hell out of me, and almost making it seem easy. After working such issues in the past, I should have known it wouldn't be. The American James Foley was testament to that. In 2014, U.S. intelligence had identified what they thought was hard data on his location. Special Operations Forces had launched a daring nighttime raid into the heart of the Islamic State in Syria, and found a dry hole. Foley was beheaded shortly thereafter. In our case, the task force, after the hyperventilating and jumping up and down over Omar, had dissected the video, almost at the ones and zeros level, and they sent us a pretty impressive list of 40 different points. Some speculation, some facts. Most were worthless, but 3 were critical. 1. They identified a noise in the background. After isolating it from all other sound, they determined it was a clock tower, and that it was tolling 9 p.m. 9 from the gongs, and p.m. because a cycle of darkness hadn't yet happened. 2. They used image extrapolation to identify an object in the shadows. It was the corner of a laptop, and it had an Ethernet cord coming out. 3. They'd seen the edge of a map coming out of the Chechen's pocket, and, after magnification, had identified Cyrillic writing along the top. They'd used digital manipulation and a proprietary predictive algorithm to create their best guess of what the writing said. Justin's place. We put the information to immediate use. Knowing that the firefight had happened right at dusk, it meant that the Chechen had had less than an hour to take Shoshana and hole up somewhere, which indicated he was still inside Tirana. Brett had identified the only clock tower in the city, a once derelict brick structure that had been restored in 2010, and was now competing in stature with the minaret of a mosque next door. Using that as a focal point, we'd drawn a half-mile radius around it, then identified all hotels, motels, and hostels within that circle. We had about 20, way too many. We'd immediately focused on those with any variation of the name Justin in the title, and had come up completely empty. Truthfully, that piece had been a bit of a guess on the task force's part. I wasn't surprised, but Aaron, having expected more, had not taken it well. Disgusted, he'd cursed under his breath and stomped to the bathroom, growing more and more impatient. I wasn't looking forward to what would happen when he reached the end. I could only imagine the pain he was feeling, because he'd allowed his professional obligations to supersede his personal ones. At 9 o'clock last night, we were planning for the assault against Rashid. I wondered if he was second-guessing his decision, believing he'd placed too much faith in our ability to find Shoshana. It hadn't helped things when the video showed the Chechen demanding Israel back off of the Islamic State. Somehow, they'd figured out Shoshana's nationality, and it might have just been the usual blustering, but if they did know, it didn't take much to imagine what they'd done for the information. I'd let Aaron go, returning to the list of 40 points from the Taskforce. Studying it, Retro had found the remark about the laptop with Ethernet, which had set up our next step. We refined the search, seeking out all potential hotels that had internet. In Tirana, it wouldn't be a large list. We'd come up with 4, a manageable number. Between the task force analysis and our own work, we had burned through most of the night. At 8 a.m., I'd sent Retro and Knuckles to the first hotel, dragging along a healthy hacking package. They'd gone in and, with the help of the Task Force Computer Network Operations Center, had flayed open the system, looking for a computer with the telltale vestiges of the YouTube video, and had come up empty again. They'd taken about 5 hours going from hotel to hotel, and had found nothing. They'd come back to the Sheraton bleary-eyed and aggravated, primarily because we weren't sure that they hadn't been to the right hotel, only to have the suspect computer air-gapped from the internet when they probed, or turned off. We were wargaming a second line of attack when Jennifer had entered, interrupting us. Retro was banging away on Google Maps, Knuckles, Aaron, and I looking over his shoulder while Brett talked to the intel geeks in the rear. Jennifer said, "Pike, I think I've got something." I held up a finger, still staring at the screen. She leaned past me and said, "Retro, search for any hotels near the Tirana Castle. It's inside the envelope of the clock tower." I started to snap at her, the lack of sleep shortening my temper. Aaron took one look at Jennifer and said, "Listen to her, do it." He was searching for a miracle, wanting to see Shoshana's unique abilities in Jennifer. He would believe anything at this point, and I didn't have the courage to disagree. I nodded, and Retro began typing. He found one hotel, called the Kalaya, built right into an old wall left from centuries ago, the last vestige of the castle that had once stood there. The hotel had some reviews on various travel sites, none very flattering, but didn't have a website of its own, which didn't leave much hope for them having internet. A cut line given the information we had. I said, "Why are we wasting time on this?" She said, "Something about the name Justin was sticking in my head." Retro said, "But this hotel has nothing to do with the name Justin." She said, "Yes, it does. I think it was a bad translation from the task force. The Tirana Castle is really no longer a castle. It's just called that for the tourists. It's a single wall, and it's called the Justinian Wall by locals. That's what he wrote down, I'm sure of it. With the digital extrapolation, and then the translation from Cyrillic, I think they gave us a bad name." Nobody moved, wanting to believe, but fearing the consequences. Aaron broke the silence, and the fear. He looked at her in amazement and said, "What on earth led you to that? How did you know the history?" Knuckles patted Jennifer on the back and said, "Because she's a pencil-neck professor at heart, that's how. Retro, load up and let's get over there. Check it out." Retro left the desk, starting to repack his hacking kit, and Knuckles looked at Jennifer. "Saved by your useless history trivia." He shouldered his ruck and turned to the door, saying, "This pans out, and you can forget about that bad call in Jordan. You're back in Hero Land." She grinned as if it was just a joke, but I could tell what Knuckles had said meant a great deal to her. I knew he meant it too, because, well, he was Knuckles. Make no mistake, he'd done the same with me a few times. Aaron said, "It'll pan out, I can feel it. She's there." That had been 20 minutes ago, and now we were all sitting around staring at the phone, waiting on it to ring. It did. "Yeah, what do you have?" "I got nothing yet, but when we checked in, they said I had to pay if I wanted to use internet. They don't have Wi-Fi, only Ethernet from like 1998. We're in the room and Retro's getting set up." He paused, then said, "The chair Retro's sitting in is just like the one in the video." I could hear the excitement coming through the phone. "Pike, I think this is it." I said, "Crack the system, find the computer, get me a room." He acknowledged, and I gave out the good news. Everyone began hustling at that point, me giving instructions on what to pack, and Aaron asking how far we were willing to go. I said, "As far as it takes, I promise." He gave me a grim smile, and the phone rang again. I snatched it up, expecting to hear more good news. It was Showboat, and it almost definitely wasn't good. "Pike, I've got an abort on your current mission profile. I'm sorry. What the hell are you talking about? What about Omar? You said the director of the CIA thought he was the find of the century. He does. But we've got the further interrogation results from Rashid, and it's grim. The Lost Boys are on the warpath. They're real. Rashid says they're going to be passed specialized explosives through some other cell, things that can evade conventional detection. He's holding out on what the target is, or doesn't know it, but the Council is looking at a real threat. Omar isn't an Omega mission right now. The Lost Boys are. Aaron had stopped moving, looking at me, knowing something bad was happening. I said, Sir, we've found the bed down. Give me tonight, please. You have a pinpoint location? No, not yet, but I will in another couple of hours, I'm sure of it. Pike, that's not good enough. Shoshana's an Israeli problem. She's not Taskforce. I can't do anything about it. Jennifer and Brett had both stopped packing kit, warily watching me. I looked into the computer screen at the still video image, seeing Shoshana's eyes, hearing her words in the American bar. I said, I'm sorry, sir. I'm not leaving tonight. Tell Kurt this is a prairie fire. Shoshana may not be task force, but she's on my team, my call. Instead of indignation or anger, I actually heard relief and knew why. According to our charter, a team leader making that call got absolute support, and Showboat didn't like leaving her either. Shoshana wasn't officially task force, but it would be enough to buy me a night. He said, You're calling Prairie Fire for Shoshana? I said yes. Relay that to Kurt. For tonight, I have control. He said, Get her back, Pike. It's the only thing that will mitigate delay on the Lost Boys. I nodded at Aaron, and he slowly began packing again, eyes on me. I said, Sir, don't worry about those juvenile delinquents. They'll keep. There's no way they're doing any attack in Venice.
Chapter 67. Jacob watched the sun drop, absently drinking his beer as Devon and the three targets slowly went through the entire minibar. He caught Devon's eye, telling him to slow down. They had a lot of work in the next 12 hours, and while Devon's primary role was babysitter, Jacob didn't want him so drunk he couldn't control the situation. One of the kids, even though they were only a year or two younger than Jacob, he couldn't help but think of them that way, let rip a horrendous expulsion of flatulence, causing all of them to laugh. Jacob stood, saying, I'm out. He grabbed his phone, hearing the fart boy say, What's his problem? He entered the hallway, not waiting for Devon's answer, thinking, Fart boy is first. He couldn't kill all three at the same time, especially since they had only knives, so he decided to take them one at a time. After last night's failure with the woman, Carlos and Jacob had returned to the hotel waiting on Devon. He'd been out with the boys all day long, calling intermittently, then had finally given them the answer they'd waited on. He was sleeping in his new friend's room. Jacob and Carlos had gone to bed, woken up early, packed up their bags, and cleaned out their room. They had it for 3 more days, but that was done intentionally. They had entered the Best Western hallway, dragging Devon's bag with them, when Jacob had stopped. Carlos had said, What? Jacob had returned to the small minibar, saying, Make sure the Do Not Disturb sign is out. He opened the minibar, sweeping all of the small bottles, candy bars, and soft drinks into his carry-on. Carlos had stared, and Jacob had said, Let the Islamic State pay for it. They had left the hotel for the last time, walking out of the back door so the desk didn't see their bags. Making small talk, ignoring the mission and what they were about to do, they had walked to the target's hotel where Devon was waiting. They had avoided the front desk and walked up the stairs to the chaperone's room, dumped the bags, then gone down to the room that Devon was in. Jacob had banged on the door, and Devon had finally wakened. They pushed in, shouting and yelling as if they were ready for some fun. The boy, eyes red-rimmed from 2 days of drinking, acted game, then had sprinted to his bathroom, throwing up. Soon enough, they had all 3 targets in the room, talking about what they were going to do for the day. Devon introduced Jacob and Carlos as another youth group also free from their chaperone. They'd gone to lunch and had traipsed around Piazza San Marco, just another group of tourists annoying the locals. During that time, Jacob had planted the seed for the night, teasing the boys' sense of adventure. They had returned to the room at 4 in the afternoon, with Carlos breaking free for his part of the mission. During the entire day, there had been only 2 spikes, both from the nascent leader of the group, Fart Boy. After lunch, he had mentioned that they should let the chaperone know what they were doing, worried that they'd get in trouble. The other boys, under Devon's lead, had drowned him out, calling him a mama's boy. Later, once they were back in the room, he had said he was going upstairs to send a message to his parents from the chaperone's computer. Once again, Devon had taken the lead, giving him a mini bottle of wine and challenging him to drink it. Nothing had become of it then, but Jacob had determined that he would be the first to go. He didn't want any trouble, and Fart Boy was the most likely to provide it if he was sitting by himself, the last target left alive. In the hallway, hearing the drunken slobber from the room, Jacob called Carlos. "You good?" "Not yet. I need 10 minutes. Let it get full dark." "Okay, I'm taking the first boy. By the time we get to the alley, it'll be night. You need to be there. Remember the story?" "Yeah, we're going to a pirate's cave over by the airport." "And why aren't we going all together?" "Because the boat is rated for 3. The Italian carabinieri will pull us over with more." Jacob had no idea if that was true, but neither would the boys. He said, "Did you get the cinder blocks?" "Yeah, I found a construction site. I drop you off, then go load up, then return. No problem." "I'll see you in 20 minutes. Be waiting." Jacob returned to the room, smiling and saying, "Carlos is ready. Who's first? Come on, let's go check out the cave." On cue, Devon stood over Fart Boy and jerked him to his feet. "You go first, big guy." Fart Boy looked a little uneasy, the wine and beer flowing through him. He said, "Maybe we should tell Chris what we're doing." Devon scoffed and said, "What? You think he'll let you go? Our chaperone thinks we're in our rooms, and we're not even in our hotel. Don't be a pussy. This is the last night." Fart Boy stood a little weakly, and Jacob dragged him by the arm. They exited down the stairwell, away from the elevator, and spilled out into the lobby. Jacob pushed Fart Boy to the side door that led to the alley, glancing into the small lobby to see if anyone was watching, and saw Chris's mistress sitting in a chair, pretending to read a newspaper.
Chapter 68. Knuckles opened the door, asking, "Did you spike at the desk?" I said no, it was empty, but I don't know about any camera systems. Knuckles stepped back, and we flowed into the room, dragging 3 carry-on suitcases. He said, "Don't worry about that. I've already checked. There aren't any." Retro was in the rear on a cheap desk, stroking the keys of a laptop. Aaron, Brett, and Jennifer started unpacking the kit, breaking out weapons, cameras, and other things. I said, "So, what's the status?" "We got the room. Well, we got the room the computer's in. The hotel only has 10 rooms total, 6 on the second floor with shared bathrooms, and 4 on the first floor with their own bathrooms. We picked a room with its own bathroom, figuring that's where he would be. But we were wrong. The computer's on the second floor. Access. Outside stairwell right in front of the entrance, and an inside one at the end of this hall. Straight linear target. The room is the second one in from the outside stairwell. Recommendation? Inside stairwell. It's farthest from the door, but to get to the outside one, you need to pass by the front desk. Assault plan. Bang it hard, just like Rashid. Hit both rooms, the computer one and the one it connects to. The problem will be exfil. We get the Chechen, he's not going easy. We'll have to take him down, then exfil with the dead weight." He lowered his voice, glancing at Aaron. "Even if we don't, we have to assume Shoshana's been hurt. Worst case, we're exfilling carrying too." We brought some litters, and Brett prepared to do limited trauma care. Showboat's ready to receive with medical support. What's the story on the renters? How many and who are they? Hotel database is shit. They don't run passports and work mostly on cash. When we signed in, they didn't even use a computer. They used a ledger from 1970. The internet system is self-contained, like someone built it standalone in an attempt to modernize, then gave up. He pointed to the Ethernet cable and said, "Look at this thing. It's slow as shit and definitely an afterthought. The plug for the cable was glued to the wall, with a line leading to it running on the exterior, as if it had been added as a temporary fix. So we don't know who's got the room or who's on the other side? No. All we have is the room the computer is in. What did we get from it? Retro looked up and said, "It's not Islamic State stuff. It all looks like organized crime shit, mafia things. Business transactions hidden by stenography. A bunch of pimp lists, some porno, things like that." I said, "Are we sure this is it?" Retro nodded. "The raw file from the video is on this box. So is the YouTube upload trace. That video was sent from this computer." I nodded, thinking. I went to the door, cracking it, and looking at the lock. A cheap deadbolt worked with an old-fashioned key. Easy to pick. But no way would I waste my time manipulating a lock on a hostage rescue. Well, that's not exactly true. I'd pick it with the knock-knock, shattering the damn thing into 100 pieces. Hostage rescue was all about speed, surprise, and violence, and we needed to ensure we had all three. I said, "We need more intel. I want to know how many are in the room. I want to know who's next door. I want to know what weapons they have. I want to know—" Retro interrupted. "I got someone on the box right now, sending a chat request." We all gathered behind him, and he said, "The chat's in Russian. Stand by." He manipulated the keys, and another chat window came up from the Taskforce. He typed a command, and the man on the other end started work. 5 seconds later, we were looking at the person typing a floor above. A thin-faced, bald-headed man with brown eyes and a goatee. He looked nothing like the pictures Kurt had sent. Behind him was an empty room. No Shoshana. "Who the hell is that?" "No idea, hang on. Taskforce is using a keylogger. We'll get a readout of what he's typing." We waited, Aaron jostling for a better view. The chat window began spitting out words. "Sender. The guy is crazy. He's going to kill her here, tonight. Receiver. Get out. Don't be involved. It will damage everything. Sender. I don't think I can. You don't know this man. We'll be back tomorrow one way or the other." Agitated, Aaron said, "She's alive. She's right above us. Come on, let's go." My mind cranking through the information in the small chat, formulating an assault plan based on what we knew, I said, "Hang on." I pinched my chin, then started issuing orders. "Okay." He said, "Wheel." "So we know there's at least 3, which means we hit both rooms. Retro, you get the knock-knock on the computer room. I'll be behind you. Brett, you get the adjacent room with Knuckles. Aaron, Jennifer, you lock down the hallway for breach. Aaron in the front, Jennifer in the rear. Everyone, it's a hostile force rule of engagement. My call. You see a threat, you take it out. Capturing the Chechen is secondary to recovering Shoshana." I held up one of the pictures of Omar Kurt had sent. "This is all we have, but remember, he might have ditched the beard, dyed his hair, or something else. Look for the size and his eyes. This is kill or capture. If you can incapacitate, do so, but don't work at it." A noise came from the computer. Retro leaned in and said, The mic's on, shh." Everyone grew quiet, waiting. The speech came in incoherent, and I realized it was in a foreign language. I hissed, "Get the task force on it. What's he saying?" He started typing, and I heard the words from the speaker slip into space, losing valuable intelligence while we waited. Eventually, they petered out, and the man in front of the computer stood up, leaving our view. I stomped in a circle, cursing. Then Retro said, "The task force got the tail end." Aaron said, "And?" "Translation coming in now." We watched the screen, and what came out caused my blood to run cold. Quote, "I'm coming. Calm down. The internet is shit in this place." Quote, "Get the camera. Hold her still." End quote.
Shoshana heard the man called Anzur coming back through the toilet and knew her time was close. He said, "Internet doesn't work any better in there than it did in here. I'm amazed you actually got the video to load in the first place." Omar said, "Get her on top of the plastic. Pick up the whole chair. There will be a lot of blood." Anzur said, "Omar, think about this. You want to kill her, fine, but doing it here in a hotel room I've rented is too much." Omar looked at him. The death he represented flooding into the room. a power that had grown in the time the men had known him in Georgia. Anzor held up his hands and said, "Hey, Omar, I'm not fighting. I'm just talking sense." Omar said, "Surely you didn't give them your real name." "No, of course not. But at least use the bathtub." "No, I want the propaganda. Go get the vehicle ready. Pull it on the other side of Toptani." Levan said, "We didn't sign up for some crazy Islamic killing. You signed up to help me, and that's what you're doing. You complete this, you take me to the airport, and you disappear. End of mission." The three looked at one another, and Anzor slowly nodded, saying, "Okay, but this is it. Our debt will be paid in full. No more help." Omar showed his teeth and said, "Of course. After this, all you need to do is take me to the airport. Nothing more." Anzor left the room. Shoshana watched Omar pick up the bread knife and walk toward her. He said, "Levan, hold the camera. I want them to feel the pain of her death." Levan said, "Fuck you. Do it yourself." Omar snarled, "It's no different from the punishment you've dealt out. Only you do it to prostitutes for not fucking enough people." Levan remained defiant, and Omar slipped his hand into his coat pocket. "You're either with me or against me." He paused, going from one man to the other, then said, "And I'll kill everyone against me." David glanced at Levan and said, "Hang on. I'll do it." He picked up the camera, and Shoshana thrashed. The thought of being slaughtered on tape more than she could bear. She felt Omar's hands on her head, holding her tight. She stopped struggling. He said, "Any last words for the camera? I'd prefer it if you denounced Israel, but I'm fairly sure that won't happen." She looked into his eyes, and without even meaning to, she read him, her talent touching the depths of the abyss. She felt a blackness unlike any she'd experienced before, drenched in the blood of innocence. She felt the pain of others long gone, saw the slaughter he'd caused, and recognized the truth, like she had in the past. She raised her head, looking him in the eye. She said, "You believe you're powerful, but only because you kill the helpless. You are nothing." Bemused, Omar said, "And how would you know what I am?" "You are no different from every terrorist that takes the lives of innocents. No different from the men I've tracked. You murder, then begin to believe you're better than the ones who are dead. You project yourself as a killer of men, living within the superiority of someone with absolute power. You think that gives you strength, that you're invulnerable, and your tribe reinforces the myth, kissing your ass and bowing to your control. But you make a mistake." "What is that, Jew girl?" "You aren't superior. No matter how many you kill, you are human. You live and breathe. You have blood that pumps through your veins. In God's eyes, you are no more powerful than a man you put under the knife. And someday, it will be you." He scoffed. "That power is enough today." She didn't say anything. He stared at her, and she saw a shadow of doubt flick across his face. A brief moment, but there nonetheless, more to himself than to her. He said, "I'm strong enough to kill you, am I not?" She drilled into him with her eyes. "No, you're not. I have something you do not possess. I have salvation." He took the word's end and raised the knife. He said, "Only Allah has salvation, and He doesn't offer it to offal like you. But I can give you what you want if you feel so strongly about it." She closed her eyes and dropped her chin into her chest, wanting to make him battle for her soul. She thought about Aaron and begged for the strength he possessed. She remembered her grandfather fighting to save the athletes in Munich so long ago. She desperately wanted to focus on what was pure, what was right about her chosen path. All she felt was fear. Eyes closed, Aaron came to the fore again, and she was crushed at the pain he would feel upon seeing her death. He would need something to help, something to show he'd done the right thing in bringing her here. She took a breath and decided to die looking the devil in the eye. When she did, he was above her, holding the knife. He showed no animosity. Almost detached from what he was doing, he said, "You and I are not that different, but it will not save you. We both have a destiny. Mine is to secure the Caliphate of Islam. Yours is to die." He brought the blade down slowly, almost reverently. She closed her eyes again, waiting on the bite. There was a gunshot in the hallway, then a slamming noise outside of the adjacent room. Omar jerked his head up, shouting at Levon to find out the cause. But she knew what it was. Like looking into a soul. She knew.
Chapter 69. The last chat still glowing on the screen, I said, "Everyone kitted up? Ready?" A group of nods. "We go right now, as briefed. Knuckles, where's the interior stairwell?" He said, "Follow me," and slipped out the door. We reached it and spent a brief few seconds in the landing getting sorted for assault. We jogged up the stairs in stack order, Aaron leading the way, followed by Brett with the battering ram, then Knuckles. The second team was Retro, me, then Jennifer as tail gunner. Aaron paused in the alcove on the second floor and peeked out. He nodded, looking at me. I pointed, and we entered the hallway at a jog. The two rooms were the last ones on the left side, the outside stairwell just beyond the first door, an alcove on the right with a picture window showing starlight and the vague glow of a vapor lamp. Aaron had just passed my target room when the exterior stairwell door opened, a man appearing. A man I recognized. Computer chat guy. He took one look at the group, weapons bristling and radiating menace, and snapped back into the stairwell. Aaron got off 2 rounds, the bullets hammering into the door as it slammed shut. I said, "Execute, execute, now, now, now!" I slid out of the way, giving Retro access to our door, and a weapon appeared at the stairwell. An MP5 held only in a fist, the body behind cover, and it began firing on automatic. Retro slammed the sledge, bullets ripping through the hallway. The first team firing from the prone, jammed on top of one another in the narrow space, all trying to dig their way through the carpet. The door exploded open, and I entered on the run. Rifle barrel high and finger on the trigger, I swept, seeing a man with a pistol coming out of the bathroom. I split him open with a double tap while still racing in, clearing the breach for the others. I heard someone shout, then my earpiece came alive. "Retro's hit! Retro's hit!" I said, "Abandon second breach! Abandon second breach!" I reached the door of the bathroom and held up, waiting on another assaulter. I felt a squeeze and didn't even look to see who it was, kicking in the door. We advanced to the far side and rounds split the air, puncturing the connecting bathroom door with both of us falling into the bathtub to get out of the fire. As soon as it raked past, I bounced up, moving forward to the breach. I kicked the door open, seeing Shoshana being dragged by her hair into the hallway, making her captor fight for every inch. A man popped back inside, spraying high with a MAC-10, the recoil impossible to control with one hand. I squeezed the trigger, feeling someone fire from my right at the same time, multiple rounds puncturing the gunman's body. He dropped, and I ran to the breach, sliding forward on my knees, weapon up, far enough behind cover to catch only a sliver of the hall. I saw the outside stairwell door, now propped open with a chair, and Chatman just down the steps, covered by the slope. He raised his MP5 and sprayed, splintering the jam around my head. I pulled inside and said, "PC moving, outside stairwell, needs suppression on the door." I looked to my right and saw it was Aaron who'd entered with me. I wasn't surprised, but wished it were one of my men. Behind him was Brett hugging the wall out of the line of fire. He said, "We need to move." And I knew he was right. Retro was hit, but there was no time to stop the assault to determine his status. All that mattered now was speed and violence of action. The MP5 sprayed again, clipping the door, and I knew we had to box him in, catching him in a crossfire. Otherwise, he'd hold that stairwell for days, like the 300 in Thermopylae. Still calm, I said again, Knuckles, we need that door suppressed." My earpiece echoed, "On it, in 2, 1, go!" I heard nothing but a clanking of bolts, then saw the stairwell door splinter like someone was working a chainsaw. I slapped Aaron in the leg and said, "Let's go." On my belly, I slithered across the hall into the alcove I'd seen earlier, Aaron right behind me. We pulled against the wall, now feet away from the stairwell door. The MP5 came forward again, the barrel outside, but so close the fire from the rounds split the air right by us like a Roman candle. I said, "Blood! Blood! Get him looking your way!" Then heard Aaron shout, "Pike, he's on the run! We're losing Shoshana!" I leapt to the bay window he was peering out of and saw a sloping half roof just below the sill, and farther out, a large man dragging Shoshana by the hair into the shadows, her arms bound behind her back. I recognized Omar al-Hatami. Fuck the stairwell, I thought. Without conscious thought, I grabbed a flower pot from the alcove table and shattered the window. I backed up 3 feet, then sprinted forward, crossing my arms and leaping up. I smashed through the window feet first, landing on my butt on the stucco roof. I bounced once and went into freefall. I hit the ground on my feet and reflexively rolled as if I were landing under a parachute, only it wasn't nearly as soft. I slammed into a cheap fountain, hearing another body hit the concrete behind me. Omar let go of Shoshana and raised a pistol. He fired, spanking the plaster of the fountain and ripping my head with spall. From my back, I squeezed off 2 rounds, missing, but causing him to duck. He shouted something and took off, running down the alley. I let him go, pausing for a half second to assess the fact that I was still alive. I got that useless shit out of my system as Aaron jumped to the alley entrance. He locked it down, and I sprinted to the base of the stairs. I saw the MP5 shooter crouched, spraying rounds into the hallway. He yelled in Russian, then glanced my way, looking for support. What he got was 2 rounds from my rifle, both hitting him in the head and breaking it open like a watermelon smashed with a mallet. The 300 blackout round was definitely growing on me. He slumped down and everything grew quiet. I looked at Aaron kneeling at the alley entrance, and he shook his head, telling me Omar was no longer a threat, meaning he had escaped. I keyed my earpiece. "All clear, jackpot, I say again, jackpot. Give me a status." I turned back to the courtyard, feeling the adrenaline start to subside like an ocean tide, exposing the bumps and bruises from my stupid stunt. Aaron went to Shoshana, cutting her free. I could see she was a little bit dazed. Brett said, "Retro is okay, just nicked in the thigh. Everyone else is fine." Looking at Shoshana, Aaron tending to her, I said, "Blood, get the vehicle. Stage on the south side of the courtyard away from the city square. Knuckles, get back to the room. Pack it up and leave when you think it's natural. Give your weapons to Coco and act like you're pissed you took a room at a drug hideout. Get a read on the police response and potential compromise. Coco, get Retro down here. Get ready for Xville. I want to leave in less than 4 minutes." I walked over to Shoshana and knelt down. She said, "What happened to the mission?" Smiling, I said, "Don't even fucking go there. Don't do it." Aaron finished removing her bonds, his relief so great it permeated the entire courtyard. Shoshana was looking me in the eye, and she was going deep. The bravado was gone, and I could see the cracks in her facade. Tears formed in her eyes, and she started shaking, coming to grips with the fact that she wasn't dead. I leaned into her face, cupping her chin. "You okay?" She said, "Pike, I said, "There is no I in team, although there's apparently an Aaron." She looked at him, and he leaned in, kissing her forehead, breaking a sacrosanct rule, and finally showing her what she was worth. His very life. Left unsaid were all of the conversations earlier, gone as if they'd never existed. I saw the tears start to flow and said, "Jesus Christ, get this blubbering woman out of here." She laughed but kept crying. Jennifer came down the outside stairwell, Retro right behind, holding a bandage on his thigh. He seemed okay. He said, "Was it Omar?" "Yeah, it was Omar." I know he was asking for more than identification. I said, "Fuck him. We need to get out of here. He gets to live another day."
Chapter 70. Jacob walked through the lobby, his pants a little wet from the last trip, a product of having to clean off the blood. He scanned the chairs, but the mistress had not returned. He'd come back from killing Fart Boy, A ridiculously easy event, as it turned out, only to find her gone. He'd hoped that she would remain until after he was complete with all three, thereby giving him a shot at removing her as well. But it wasn't to be. He went back up the stairs for the third and final time, thinking about the mistress. The fact that she'd shown up at the hotel meant she was more persistent than he'd given her credit for. It also meant she'd be back, sitting and waiting. Eventually, she'd grow tired of anonymous stalking and would start asking questions. That could potentially derail their entire plan. It wasn't a given. The attack was close, and it would quite probably take her longer to even determine that something was wrong than much longer to figure out what that was, especially if the mistress had to wade through a foreign police department. It wasn't like she'd call the wife demanding answers. Or would she? Such a conversation would be the only thing that would cause an immediate collapse of the card house they'd built. The church would become involved, the emails to parents dissected. A brief moment of confusion at the conflict between the mistress's story and the mail. Then the Vatican would be contacted with a demand to speak to Chris, the official chaperone on a once-in-a-lifetime visit to see the Pope. If the Lost Boys showed up in that firestorm pretending to be the group, they'd be arrested immediately. Something to think about. He exited the stairwell and refocused on the immediate mission. He reached the room and knocked. Devon answered, looking more sober than the last time Jacob had left. He stood back from the doorway and said, "Last guy's fallen asleep. I let him. Got sick of keeping him happy." Jacob handed him the first 2 passports and said, "Start working on these. You have the passport photos for myself and Carlos, right?" "Yeah. You know, these have electronic chips in them, right? This isn't like what I used to do on the block, ripping pictures for driver's licenses." "I know, but we aren't crossing any borders. Won't matter. The only thing I'm worried about is the hologram. You used to be able to work through those on the DLs. It's no different here." Devon shoved them in his pocket and said, "You want me to wake him up?" "Not yet. He's the last connection we have. You sure you've got all of their email addresses? You know how often they talk to their parents?" Yeah, that's all good. They're set for today. Next contact is supposed to be tomorrow, after they get to Rome." Jacob nodded and leaned over, slapping the foot of the last victim. "Hey, you ready to go? It's getting a little chilly outside. Everyone's waiting on you." The boy sat up, confused for a moment, still a little tipsy, but nowhere near as drunk as he had been before, when he was cheering on Fart Boy. He said, "I don't think I want to go. You guys head out without me. I'm going to bed." He put his head back into the pillow, and Jacob said, No. It's all for one and one for all. You're going." "No, I'm not." Jacob jerked him off of the bed, one hand on his collar and another on the waist of his jeans. He slammed him into the wall and said, "Yes, you fucking are. Nobody's riding this one out. I came all the way back here to get you. You didn't want to go. You should have said so before I left last time." The boy cringed in confusion and fear, his sleep and alcohol-addled brain trying to gain traction. He said, Okay, sorry. I want to go." Jacob pushed him toward the door, nodding at Devon. The boy opened it and said, "Isn't he coming?" "No, he's tired." "What?" Jacob pushed him out the door without an answer. They walked down the stairs in silence, the boy out of fear, Jacob because he was reflecting on the mistress and missed opportunities. Had he been paying more attention, he would have caught the signs, seen the suspicion building in the chubby teenager in front of him, along with a latent dose of courage. But he was thinking of bigger problems. They reached the lobby, the boy pushing open the door leading to the alley. Jacob turned back, looking one last time for the mistress, failing to see his target watching him, waiting. He caught a flash of sharp movement and whipped back around. He saw the door swinging back, empty. He darted forward, catching a glimpse of the teenager lumbering down the flagstones in the alley, then turning the corner. Jesus Christ, he thought. I'm worrying about the mistress, and that little shit's going to destroy everything. He broke open the door, sprinting to catch up and pulling out his cell phone. He hit speed dial, slipping on the stones as he rounded the corner. The boy was on a bridge crossing a canal. Jacob took off again, running just to keep him in sight. Carlos answered, and mid-stride, Jacob said, "Where are you? Have you docked?" "No, I'm still coming. What's wrong? Why are you out of breath?" "Shit," he thought. Jacob hung up, the use of his phone having caused him to lose distance. He increased his pace, seeing the target dart to the left into another alley. Jacob kept pushing, driving his legs, getting into the zone, like he did when he ran from the police. A blackout feeling where nothing existed but the stride and the escape. Back then, he knew they would eventually quit if he could only keep them running. The fear then had been the speed of radio, and now the roles were reversed. He had no one to radio, and the kid had every incentive not to get caught. But he was chubby, out of shape, a fat altar boy. He probably hadn't run more than a block in his life. Jacob could catch him. Jacob rounded the corner and saw the boy leaning against a wall, gasping for air less than 70 meters away. The boy heard Jacob coming and began to run again, now a shambling trot. Jacob closed the distance to him just as he crossed another bridge, passing into a darkened square with a fountain in the center. For the first time, the kid remembered he had a voice. He stopped running and began shouting, screaming for help, the noise echoing off of the black stone. Jacob reached the far end of the bridge and saw a light flick on in an apartment overlooking the square. The boy heard his footsteps, turned, and shrieked. Still running full out, Jacob slammed him into the concrete of the fountain like a lineman sacking a quarterback. Stunned, the boy feebly fought for his life. Jacob saw another light come on and punched the boy in the face, then dragged him kicking into the shadows of the bridge. The boy kept struggling, releasing a keening wail over and over. Jacob wrapped his hands around the boy's neck and slammed his head into the concrete corner of the first step of the bridge. The initial blow shut the boy up. The second and third caused his head to crack open, warm blood flowing over Jacob's hands and arms. The boy's legs twitched, then grew still. Jacob saw steps leading down into the water below the bridge and dragged the body out of sight, hearing murmuring from the windows above. He sat still, listening. He heard something clank, wood on wood, then a fragment of a song. He caught a light on the canal coming his way. Gondola. He put his cell phone in his mouth and slipped into the water, dragging the body under the bridge. He waited, one hand holding on to a spike coming out of the rough exterior of the bridge, the other holding the arm of the body. The gondola glided by, the gondolier serenading a couple wrapped in an embrace, both completely unaware of the grisly scene they were passing. When they were out of earshot, Jacob swam back to the steps, remaining out of sight of the window. He called Carlos. "We've had an issue. I had to kill the last kid here on the island." "You're shitting me. What happened?" "Not worth talking about. I'm in a canal right now, I think east of you, but definitely north of our hotel. Where are you?" "At the dock? What do you want me to do?" "Fucking come get me. We need to dump this guy, and you and Devin need to pack up for the train." "What do you mean? What about you?" "There's one more thing here that needs to be taken care of." Chapter 71. Omar threaded through an outdoor eatery in a courtyard just east of the hotel, still within the pedestrian area of Toptani. He was sweating profusely and walking with his hand in his jacket pocket, drawing curious glances from the patrons. He went through one cafe and entered another, the only demarcation being different-colored umbrellas and chairs. He wanted to stay within the population, keeping to areas that would prevent the Israelis from hunting. He was sure they would value operational secrecy over brute force, but he was in a dilemma. He needed to get to the airport, and to do so, he'd have to leave the safety of numbers, walking the street looking for a cab. He knew there was a stand east on the canal road, but it was a canalized route. He'd have to walk straight down the road, the canal to his right and the road to his left. All it would take would be a simple van riding parallel to him, 3 seconds of chaos, and he'd be theirs, either dead in the street or tied up in the back. He should know. He'd done the exact same thing to innumerable innocent victims in the lucrative trade of hostage ransoms in Syria. Germans, Turks, Swedes, rich Iraqis, and Syrians. He'd taken many men. Some had lived and others had died, but all had been captured with simple tactical procedures that he knew well. Procedures that were tailor-made for his walk to the taxi stand. He considered returning to his hotel room. He could do so fairly easily, threading through the bar area of the block, getting in and out, but he was sure it had already been targeted, which was why he hadn't gone there in the first place. Abandoning it wasn't that big of a deal, just a loss of clothes. Then he remembered the computer and the message on it. Jacob had emailed him from Venice, but he hadn't responded. But the email was in the system nonetheless. The message was innocuous, stating Jacob was continuing on with the project. But nobody who searched that computer would mistake it for an email from a friend. If the Israelis had known to find him at his Albanian contacts, they'd already have ripped through his hotel. They'd have the email for Jacob, something Omar needed to cauterize immediately. He decided to ignore the taxi stand, taking the risk of entering the streets of the block. He threaded his way past the bars and pedestrians until he found an internet cafe. He surveyed the street, seeing nothing suspicious, then walked down the stairs to the basement. He paid for 30 minutes and sent a single email telling Jacob to abandon this method of communication. He knew that whatever he put in the email would be compromised, so he simply said they would never use this email again, and he'd see Jacob soon. He hoped Jacob had enough sense to understand it meant destroying anything that had touched that email address. He left the cafe, hovering outside the exit, and studying the street up above the stairwell, wondering if he'd see a van pull up and men spilling out. After a moment, he jogged up the stairs and hit the street on the run, hoping to throw whatever surveillance was against him into disarray. He drew curious glances, but no action. Nobody matched his pace, which meant they were either really good or not there. He saw a taxi idling outside a bar and raced to it, ordering the cabbie to take him to the airport. He sagged in the back seat and ignored all attempts at conversation. 20 minutes later, he entered the airport, going to a ticket counter for Alitalia and looking at the next departures. He saw one for Istanbul in an hour, then one for Rome in 2. He decided the risk of delay was worth it, and purchased a ticket to Rome with cash. Such an exchange would have raised flags in any country in the European Union or in the United States. But here in Tirana they didn't care. When asked for luggage, he said he had a carry-on. When informed they needed to place a tag on the carry-on, he said it was outside and he'd bring it in shortly. The signals he was sending were beyond strange, but nobody questioned him. Tirana is still operating in the Cold War of the 1980s. He counted out a stack of euros and took his ticket, then traversed the small airport to the baggage claim area. He approached the lost luggage counter, surreptitiously looking at the 2 customs officers lounging next to a small tourist kiosk. They ignored him. He had no name or other contact info. All he had was the ticket, and he was sure he was walking into a trap. Could Israel co-opt the Albanian government? Get them to stage a sting operation? He was so paranoid at this point he would believe anything. But he also had no choice. He put one hand in his pocket, caressing the grip of his pistol, and presented the ticket with the other. A hatchet-faced man behind the counter took it, read the numbers, and disappeared in the back. He was gone for 5 minutes, time Omar spent wiping the sweat from his neck and stealing glances at the uniformed police. The curtain parted, and another man appeared. Omar closed his palm around the butt, putting his finger on the trigger. Then saw the man also glance at the police officers, a good sign. He said, "You have luggage that needs to go somewhere else?" Omar said, "Yes, Rome." He showed his boarding pass. The man read it, looked at Omar, and said, "You have identification?" "Not that you need to see." The man squinted, debating, then nodded. He said, Okay, you pick it up in Rome. You call Alex when you get to Rome and retrieve the bags. He'd better pay this time." Omar said, "Of course. Alex is good for it." The man went to a computer and printed out 3 luggage tags. He slid across the tracking barcodes, and Omar glanced back at the police again, seeing them engrossed in conversation. He pulled out the pistol, slid it between the pages of a newspaper, and said, "Pack this in as well." The man saw the pistol and showed alarm. Omar realized he had no idea what was in the luggage, probably thinking it was simply contraband. He withdrew a wad of euros and counted out 3 100 notes. He laid them on the table, and the man quickly hid the newspaper. His eyes slid to the uniformed police, and he said, Okay, but leave now." Omar did, walking back through the luggage area to the departure lounge. He got in line with everyone else waiting to pass through security, surprised at how easy his escape had been. His confidence grew. Maybe all the Israelis wanted was their bitch back. Maybe nobody is tracking me after all. Chapter 72. Alexander Palmer said, "So you're confident it was Omar al-Khatami?" "Yes. Pike said he had positive identification. With that and the information we're getting from Rashid, we've changed our assessment of the lost boys. Rashid hinted at a separate cell passing explosives, but under further interrogation, he's admitted that the cell was Omar himself. We now believe the lost boys are real and are actively targeting Western interests." "Yeah, well, we might have lost our only lead in Venice. Pike played a little fast and loose with the prairie fire alert on this one. The Israelis don't get the same protection as Taskforce members, regardless of what they were doing. I know it sucks, but we have a greater duty. We may have blown our only shot at the lost boys. If they aren't here, if they've left—" His words drifted off, but his meaning was crystal clear. Kurt said, "Sir, you know where I stand on such things. If the man on the ground calls prairie fire, there's no way on earth I will ever second-guess it. You can blame me for any repercussions, but if I had to do it over again, I'd do the same damn thing." The Secretary of Defense diffused the charged atmosphere, asking, "Did the hit on Omar disrupt anything? Did they find explosives?" "None on site. If he had them, he'd already sent them on their way." "Any granularity as to the lost boy's target?" "No. Rashid's talking, but we assess he doesn't know the target. From what we've learned, he was in Tirana to kill Omar. He's Jabhat al-Nusra, and he has no love for the Islamic State." "Then why was al-Nusra transferring explosives? Why were they passing technology developed by the Khorasan group?" "We don't know, but our assessment is that it's personal with Rashid. We think he was operating on his own, or it might have been a double cross with al-Nusra. Maybe he was attempting to co-opt the Lost Boys. Remember, the Khorasan group is his baby. He probably wasn't too thrilled to be giving away everything that he'd worked for, and the foot soldiers go back and forth between groups all the time." President Warren said, "Are we sure he doesn't know the target, or is there a chance he's holding out?" Kurt took a moment to form his words, then said, "There's always a chance he's holding out, especially if the attack is imminent. The time frame would represent a goal for him, but we don't assess that's what he's doing. He's been under, significant pressure, and he's talking." Austin Bull Clute said, "What exactly does that mean?" Fairly new to the Oversight Council, but an old hand with intelligence oversight, both the good and the bad, he looked at President Warren and said, "What are the rules of engagement for interrogation by task force personnel? Why isn't he in CIA hands?" Meaning, why isn't he in an organization that has to report to Congress? The DCIA, Kerry Bostwick said, "We're out of the detainee business, period. No way do I want to get involved in that snake pit again." Secretary Billings said, "So who's in charge of this interrogation effort? Some underqualified pipe swinger like the CIA used after 9/11? Are we talking torture here? Kurt said, "Ultimately, it's you people in this room, and no, we aren't torturing him. The interrogators are the best in the business, and are working within the protocols outlined in our charter. Long and short of it, we aren't using the enhanced interrogation techniques that you are familiar with." President Warren said, "Let's stick to the business at hand. What has Rashid disclosed?" "He's detailed the explosives that were passed, and it's pretty standard stuff with the exception of the detonation procedures. They're all non-metallic, chemically activated, and very hard, if not impossible, to detect through normal means. An explosives detection capability would find the semtex of the charge, but traditional scanners and metal detectors will not find that or the detonation method. So he can fly it into the United States without fear of being caught? Well, TSA randomly checks for explosive residue, so there is some chance of compromise. But it's minimal considering the number of pieces of luggage that enter the United States, especially if they launch the attack from a smaller airport overseas and got the bags into the system, which is why we think they're in Italy." Billings said, "Why Venice? That seems so odd to me." "We have no idea, honestly. There's nothing in that city that would be of benefit to the Islamic State or Jabhat al-Nusra. And they've put in a lot of effort into this attack. All we own at this point are the Florida law enforcement rap sheets for the Lost Boys and their travel history. It ends in Venice." President Warren said, "What about Omar?" "He got away. We have no idea what name he was traveling under, and Pike had his hands full exfiltrating without compromise. The hotel room targeted was tied to a Georgian organized crime syndicate, which ended up being a good thing. The police are assuming criminal retaliation, drug deal gone bad, that sort of thing. All we have is the anchor in Venice. And Pike's headed that way as we speak." Alexander Palmer said, "Let's hope it's not too little too late."
Chapter 73. I leaned in closer to the plaque, intrigued by the write-up. I said, "Jennifer, come here. Take a look at this. Venice had an oversight council." She turned from the ornate wooden throne she'd been studying and walked over to see what I was reading. Our inspection of the premises just about over. We'd come to the famed Doge's Palace in Venice to investigate why the lost boy named Jacob Driscoll had toured it, but so far had come up with nothing. The museum offered little beyond showcasing the old rulers of Venice, known as the Doges, and appeared to hold nothing that would inspire an Islamic State attack. Jennifer saw the plaque and smiled, saying, "Wait, you actually like the history here? You're not bored out of your mind wandering around this dusty palace?" I said, "Not with stuff like this. They had a body called the Council of 10. It was formed after an attack on one of the Doges, and was in charge of state security. It was supposed to be temporary, and it operated in secret. Sound familiar?" Jennifer said, "Let's hope not. The Council of 10 ended up pretty much ruling the Republic of Venice, sticking their fingers into everything from diplomacy to taxes." I should have known she would have more historical knowledge than the museum plaque. She possessed an encyclopedic mind for ancient stuff, constantly reading dull archaeological magazines that made National Geographic look as exciting as Playboy. And I don't mean that because of the half-naked pictures. The National Geographic ones, that is. I said, "Yeah, well, it looks like it started the same way our own Oversight Council did. Protection of the state from an external threat, and operating in secret. Something to think about." She said, "So you finally admit history has something to teach us about the future?" In mock surprise, I said, "Of course I do. I love it when we go look at fossilized poop and pottery shards." She gave me her disapproving teacher glare, and I said, "Let's head back to the hotel. See if the guys found anything from the surveillance cameras. We're getting nothing from this place in person, and I'd really like to know if Jacob's history here has anything to do with the future he's planning." We'd hit the ground late last night and gone straight into action, trying to make up for the lost time we'd spent rescuing Shoshana. I didn't regret that decision at all, but it was a Solomon's choice, and Kurt had made it clear that the Oversight Council felt it was a mistake. especially if saving her had taken away our ability to stop an Islamic State attack. Initially, I didn't really worry about what they thought, because choices always had to be made in this line of work. And I had been convinced that the Lost Boys could wait. After our investigations last night, my confidence was starting to evaporate. The Lost Boys were using their true passports, and the Taskforce had given us a hotel they were using, which had made necking down the room they were in child's play. Retro had repeated the actions he'd taken in Tirana, penetrating the hotel servers of a Best Western, and had identified a lone room. Aaron and Shoshana had done the breaking in. Using them may seem counterintuitive, but a B&E wasn't risk-free, and I wanted a throwaway team in case they were burned and no longer useful for surveillance. They were exploiting Venice as nothing more than a clean break from Tirana, and would be gone tomorrow. I decided to keep my team fresh, with a heat state at 0. Having them here at all had been a little bit of a fight. I'd had a debate with Kurt on their exfiltration, wanting them to fly with me instead of taking commercial transport, and after much back and forth, he'd finally agreed. They needed to vacate Tirana as quickly as we did, and I didn't want them getting stopped by Albanian Gestapo trying to board some broken-down aircraft in Tirana. The only other option had been going out with Showboat and the support crew, which, given they were transporting Rashid to Taskforce detainee operations, wasn't really an option. Kurt had said they could fly with me to Venice, but were to break free from there. He hadn't given me a time, so I figured using them for a final op was okay. They'd done the B&E, first using a radar scope, a motion detector that could see through walls, to determine the room was empty, then an ingenious device made of coiled wire and a metal rod that slipped under the door, and manipulated the door handle from the inside. Since hotel room doors were designed to prevent someone from locking themselves in, they always opened when pulled from the inside, regardless of the locks in place. We could have hacked the keycard, but such access left a digital trail in the database at reception, something we wanted to avoid. They'd spent less than 5 minutes in the room and had found 3 interesting things. The first 2 telling me my decision in Tirana may have caused mission failure on finding the Lost Boys in time. 1, the room had no luggage. It still had a Do Not Disturb sign on the door handle, and a sleeping pallet on the floor, along with a mussed bed and dirty towels, but no clothes, toothbrushes, or anything else. 2, the minibar had been cleaned out, empty of all liquor and candy bars. It was something a juvenile would do if he were vacating early. The Lost Boys still had another 2 days on their reservation, and the credit card used was valid, so put together, it told me they had moved somewhere else. The fact that their passport trail ended here, along with the 2 extra days on the hotel reservation, caused a disconcerting feeling, reminding me of a last covered and concealed location before an assault, a last clean staging area before going underground, and quite possibly the final spot before an attack. I prayed that wasn't the case. The third thing they found was a ticket stub for the Doge's Palace Museum, with Jacob Driscoll's name on the tag. It was a really weak link, and may have been nothing more than a way for Jacob to waste some time, but it was all we had. I directed Retro to get with the task force and hack into the surveillance cameras, while Jennifer and I went to check it out in person. That had proved of little value, other than the history lesson of the Council of 10. Exiting into Piazza San Marco, Jennifer could sense a little desperation leaking out. Worried that my decision on Shoshana may end up costing much more than saving a single life. She took my arm and said, "Hey, you made the right call, no matter what happens. We can't always be the ones on the X. We do what we can, and in this case, we did right." I said, "Tell that to whoever feels the wrath of the Lost Boys. I'll be willing to bet they'd disagree." Shoshana wouldn't. I turned to her and said, "You sure? Because I'm afraid to ask that question." She said nothing, knowing like I did that while Shoshana was certainly happy to be alive, she would never want to be the reason for a terrorist strike succeeding. I'd made my decision, and could do nothing to alter the past. All I could do was my best to prevent a specific future, the one the Lost Boys had planned. Chapter 74. We wound our way through the alleys, reaching the small bed and breakfast we'd rented for our op center, situated right on a canal full of gondolas. Like that was anything fancy. Having a canal location in Venice was about as special as a Motel 6 next to a McDonald's in the States. We'd rented rooms in several different hotels to disperse our footprint, and we decided on this one for a talk due to its central location. That and the fact that it had a room that was bigger than a pizza box. I entered and found Retro banging away on a keyboard. Knuckles behind him on a phone saying, "We need a name. Can't you guys figure that out?" Aaron and Shoshana were off to a side, sitting patiently. Brett was nowhere to be found. I closed the door and waited for Knuckles to hang up the phone. He did, looking at me with a question. I said, "Nothing. Not sure what I expected to find, but it's just a damn museum. No signs saying secret Islamic State mission or anything like that." He nodded and said, "Well, we've got something. It's a thread, but we can't find the end to pull it." "What?" Retro leaned back and said, "Take a look. Taskforce ran all the surveillance footage on the date stamp of the ticket through a facial recognition suite. They found the lost boy called Jacob." Jennifer and I leaned over, seeing his laptop screen split into 4 sections, a different camera view in each. In one, the subject was turned, facing the camera head-on. It was grainy, but I could make out Jacob from his mugshot. Even with the pixelated image, he gave off an evil vibe. He just looked bad, reminding me of a pus-filled wound. I said, "And? You've got his entire visit?" "Yeah." "So, where's the secret dead drop? What was he doing there?" "Nothing at the museum. That wasn't his focus. He was following someone." "Who?" Retro manipulated the screen, flipping through a dozen camera feeds until he found the recording he wanted. He hit play, and a man and a woman walked across the marble floor, arm in arm, jerking in grainy black and white. These two, no idea why, but he sticks with them the entire time. At first we thought it might just be a coincidence, one tourist following the path of another. But he took pictures. He used his camera probably 15 times, and not once did he take a picture of something artsy-fartsy or old in a room. Every time, he took it of those two. I leaned in closer to the screen, as if that would help me ascertain what was going on. Jennifer said, "Who are they?" Knuckles said, "Don't know. We got nothing on the man. He's a dead end. He bought his ticket from the booth out front and showed no ID. The girl we have a slim lead on. She presented a ticket purchased from a package tourism site in a hotel, printed out from a computer. We have the hotel but no names. Assuming one or both are staying there, we're working to neck it down now. Brett's at the hotel." I said, "What is Jacob doing? Why the follow? I'm assuming they aren't important." "Not that we can see. I mean, they have no overt personal security and appeared to be skulking around like secret lovers, which they might be. The man showed up after the woman, and they met inside. Also, like I said before, they bought their tickets from different locations. It was coordinated, but not enough to be what normal tourists would do. Why not meet outside and go in together? Why buy tickets from different places? Doesn't make any sense. To us. I promise it makes sense to Jacob. So, what do we have on the woman? Making some assumptions, the biggest one being she's staying in that hotel, we came up with 4 possible names." Knuckles interjected, saying, "I told Retro to focus on single American women. I know that may be way off, but it's a start. Out of that 4, Brett's checking with the hotel to see if we can get it down to 1. With what?" Knuckles sheepishly looked at Retro, then Jennifer. Boob size." Stupidly, I said, "What?" Jennifer rolled her eyes and said, "Tell me the world's foremost counter-terrorism team isn't really tracking someone by the size of their breasts." Knuckles held up his hands and said, "It was Shoshana's idea. She watched the tapes, and she's right. The chick has really big tits. I'm not kidding. Retro, pull up that one." Jennifer cut him off, saying, "I don't need to see it. Shoshana..." Shoshana was grinning, leaning forward with her hands under her chin, elbows on knees, thoroughly enjoying the conversation. Aaron seemed a little amused himself. She said, "Jennifer, have you seen a female concierge here?" "No." "And what happened at your hotel when you checked in?" I saw where she was going, because I'd witnessed the jerk's actions at the concierge desk. I said, "He burned a hole in her ass." Shoshana nodded, breaking into a smile. "Very good, little Jedi. Same thing happened to me." I said, "It's young Jedi, if you're going to use an American reference." She ignored me and said, "Jennifer, did you look at the picture?" Jennifer shook her head with disdain. No, I don't need to see another woman's breasts. Hey, me either. At least that's what I tell Aaron. Take a look. No way will any concierge miss them, trust me. This is the quickest way. Everyone was grinning at that point, really enjoying the subject matter. Knuckles pulled up the picture in question, one where she was leaning over to offer her ticket, her scarf falling away, and I'll be damned if Shoshana wasn't right. It looked like she was schlepping around a couple of volleyballs, and she wasn't afraid of showing them off. I said, "So we have a biometric identifier, and Brett's running it to ground." Jennifer said, "Wow, like we're tracking DNA." Shoshana said, "Jennifer, it's just as real as a fingerprint. Want me to show you?" Jennifer bristled, aggravated at the sexual harassment, but not knowing what to do with it, coming from a female. The guys felt it too, now uncomfortable themselves. The joke fell flat, as often happened with that little devil woman. I started to say something, and Shoshana stood up, speaking first. She ignored all the men in the room, focusing on Jennifer. "I apologize. After your sacrifice, that was callous. I know why I'm walking the earth. I owe you my life, and I will never forget that. The Lost Boys will not succeed, I promise." Now it was really awkward. I said, "Shoshana, stop that. We did what anyone would have done. Don't make this into something it's not. I don't need some death wish from you to repay a non-existent favor." She said, "I have seen the mission profile. I know my life has now put others in jeopardy. You have it whether you want it or not." The comment made me realize where she was going. The chips she was stacking in my corner, waiting to be repaid. I didn't need that here. I said, "Shoshana, you and Aaron are out. Done. You can't continue on with me." She simply smiled. I looked at Aaron and said, "Hey man, you guys have to get out of here. Get back to the kibbutz or whatever else you guys do in Israel. No more with me. I'll get my ass kicked for using you here in the first place." He said, "Pike, I know. We will leave. But Shoshana will make me go where you go. Screw that, Jesus. Go home. Or wherever you top-secret Mossad types go. Scandinavia, Paris, I don't care." Aaron said, "I need a vacation. Maybe we'll stay in Italy. Maybe Tuscany or Rome." Aaron looked at Shoshana and she nodded. I could smell the connection coming off of them. Weirdest thing in the world. A lesbian and a straight guy, both paid assassins in the employ of Israel. I couldn't make it up if I tried. I said, "That's perfect. Get on the train to Rome." The door to the big room opened and Brett entered, all triumphant. "Got her, big tits and all." The witticism didn't work like he wanted. He saw the somber mood and said, "What's going on?" I said, "Nothing. What do you have?" "Her name is Christine Spaulding, and she's done with Venice. I have no idea what she has to do with the Lost Boys, but it's definitely her." "What do you mean she's done with Venice?" "According to the front desk, who remembers her very well, she bought a train ticket. She's out of here." "Where's she going?" "Rome. And she's not going. She left an hour ago." I glared at Shoshana, wondering how the hell she'd known what was going to happen. She took Aaron's hand in her own and squeezed it, then gave me her disembodied stare. He looked at me with pity. She said, "I had no idea where this was leading, but I'm not changing my vacation destination. Someone is going to pay for me being alive. You know it and I know it. It will not be a stranger I've never met. And it will not be you, Nephilim Logan. It will never be you again."
Chapter 75. From the back of the cabin, Jacob Driscoll watched the woman get on the train, watched her load her luggage, watched her fiddle around getting comfortable, and wondered if she knew none of that mattered. She was dead. He actually felt a little sorry for her. She hadn't done anything to deserve this. All she owned was a large set of breasts, and she'd plied them into a vacation in Venice. Unfortunately, those same assets she'd flashed at countless nightclubs, gaining nothing more than a free drink for a grope, were now going to cause her death. He wished she'd taken a different path. All she had to do was go back to America, taking the lumps of rejection with her. The flight alone would have been long enough to ensure success of his mission. Instead, she'd purchased a ticket to Rome. He had no doubt she would attempt to make contact with Chris, and in so doing, she sealed her fate. He'd spent the night in Chris's room, conducting online checkout and tidying up various email contacts through Chris's computer, informing the church and his family that he'd dropped his phone in a toilet and it no longer functioned. A partial truth. Jacob had made sure that Carlos and Devon were on the first train leaving for Rome, using the forged passports and tickets from the boys, then spent the morning sitting in the lobby, watching and waiting. He'd decided that if she didn't show, he would leave tonight, assuming she'd given up. Just before noon, she had approached the front desk, and he saw she wasn't the bimbo she appeared to be. She was both determined and smart, using guile, subterfuge, and an ample showing of cleavage to the concierge at Chris's hotel. Without disclosing why she was asking, camouflaging her important questions in the cloak of those less meaningful, she'd learned that Chris had checked out and had discovered the partner hotel in Rome where the church group had their next reservation, a reservation that would never be used. He'd followed her from there, tracing her back to her hotel, where she'd purchased a ticket through her own concierge to Rome. She had no idea Chris was dead, and no idea that she was as well. Sitting 4 seats behind her, Jacob wanted more than anything to kill her on the train, but he couldn't. He would have to wait for a better chance, and knew time wasn't on his side. He would only have a small window before she caused trouble. He settled back into his seat and closed his eyes. Omar knocked on the door and heard shuffling inside. He waited, letting Jacob use the peephole. The door opened, and he found himself looking at Carlos. Instantly suspicious, he said, "Where's Jacob?" "Still in Venice." Carlos handed him a letter. "He told me to give you this." Omar opened it, saying, "Get my bags. Careful with the last 2. Carlos shouted at Devon and went into the hallway, lugging in a large, hard-sided suitcase. Devon followed with another. Omar pretended to read the note, but in reality assessed the pair of Shahid. They showed no outward signs of deception, displaying fawning grins and gangly struggles with the bags. He turned to the note. It was short and to the point. Jacob was tracking a woman connected to the identity of the man Omar was to assume. According to Jacob, she was a potential threat to the mission with a determination to find out what had happened to the church leader, and he was going to ensure she was eliminated. At the end of the note was a new cell phone number, purchased courtesy of the church leader's credit card, a clean one. Omar crumpled the paper, wondering if it was real. Carlos came back to the door, bounced from one foot to the other, eyes downcast, then said, "We had no trouble getting in. The envelope was in the locker you said it would be." Omar said, "And the guns, were they here?" "Yes, 2 pistols and a sawed-off shotgun. Some bullets, nothing more." "That's fine. We shouldn't need them anyway. Those suitcases have the real weapons." He pushed inside, getting off the cobblestone street and surveying his new home. Spartan, with a threadbare couch, a wooden kitchen table, 1 bedroom upstairs and 1 down. It would do. Omar had coordinated for a contact in Georgia to rent an apartment from a service called Airbnb, really just a clearinghouse on the web for people who wished to rent whatever space they had available. It listed everything from a treehouse in Spain to a castle in Croatia. Anyone who wanted to list a room, no matter how small or strange, could do so. His contact had found a first-floor flat in the Trastevere area of Rome, south of Vatican City and just west of the Tiber River. He'd rented it for a month, placing the weapons in a closet and the keys to the flat in a locker in the train station. With no maid service or other bothersome intrusions, the apartment would work perfectly for the rehearsals they needed to conduct. But first, they had a more specific rehearsal. Omar closed the door and said, "My identification. Do you have it?" Devon appeared, holding an American passport. Omar opened it, seeing the name Chris Fulbright next to his picture. Looking closely, he could ascertain the damage to the passport, but it was slight. Something that might be noticed by a close examination, but he didn't expect that. The bigger issue was that the name wouldn't match his accent in any way whatsoever. He would have to hope for the blessed ignorance of the United States citizen, something he'd find out in the next 30 minutes. Carlos said, "You want to clean up from your trip? We have hot water. It's not much, but it'll work for a single shower." Omar said, "That can wait. We have to be at a rehearsal in 20 minutes. Are you two ready?" They both nodded, puppy dogs wanting to please the master. He said, "Put on a button-up shirt and slacks. It's time to start acting like altar boys." 20 minutes later, they had taken a cab to Vatican City. They passed by the entrance to Piazza San Pietro, St. Peter's Basilica off in the distance, and Omar saw the chairs being placed in the square, the preparations for the ceremony, and the lost boy's rendezvous with destiny. It made him smile. The cab continued on, stopping in front of what looked like a small theater. The doors out front solid and large, but the paint old. A line of young men milled about in front. Omar waited until the driver had pulled away before saying, "You know the church, correct? You can speak like a Catholic?" Carlos said, Yes, we've memorized the Mass. We know when to cross ourselves and when to kneel. We've memorized all of the canonical rites." "Well, don't try to prove you're a genius at it. Just follow along. And whatever you do, let me speak. Don't try to outdo anybody. We're from a small parish in Florida. Act like that." Devin said, "What about Jacob? What will we say?" "He's at the hotel, sick. Let me handle that." They crossed the street, and Omar walked up to the first adult he could find, a priest with a clipboard shouting names. Omar introduced himself as Chris Fulbright, and the priest looked at his clipboard, confused. He went down it, then said, "Florida? Sacred Heart? That Chris Fulbright?" "Yes, that's us." The priest smiled, saying, "Sorry, you don't sound like you're from Florida." Omar matched his grin, hoping it came out sincere. "I'm from Russia, but I'm an American citizen now." "No worries. We weren't sure you guys were coming." He stuck out his hand. "Father Patrick Brem from New York. I'm the guy who's been put in charge of the American representatives for the ceremony, and we couldn't get you on the phone. You were supposed to check in yesterday, almost scratched you. I've got 12 different parishes represented, and didn't have time to track you down." Omar said, "I apologize. I dropped my cell phone into the water in Venice. I bought a new one, but didn't know I needed to pass the number. The schedule I had said today was the first day. We could have cut short our trip there if I'd have known." Father Brem waved his hand, dismissing the problem. "You aren't the only one. I'm still missing Alabama and Connecticut. They don't make this rehearsal, and their church paid for a trip to Italy for nothing." Omar said, "So what do we need to do to catch up?" "I need the passports for you and your boys. Need a photocopy of the page so Vatican security can run a background check." "That's easy. There's a copy machine around?" "One inside." Omar turned to go, then snapped his fingers. "Father, one of my boys is sick. He's in bed right now at our hotel. I don't have his passport, and didn't know you needed it." "He's a no-go, then. Sorry, security is an absolute. Crazies have threatened the Holy Father on a number of occasions. They won't bend the rules. This ceremony has people coming from all over the world, even members from the Archdiocese of Kirkuk in Iraq and parishes from Jordan and Lebanon. You can see why the security would be harsh." Omar said, "You just need his information, right? You don't need an actual photocopy, do you? I can call him. I can get the information and give it to you with our photocopies. Please. He's traveled a long way. This is a special mission for him." Father Brem pursed his lips for a moment. He said, "If he's not here for the rehearsal, he can't go anyway. My rules. It wouldn't be fair to the others." "We're here. How hard can it be? They conduct a ceremony, then we go single-filed up to the basilica, right? I could see if you had no one from the parish here. But we'll put him in between my other boys. Monkey see, monkey do." Father Brem relented. Okay. Stay for the rehearsal. If you get me the information before we leave today, I'll turn it in. But I can't promise they'll grant him approval. I don't know if the copy of the passport is a necessary requirement." Omar let out his breath in relief. "Thank you. Venice was fun, but tomorrow's ceremony is the only reason he came." Father Brem smiled and said, "I don't suppose they'll be too afraid of an American from Florida. He hasn't been to Syria in the past 6 months, has he?" Omar laughed and clapped the priest on the back. "Not that his passport shows."
Chapter 76. Sir, I don't know where they are. My gut tells me they've left Venice. The VPN connection on our laptop made Kurt Hale look a little like Max Headroom, with the small delay in the synchronization of the sound of his voice and the movement of his mouth adding to the effect. Behind him I could see George Wolfe, pacing back and forth. He was the deputy commander of the Taskforce, and an old CIA hand. It took a lot to ruffle his feathers, which wasn't a good sign. Dryly, Kurt said, "Your gut is not exactly something I can take back to the council. Tell me you've got some thread to follow, airline tickets, cell phone trace, something." "I've got the woman. What's her story?" "Christine Spaulding, a copy girl at a Staples in a one-light town in Florida, that's it." "Florida? Just like the Lost Boys?" "Yeah, we thought the same thing, but there's no connection. She's East Coast, they're West Coast, up near the Panhandle. We dug through her life 6 ways to Sunday. There is absolutely nothing connecting them other than being from the same state. I have a complete packet for you. Driver's license, credit reports, past residences, mother, father, the works. The only unique thing is she applied for the passport she's using less than 6 months ago. Before that, she'd never left the country. Same as the Lost Boys. That's an indicator. Anything on the man she was with? No. We got nothing on him. We ran his surveillance picture through every database we have, and it didn't trigger. The credit card used for Christine's room was a pay-as-you-go. Nothing we can trace back. All we know is it's holding about $1,000. Might be his, might be hers. She's got something to do with the Lost Boys. We're just missing the connection. If I leave right now, I can beat her train to Rome. Pike, we have a full-court press on them. Their passports are in every port of call and police station in Europe, and they haven't triggered. They're still within the scope of your team, and our assessment is that Venice is the endgame. I need you to stay in Venice, at least until the reservation runs out on the room. I need you to find them. Sir, we've been on it since we got here. I'm telling you, they've left. They don't need a passport to travel throughout the EU by train. They came to Venice for a reason, and it wasn't to shop. We know that Omar al-Khatami was facilitating their attack, and we assess he intends to conduct a link-up in Venice. Sir, that makes no sense. Have you seen this place? I couldn't pick a worse location to pass explosives. You'd have to transfer them about 40 times from plane, train, and boat, and then do the reverse to get back out. Why not meet in the countryside? George Wolfe leaned in, saying, "Tell him what we're hearing. Let him know the assessment." That caused me to sit up. "Boss?" Kurt said, "Pike, we've got intercepts from Syria. ISIS is talking about an attack in the next 2 days. One that will cause unimaginable harm to the heart of the infidel. If the timeline's correct, they don't have the space to get to America and set up an attack. They're going to do it there, on the continent, and it's going to be close to Venice. You've got the only anchor, their hotel room." I sat back, reflecting on what he'd said. In my heart, I believed that waiting in Venice was a waste of time. But I didn't know. If I was wrong, and the Lost Boys did meet Omar here, I'd be responsible for their killing spree. The easy answer would be to just sit back and follow orders, rotate the team through the hotel, and run random patrols around the area, hoping to hit the jackpot. If the attack succeeded, I would have followed orders like a good soldier, and it wouldn't be my fault. At least, that's what I told myself, right up until Shoshana came into my mind's eye, with her saying someone would pay for her being alive, and I was responsible for that, when I'd chosen her over the Lost Boys. She was determined that it wouldn't be an innocent civilian, and she was headed to Rome. It wasn't much on the logic train, but it felt right, and it was enough to snap me out of my cowardly desire to just sit back and follow orders. Sir, I think they've already made link-up. I think I missed them with the prairie fire call for Shoshana. I let Omar get away, and at the same time, let the Lost Boys slip through. He said, "Pike, that's bullshit. We didn't know what Omar was up to until after your hit. We didn't know he was involved with the Lost Boys. Don't put that on yourself." The Lost Boys were still in Venice. I could have stopped them. And Shoshana would be dead. You made the call, and I stand by it. Shit. You're not the only game in town. I could have pulled Johnny's team out of Istanbul. But I didn't because I felt the same way you did. I didn't think the timing was critical, and pulling Johnny would have destroyed the mission he's executing. In hindsight, I should have. Because his pissant target is just a financier, like Panda in Nairobi. But I didn't. I appreciated the sentiment, but it didn't alter the facts, or my culpability in them. I said, "Let me go to Rome. I can beat the woman's train. She's connected. She's a thread to the target. We have 2 days, and the Lost Boys aren't here." I saw him slowly shake his head and pressed forward. "Sir, you saw the tapes. Jacob was following her. If she's in Rome, maybe he is too. Maybe that man with her is the contact for Omar. Maybe that's why they came to Venice." He looked behind him and said, "George?" I waited. George leaned into the screen saying, "I don't know. Pike, how will you even find her? All we have is a name." "She's no terrorist mastermind. Whatever she's doing, she's an unwitting linkage target. She'll pay with the same credit card. You can track that and tell me the hotel. Best case, she's there with the man in the picture. Even better, she's there with the Lost Boys." He said, "Why don't you leave a footprint in Venice? If all you're going to do is interview the female. I need my team. It's all or nothing. If I split forces, I won't be able to conduct an operation at either location. If I find something in Rome, I won't be able to action it. Yeah, I'm just interviewing a woman, but I have to be prepared to find jackpot." I saw him rub his face and knew I was losing the argument. I backpedaled, remembering I had a team I could call on if I needed it, and they were already headed to Rome. Okay. I'll leave a 2-man element here with eyes on the hotel. If I find something in Rome, I'll pull them in. If they trigger in Venice, I'll haul ass back here. Will that work? George said, "Can you execute with that timeline?" I gave him the truth. "Probably not. You're asking me to split my forces until neither is capable." He took that in, then said, "You feel strongly about this. Rome is the thread." "Yes." He looked at Kurt and said, "Let him go." He returned to the screen, saying, "Billings hates his ass, which probably means he's right. We could use a little Pike magic on this. We're getting too close to the flame." Kurt said, "Okay, get in the air. I'll shoot you the credit card report as soon as I can." I said, "Yes, sir," and reached my hand up to shut off the VPN, but Kurt cut me short. He said, "Pike, if this decision is wrong, and we miss an attack because you're in Rome, we're done. There will be no justification." I paused, my hand over the disconnect button for the call. I said, "Sir, there never is. Shoshana told me someone would pay for my time spent rescuing her. She knew the implications just like we do. If it's any consolation, she said it wouldn't be me." I saw his eyes narrow, and he said, "Shoshana? What do you mean it won't be you? What the hell does she have to do with this?" "Nothing and everything. She's hell-bent on preventing the Lost Boys from killing anyone. She feels it will be on her head. And she's in Rome." "Rome? Doing what?" "Making sure the payment for her rescue is given in terrorist blood."
Chapter 77. Christine Spaulding dropped her carry-on suitcase and flopped on the bed, exhausted from trying to find her way in a foreign country. The farthest she'd ever traveled was to Washington, D.C., as a child, and the adventurous excitement of flying to Venice had fallen away, leaving the grimy smear of trying to work her way through train stops and foreigners who wanted nothing more than to pick her pocket, or worse. The decision to purchase a train ticket to Rome had been a monumental one, fraught with unknowns, not the least of which were Chris's actions to begin with. She had a paid ticket to the United States, courtesy of him, and would have used it, if only he'd bothered to say goodbye. She knew what she was and had no illusions about her role in Chris's life, even as she fantasized otherwise. But his dropping her cold before any consummation of the relationship just seemed weird, downright odd. She'd decided to follow him. She knew it would be against his wishes, but Lord, she'd flown all the way to Italy because he'd asked. The least she was owed was an explanation. She didn't care if the excuse was the wife, the church, or a simple illness, as the email stated. She just wanted some closure. After the enormous effort she'd put into getting here, vacation time off from work, buying clothes, the emotional distress of figuring out a foreign country, she deserved to know. She lay on the bed, pondering her next move. She knew the hotel he was using, and could call it directly, if she could figure out how to make a damn call in Italy. Truthfully, she didn't have the energy to sort through the dialing procedures, talking to people who didn't speak English, and even if she had, she wanted to make the call from his lobby, where he couldn't say no, where he'd have to at least face her. She knew he had the ceremony tomorrow, and would probably be busy, but she was at least owed a face-to-face from the coward. She'd already mapped the hotel, and it was only about a half-mile away, across the Tiber River near Vatican City. She'd found herself a cheap boutique hotel right near the Spanish Steps and the best shopping in Rome. Proud of her use of the internet, learning how to operate in a country foreign to everything she'd known, she was gaining confidence. She decided to walk to his hotel, going through the shopping district on the way. It was late in the afternoon, but the stores would be open. It would give her time to decide on what she was going to say, how she was going to take the rejection, which she knew was coming. She sat up and popped the top on a bottle of water, knowing she'd end up paying for it. This hotel was on her dime, her credit card, but she didn't mind. She was seeing the world, with or without Chris. She stood up, looking at herself in the mirror, and wondering if it was something she'd done, when her hotel phone rang, startling her. She answered. "Yes, this is a room service. We've been to your door twice, and nobody answers. Do you wish the dinner you ordered?" "I didn't order any food. I just got here." "Is this room 342? Gustavus Bittering?" "No, I'm in room 419. It wasn't me." "So sorry, madame. Forgive the intrusion." She hung up the phone, happy that the man on the other end at least spoke English with an accent she could understand. She stood up, putting on her scarf. Jacob disconnected his cell and said, "Room 419. We should go right now. Take her in the hotel." Omar leaned back and said, "I'm not sure. What can she do before the ceremony? I'm thinking we let her run amok. Trying to kill her now may be more trouble than it's worth." "That's a mistake. She's determined, and she's not an idiot. I think she smelled something wrong. If she confirms it, she's going to raise an alarm, and we'll show up tomorrow to an arrest." Omar said, "But that would be better than being a shaheed, no?" Jacob smiled at the insult from their earlier conversation and said, "Same as you, same as you." On the train, an hour out of Rome, Jacob's new phone had rung, and Omar had demanded he provide the passport information from Fartboy, the kid he'd killed and assumed the identity of. He'd given it, then provided Omar the rundown of his fears with the woman. Jacob heard the suspicion in Omar's voice, but had no time for it. He agreed to call when he arrived and hung up. He spent the rest of the train ride alternately thinking of his future and the mission, deciding what he would demand from Omar. After they had arrived in Rome, he had exited the train rapidly, before the woman could identify him, and waited. She'd finally appeared, clearly lost. He'd followed her back and forth, aimlessly wandering about looking for an exit, then eventually out of the train station, getting into the cab line right behind her. When his cabbie had asked, "Where to?" he'd actually uttered the most trite thing imaginable. "Follow that cab." He'd identified where she was staying, then had the cab drop him off in Trastevere. Not wanting anyone to be able to reconstruct his movements, he exited 4 blocks away from the safe house, paying the cab with Chris Fulbright's credit card. He'd found a pub called the Mate Bar just outside of the American John Cabot University and called Omar. Omar had arrived with a small duffel bag and a large amount of hostility. Jacob had explained where they stood. The risk of the woman, but more than that, he told Omar the thoughts that had been plaguing his mind. Where his dedication lay, what he wanted. Omar had opened up the duffel and showed the hilt of a sawed-off shotgun. He'd said, "Remember what we talked about in Istanbul. The attack is tomorrow. You are with the Islamic State or not. Are you with me?" Jacob had said, "I am with you. With you. I will not be a shaheed. My life is worth more than that, just as yours is. You can send Devon and Carlos to their deaths, and they'll do it willingly. I will not." Omar had leaned back, saying, "What does that mean? With me? It means I'm better than the others. I'm not cannon fodder. You know it. You told me that very thing. I want to work for you. I want to be your second in command. We'll do the mission tomorrow, and we'll succeed. But I won't be the man killing the target. I'll control it, and I'll get out just like you. From there, we'll take the fight to whomever you want." He'd seen Omar's face cloud and wondered if he'd pushed too far. But he didn't really care. He'd made his decision. He was better than a shaheed, and all that mattered was whether Omar agreed. If he didn't, they'd wrestle for the shotgun. If he did, they'd move forward. He'd waited. Omar had tapped his fingers on the table, his cobalt eyes on Jacob. Finally he'd said, "You wish to move into leadership of the Islamic State? You, who have never shown any allegiance to Islam?" "No. I wish to work under you and you alone. If it supports the Islamic State, so be it. Religion means little to me. It's just a method for people to justify their actions, which is why I have no trouble killing the Christian tomorrow. I've seen what he causes." Omar had studied him, then said, "We'll take this one step at a time. You won't have to martyr yourself tomorrow, but it's not for the reasons you state. I can't guarantee you can get in, so I've already thought about altering the plan. Devon and Carlos have confirmed seats, and are rehearsing with the explosives right now. But because we didn't have your passport, because you were on the chase after the female, we may not get you cleared for security. We'll find out tomorrow. If I hadn't, the only thing promised to Devon and Carlos would be handcuffs when they show up. She needs to be killed. But we lose the propaganda. Carlos and Devon were going to eliminate his personal security, giving you space for your speech prior to the final explosion. Now it'll have to be quick, and the speech will be done on the internet after the fact, competing with others wanting credit. It can't be helped. I didn't make the woman up, and there are ways to ensure they know who did the attack. Evidence we can leave. You and I. Do you even know her room?" Jacob had picked up his cell phone, saying, "I will shortly."
Chapter 78. Sitting with Jennifer and Brett outside of the hotel, I waited for the cell to connect. After 3 rings, I heard Shoshana say, "Well, that didn't take long. Did you miss me?" She sounded nonchalant, but I knew she'd been waiting. She'd probably been sitting in a hotel room staring at her phone, begging it to ring. I said, "I've had a little downsizing to my team. I had to leave Knuckles and Retro in Venice, and I could use some additional muscle here in Rome." "That sounds interesting. Does it involve the busty woman?" I laughed. "Exactly, I have her room, and I could use a female touch. Meet me at the outdoor cafe on Via Veneto, right outside the Hotel Imperiale." She said she was 5 minutes away and hung up. I turned to Jennifer. "I want you and Shoshana to talk to her. Be nice, girl talk. I don't think she's involved in whatever the Lost Boys are up to, but she's tied somehow. There's way too much smoke around her." We landed a little over an hour ago, and because we were leaving a huge trail flying all over the place, without a whole lot of justification for Grolier Recovery Services, I'd asked Kurt for the use of a safe house instead of checking into another hotel. We had them in every major city, rented from about 400 different cutouts, but we rarely occupied them. A safe house was supposed to be just that, safe. If you used it every 2 weeks, you tended to draw attention to it, and risked compromise. In this case, I deemed our heat state from flying all over the world a justifiable reason not to splash our names into yet another hotel registry. He agreed, and gave us a sweet 2-story flat located in the north of the city, in Municipio 3, about 2 miles north of the old Urbe Airport, a general aviation facility that made it pretty convenient for the Rockstar bird. Even better, the house came with a dented 4-door Fiat clown car and a roll-up garage. No sooner had we moved our luggage in than Kurt had called, saying that Christine had used her credit card to check into the Hotel Imperiale. The strange thing was she'd used her card, not the pay-as-you-go card. Stranger still, the pay-as-you-go card had also been used, once at a store in Venice and today at a cab company in Rome. Kurt was running down what the other purchase was for, but the Rome connection was enough smoke to get everyone's blood pumping. Now I hoped Jennifer and Shoshana could find the fire. Jennifer said, "What if she doesn't want to talk? If she stonewalls, go good cop, bad cop on her. Shoshana will have no trouble being the bad cop. If she really clams up, give us a shout. Brett and I will be right here for some extra intimidation. Either way, we're getting something out of her." Brett said, "I see the little killer coming." The cafe we were in was a literal glass house built right on the sidewalk, allowing anyone to stop and stare as you ate your food. I don't know who thought that was a great idea, but it allowed me to turn around and see Aaron and Shoshana walking past the metro station to the south, headed our way. They came abreast, and I tapped on the glass, letting them see us. They came inside, with Aaron saying, "Shoshana told me on the train you'd call. I didn't believe her." Well, I hadn't planned on it, but circumstances with my higher command forced me to make a choice, and I figured Shoshana here would want a crack at the target. Get her off Jennifer. I glanced at her, proud of my jab, only to find her ignoring me, staring intently out the window instead. I heard Jennifer say, "Pike, the target just walked out of the hotel. She's headed north." I whipped my head around and saw Christine strolling up the street, carrying a large purse and looking like every other tourist out for an evening walk. Shit, okay. We follow her to see what she's up to. If she's just wandering around, seeing the sights, Jennifer and Shoshana will interdict on her line of march. Jennifer nodded, and I looked at Shoshana for confirmation. She was still staring out the window, and I saw the dark angel appear. In the span of an instant, she went from smiling to radiating so much violence it was like feeling heat from a bonfire. I followed her gaze, confused as to why Christine would provoke such a response, and then saw the engine driving her rage. Omar al-Khatami and the lost boy Jacob were on the street, and they were following Christine.
Walking up the avenue, tourist map in hand, Christine ran through her head what she was going to say to Chris on the phone, trying to develop an answer for every conceivable way he could try to avoid coming to the hotel lobby. She wasn't leaving until she had her face-to-face. She was owed that, even if his answer was a blunt, "Go away." She'd even considered threatening him with exposure, but she quickly discarded that idea. It wasn't in her to be vindictive, and she knew she was just as culpable as he was. There was no way she could bring herself to expose their illicit relationship, especially since it had never been officially consummated. And that was the ugly elephant in the room. Chris had paid for her to fly all the way to Italy, and she'd known all along there was a price. She was willing to pay it, in fact was looking forward to it. And then Chris had disappeared with nothing more than an email. It wasn't like him, and as much as she was afraid of rejection, she was secretly petrified that something was terribly wrong. She reached the top of the famed Spanish Steps, the dying sunlight illuminating a mass of people in the square below. Vendors scurrying among the crowd hawking flowers and chances to use a selfie stick. She paused, taking in the scene and wishing she had a camera. She looked at her map, planning her route to Chris's hotel through the shopping district beyond the square. She pinpointed her location, then went down the steps, trying to ignore the aggressive sales techniques. She reached the bottom and was literally cornered by two young men trying to sell her flowers, or maybe trying to get something else. Mildly alarmed, she stuck her hand in her purse, saying, "No, no, no," while she fished for her small bottle of pepper spray. She eventually convinced them, and they let her go on her way, but she kept her hand in her purse. She walked down the first street she found, lined with high-end stores selling things she could never afford. But that wouldn't stop her from looking.
Chapter 79. Shoshana stood, and I clamped my hand on her wrist, saying, "Don't." She snarled something unintelligible, and tried to pull her hand free. I feared she was going to run out of the cafe and launch herself onto Omar's back. I torqued her wrist, bringing her back into her chair. She fought me, leaning over the table in an effort to break free, knocking a glass of water to the floor. I said, "Shoshana, no, not here, not now. You can't do anything on the streets of Rome." The dark angel glared back, wanting to hurt me. The twisted thing was greater than I'd ever seen, and I had no doubt she'd kill me if she could. Aaron reached over and touched her shoulder, then whispered something in Hebrew into her ear. Like a wave receding, the potential violence dissipated, and Shoshana appeared. I let go of her wrist just as the waitress came over. Speaking to the waitress, but keeping my eye on Shoshana, I said, "Sorry for the mess. Can we get the check?" The waitress glanced at both of us, then dropped the towel on the floor. Brett said, "I got it, please, the check." She left, and I said, "Shoshana, you brought us here. Now let me finish it." She bored into me, reading my intent in her peculiar way, then slowly nodded. Still looking at her, I said, "Brett, Jennifer, hit the street. Eyes on, loose follow." They stood, and Shoshana said, "I go with them." I said, "No, you don't. If there's anyone who's burned, it's you. Brett and Jennifer are clean. He never saw them in the assault. Aaron and me, less so. We can probably get away with a limited action. You, on the other hand, are completely useless here." "I'm not going to sit here while that fuck walks the earth." Jennifer began configuring her phone and putting in her earpiece. Brett said, "What's the end state?" "Find the bed down. Find the nest of vipers." "You providing backup?" "Yeah, it'll be me and Aaron. We'll be on the street right behind you. First, I've got to get Knuckles and Retro's asses down here. And to do that, I need to get the Rockstar bird to Venice. I just hope the pilot isn't out boozing." He nodded in his calm way and turned to go. I touched his arm. "Don't lose them. This is it." He said, "Have some faith. At least you don't have Jennifer wearing a Rastaman wig." I smiled and said, "Keep an eye on her. When shit gets bad, she has a tendency to climb things like a cat running up a tree." He grinned at her and said, "She'll only do that if I'm running away." He returned to me, "And I'm not running away. We clear on the rules of engagement? He's DOA, right?" He was referring to a small rule the Taskforce had, called Dead or Alive, meaning the target was such a significant threat we were authorized to kill him instead of capture him. It wasn't my call to make, and required a sanction from the Oversight Council. I was kicking myself for not setting that up beforehand, in the long discussions with Kurt. I made the decision anyway. Yeah, he's DOA. He poses a threat to the team. You take him out, but only if you have to. I want that bed down. Killing them might not stop the attack, and the other lost boys are out there. They turned to go, and I caught Jennifer's arm. "You heard that discussion, right?" She nodded. I said, "No mercy. They pose a threat to you. Don't think about the mission. Don't think about finding the other lost boys like you did in Jordan. You plant those fuckers, you understand?" She glanced at Shoshana and said, "I got it." They turned to go, and Shoshana said, "So I'm supposed to sit here doing nothing while your lover kills that scum?" I said, "No, you get to drive our vehicle, track us. It's a really cool Fiat, you'll like it." She glared at me, and I tossed her the keys, saying, "It's about a block back, crammed into a spot the size of a loaf of bread. Bring it up here and stand by." She stormed off, and Aaron said, "I don't think antagonizing her right now is the smartest course of action." I said, "I've got a lot of phone calls to make. Why don't you ensure she doesn't run anyone over?" He left, and I began dialing, going through a million operational what-ifs in my head.
Chapter 80. Jennifer kept eyes on Jacob, tracing behind him as he and Omar went down the Spanish Steps and into the shopping district, following Christine Spaulding. 20 minutes had passed, and the sun was rapidly setting. With the close confines of the buildings, they'd be in the dark soon, and she was now having questions. She'd seen their mannerisms, and they clearly had something nefarious in store for Christine Spaulding, and yet she'd failed to ask Pike about Christine's status. The key was the bed down, but would they allow the terrorists to capture Christine, if that's what they planned, and then follow all of them, or would they interdict to prevent it? Or worse, if they attacked Christine, would they allow that to continue in order to locate the Viper's nest? She turned to Brett, who was pretending to look at a rack of expensive watches in a window. "Hey, she's on the street again, and they're still behind." He glanced their way and said, "Man, she really likes to shop. This must be your dream follow." She smiled, and he began walking, keeping pedestrians between him and the target. She matched his pace and said, "Brett, hey, what are we going to do if they try to interdict her? Are we going to stop it, or just watch?" He continued walking, the dusk setting in at a rapid pace, but the crowds on the street getting bigger. The pedestrian-only lane made keeping tabs of the terrorists both easy and hard. Easy because they could blend in, hard because it allowed them to do the same. Brett said, "We don't need to worry about that. Unless she does something stupid, there's no way they'll attempt anything in this atmosphere." And then she did something stupid. She left the main thoroughfare, entering a smaller cobblestone street. The area wasn't nearly as crowded as the original avenue, but there were still groups of pedestrians shopping for discounts off the beaten path. She walked about 100 meters, then paused in front of a store, using the light from a window to read her map. She looked up at the street sign, embedded in the brick, then right down a narrow alley. Brett said, "Don't do it. Don't do it." She turned the corner, leaving the pedestrians behind for a shadow lane barely lit with tepid, incandescent bulbs. "Shit." Brett keyed his radio. Pike, this is Blood. Busty's moved into an alley, cutting across the main streets. She's on a destination, but she's put herself at risk. What's the ROE for this? You still want to follow, if we're not threatened?" Jennifer let Omar and Jacob penetrate, then moved to the entrance of the alley, seeing Christine walking, oblivious to the wolves behind her, the lighting looking like something out of The Exorcist. She heard Pike answer through her earpiece. "What's the status? I need more information." She lost sight of the two terrorists in the shadows, but saw Christine appear in a light further down, stopping in the pool of illumination to look at her map. She cut in, saying, "Pike, this is Coco. She's all by herself, and she's like a goat staked to a tree. She's going to get hurt. Keep up the follow. I've got you on my phone. I'm on the way right now." She saw a shadow appear in the light, the two men having circled around the web of illumination, one on one side and one on the other. She said, "Brett, they're on her." She pulled her weapon from her purse and sprinted down the alley, hearing Brett on the radio say, "Shit, Pike, we're committed. Get your ass here." She made it about 50 meters before she saw Jacob slam Christine into the wall, Omar pulling a knife. Jennifer shouted, and they both froze at the noise, looking her way. Christine dropped her purse, then brought something up, spraying Jacob in the face. He screamed and fell back onto the ground. Omar turned to the noise of Jennifer running, and she saw a flash. Gun. She jumped right into the shadows of a building, hearing the snap of rounds. She took a knee and raised her own Glock. She saw Jacob roll upright, pulling a short-barreled weapon from a bag, much larger than a pistol. She heard the mechanical snick of suppressed rounds and felt Brett sliding to her left, pumping bullets down the alley. Her earpiece came alive with Pike shouting for information. She saw Jacob rise and thought of nothing but the front sight of her weapon. She squeezed the trigger. Jacob's weapon spit fire at the same time, and she saw Christine thrown against the wall. Then Jacob dropped to the ground from her shots, screaming. Omar fired again, then rolled backward, grabbing Jacob by the shirt and dragging him down the alley. She saw Jacob stand and began hobbling, then both disappeared into the darkness. She rose and sprinted forward, feeling more than seeing Brett on her left. She reached the splash of light and saw the carnage. Christine splayed out like a broken mannequin, her legs folded, one shoe off next to a can of pepper spray, her upper body against a rolled-up metal door, and her right side pumping blood from a close-range shotgun blast. She knelt down, putting her hand over the wound, hearing Brett running forward. He slid into the light on his knees, conducting triage of the rest of her body and talking softly to her. He nodded at Jennifer, and she stood, letting him get to work with his medical skills. She stared down the alley and caught a glimpse of movement. She took off, talking into her earpiece. "Pike, this is Coco. Christine's been shot. Brett's conducting trauma management, but she's hit bad. I'm moving south down the alley. I've lost lock-on of the targets." Brett came on. "Pike, she's been hit with a shotgun. Looks like a small shot, maybe 9-shot, maybe bigger, but it was close range. No arterial bleeding, but she's losing fluids. Need exfil immediately." Bouncing from shadow to shadow, Jennifer heard Pike's voice come on, the calm one. He said, "Stand by. Working exfil with Shoshana. Stabilize and prepare for movement. Who's on the target now?" Jennifer said, "Me, Coco, but I can't see them. I've lost them. I'm just following down the alley." "I see your position on my phone. Hold what you got. Hold up. Looking now, and there are about 5 ways they can get out, or ambush you." "Pike, they're going to get away." "Got it. They'll still get away after they put a bullet in you. Stand by. Break. Brett, I can't get Shoshana to you down that alley. She's on the road you left to get in it. You see headlights to the east? Should be flashing." "Yeah, I see 'em." "That's your exfil. Can you Casevac to that location?" Yeah, I can do it. She ain't that heavy." "Do so. Break. Coco, pull back to Brett. Exfil with the casualty. Give him a hand. Aaron and I are circling on foot. We'll try to interdict. Be on call for link-up." Leaning against a wall hidden in the shadows, Jennifer started to object, then realized he was right. She was asking to get killed hunting blindly in the dark. She sprinted back to the pool of light, seeing Brett ripping strips of Christine's jacket and shoving them into the wound. She saw the blood coming out, Christine's eyes rolled back into her head, and felt sick. Chapter 81. Out of the line of fire, Omar dragged Jacob down yet another alley, thinking of nothing but getting away. He'd made multiple lefts and rights to confuse whoever was after them, but in doing so he had become hopelessly lost. They reached a main thoroughfare, and he realized he was still openly carrying his pistol. He shoved it into his waistband, then pushed a struggling Jacob into a stairwell, sitting him down. "Where are you hit?" Curling into a ball, his eyes and nose running freely from the pepper spray, Jacob said, My groin. Shit, it hurts." Omar pulled Jacob's hands away, looking for the wound. He saw torn clothing and a smattering of blood, but no significant trauma. He unbuttoned Jacob's pants and pulled them aside. The hip bone was swollen and red, surrounded by small lacerations and bits of metal, but no hole and no gout of blood that should have been there. Omar reached into Jacob's right front pocket and pulled out a mass of broken metal and plastic. Jacob's cell phone. He laughed for the first time. "Young lion, you may not believe in Allah, but he believes in you." How bad is it?" Omar held the cell phone in the light. "You'll have a massive bruise, but the bullet ricocheted off of your phone. It didn't penetrate." Jacob wiped his nose and eyes, incredulous. Omar grabbed his arm, saying, "Get up. We're still being hunted." Omar helped him out of the stairwell, then leaned him against the wall of rough brick, saying, "Wait here." He walked to the mouth of the alley and surveyed the street, his head on a swivel, attempting to spot his pursuers. He came back, saying, "There's a taxi stand 50 meters to the south. Walk as normally as possible. Lean on me, but make it look like you're drunk instead of injured." 40 minutes later, they crossed the Tiber River and exited once again in front of the Mate Bar. Omar said, "Can you walk from here?" "Yeah, if the house isn't too far away." "Just a few blocks." They set out, once again going through narrow cobblestone alleys, moving in silence. Eventually, Jacob said, "What do you think?" "I don't know, honestly. On the one hand, I'd say the Israelis are still after me. But the attack in the alley makes no sense. How would they know we were going there? I didn't even know it until you arrived." Jacob said, "It's the girl. They were following the girl. That's the only thing that makes sense. But how would the Israelis know her? And if they did, why not interdict her in Venice?" Jacob shook his head, remaining quiet. Omar said, "Did you kill her?" "I think so. I was close and it was a shotgun, but I was hit right after. I dropped the gun and didn't get off another shot." Omar said, "Doesn't matter. She's definitely wounded, and I doubt the Israelis even remained behind to help. I wouldn't have, given the complication of taking her to a hospital. She'll spend the rest of the night fighting for her life. If the police get to question her, it will be about the shooting, not about what she's doing in Italy." Jacob said, "So you think continuing with the attack is smart? Seriously? After that shootout?" "Yes, I do. Think about it. If they knew the target, why try to interdict us in the street? Why not just wait until tomorrow? The Crusaders are famous for sting operations, not random shootouts. Maybe. Or maybe they planned on getting us tomorrow, but we caused them to jump the gun. That doesn't explain why they were following the girl. If they knew everything about us, they would have just swept in. No, they were following her because they know we exist, but not what we intend to do." They reached Via del Moro, and Omar held up. Jacob said, "What?" "The house is right down the street. No reason to walk into a trap. But you just said you thought we were still safe. I believe it right up until it proves untrue. Wait here." Omar left him and went quietly down the street, searching for a hidden enemy. He saw nothing. He circled down the small alley behind the apartment, moving past rubbish bins and stabbing the barrel of his pistol into every shadow. He reached the back of the flat and saw the flicker of a television, then Carlos move in front of it. He hid his pistol and retreated back to Jacob. "We're good." They walked straight up to the front door, Omar first knocking before using a key. The door swung open and Devon was standing in the foyer, his face white. Omar immediately withdrew his pistol, whispering, "What is it?" Devon closed the door and said, "Our pictures are all over the news. Me, Jacob, Hussein, and Carlos. Old mug shots from Florida."
Chapter 82. The doctor came out of the bedroom and said, "She's stable, but sedated. She'll be out for a while." I said, "Doc, I really need to talk to her. She's the key to a terrorist attack, maybe within the next 24 hours. Mr. Logan, I don't know what to tell you. Get some sleep. It looks like you could use it." "Fuck that. I can sleep when I'm dead. She's getting sent to the U.S. on a medical bird in the next 6 hours. That's all the time I've got. She's going nowhere. That's my call as a doctor. I'll stay here until she's able to fly, but I'll never help your organization again if she leaves before I say." I admired his conviction, given that he had no idea who we were. I'd figured he was just in it for the retainer, and he'd do his job, but not quibble if he was told to stop. As soon as we'd loaded Christine into our Fiat, Shoshana driving, and Brett providing medical aid, I'd had a choice to make. Either take her to a hospital and lose any chance to learn what she knew, or take her to the safe house. To do the latter, I needed to trigger a deep asset reserved for helping Taskforce members working undercover. The Taskforce was big, with tendrils all over the world, but most of the activities were benign, with unwitting personnel servicing safe houses or operating cover companies. They were trusted individuals who knew they were doing something for the United States government, but were not read on to Project Prometheus. Early on, we determined that we might need medical help after a fight somewhere, and driving to the local hospital with a gunshot wound wasn't going to work. Kurt Hale had set out to recruit doctors in select regions of the world. The idea was simple. Find military MDs on the verge of separating from service, and ask if they'd like to get government assistance moving to an overseas retirement location. Then a major monthly stipend for simply being on call, a call that may never come. This doctor, Colonel Shepard Linkletter, was an emergency room surgeon who'd seen multiple tours in Iraq during the hell of the surge. He'd already put in his retirement paperwork while serving at Aviano Air Base, Italy, when he was approached. He'd planned to stay in Italy anyway, and had snapped up the chance to have Uncle Sugar pay for it. As far as I know, he'd only been used once, when another Taskforce team had gotten into a scrape across the Adriatic Sea in Croatia. I knew he existed, because I'd heard the stories from the team he'd helped, but now I needed Kurt's permission to activate him for someone who wasn't on the Taskforce roster. Not to mention that, in doing so, I'd contaminate the safe house for good. A lot of work went into procuring these clandestine operational houses, including stocking them with medical and other supplies. But once the doctor saw it, not to mention Christine, it could never be used again. Kurt had been surprisingly amenable, going so far as to initiate a casualty evacuation plan with another Taskforce aircraft flying from Germany to get Christine to a trauma center. And by the time I'd arrived back at the safe house, Dr. Linkletter was calling for directions. He'd shown up 20 minutes later with his wife in tow. She turned out to be a former civilian DOD nurse, so the team was a twofer. He'd immediately begun working on Christine while his wife turned one of the bedrooms into a mini ICU. After an hour and a half, with me just sitting on my hands, he'd come back out, telling me she wasn't going anywhere. I said, "Okay, Doc, how long until she's conscious and lucid? Best guess." Before he could answer, the doorbell rang. I put a finger to my lips and nodded at Jennifer. She looked through the peephole, then opened the door. Knuckles and Retro came in lugging suitcases. Knuckles took one look at me and said, "So my rush down here was for nothing?" "So far. You and Retro got the room on the left upstairs. Retro, how's your leg?" "A little stiff. Stitches itch like hell, but it's okay." "Can you run?" "If I had to, sure." "I mean, can you run without leaving a blood trail?" "Questionable." I said, "Okay, everyone, get some sleep. We've got no lead right now, and can't talk to our source until—" "Doc, you never answered my question." "Best guess? 7 to 9 hours." "Who do you want me to wake if it's sooner?" "Me. I'll be in the bedroom right next door." Knuckles said, "You get your own room? What's up with that? How come I'm sharing?" Retro picked up his suitcase and snickered. I said, "I'm sharing just like everyone else." "With who? Brett? Aaron?" He saw me scowl and grinned, really enjoying punching my buttons. "Come on, you gotta say it." "Shut up, Knuckles." I walked off to my room, a bewildered doctor looking on. He saw Jennifer follow behind me and broke into a knowing smile. I said, "You shut up too." I opened my suitcase, pulling out a t-shirt as Jennifer closed the door. She said, "You really shouldn't let him get to you like that." I changed into the t-shirt saying, "Really? You're the one who was sneaking out of our hotel room in Nairobi. Anyway, I'm getting a little sick of his jokes. He needs to get over it." She put on a pair of sweats and slid into the miniature European queen bed. She patted the pillow next to her and said, "He is over it. You're the only one it aggravates now." I said, "You're going to sleep in sweats?" "Well, yeah. I'm not having that doctor come in here to wake you up while I'm wearing my panties and a t-shirt." "So I get the ribbing without any of the benefits? What's up with that?" I got the disapproving teacher glare, and she changed the subject. "Christine's going to live, right?" "Yeah, she'll live." We should have been quicker. I knew that bastard was going to harm her. It happened so fast. Actually, that was my question to you. Do you think you took Jacob out of the fight? I honestly don't know. I hit him. I know that. But he got away under his own power. Omar wasn't carrying him. What did you and Aaron find? Nothing. No blood trail, no lost boys. They managed to get out, and I couldn't find any evidence he'd been hit in a bad way. She rolled over, turning out the light. I've got a bad feeling about this. We've never done a chase where we've been completely behind the ball at every step of the way. You should have seen Omar. That man is a demon. He's going to kill a lot of people. I know. Get some sleep. At least Kurt's got the Lost Boys in the system. I saw them on TV tonight. Jacob didn't look anything like the Jacob I saw, but at least they're out there. She rolled back over and said, We should let Shoshana go. She wants to. and she's got a weird thing with Omar. I don't want to sound crazy, but she's got some inner bloodhound that can find him. She won't care who gets hurt if I let her off the chain. She's crazy. I can't control her. All she wants is him dead. You can, Pike. If you get her to say it, tell her to find him and call. She'll do that, if she says so. I lay in bed, feeling the incredible pressure to stop an attack, and an absolute helplessness that I would fail. I said, maybe I will. Let's see what happens tomorrow. Tomorrow came a hell of a lot earlier than I thought it would. Around dawn, I was awakened by my cell phone. I fought through the fog and answered. It was an intel analyst from the Taskforce. He said, Pike Logan? I sat up, rubbing my eyes and saying, yeah, who's this? His next words woke me up completely. Kurt Hale gave me an order to contact you as soon as we identified a credit card purchase in Venice. We did. The pay-as-you-go card was used to buy a cell phone. We have the number. Do you need it?
Chapter 83. Omar shook Jacob's leg, saying, Get up. It's time to get ready. Jacob groaned, gingerly feeling his groin, his eyes still puffy from the pepper spray. He peeled down his pants and saw an ugly purple bruise on his hip. He said, What time is it? 7 a.m. You have to be in position at 9. We need to get Carlos and Devon dressed. Jacob sat up, scratching his head. Have you thought more about the attack? You still want to go? Yes. I'm convinced that they don't know what our target is. If they did, they wouldn't have put your faces all over the screen. They're trying to scare you away because they can't predict where it will be. They don't know, but they're looking, which is why I'm changing the plan. How? As we discussed, you won't be the martyr. I'm taking the final martyr vest with me. I'll create a diversion, a strike that will draw the police and deflate their fear. They'll think the attack has occurred. You're going to be a shaheed? No, young lion. I'm going to kill infidels. We'll still meet as we discussed. Take the ferry to Tunis. I'll be waiting. But how will we get inside? Even if they don't know our attack plans, the Lost Boys' faces are all over the news. Surely they'll stop us. I don't believe so. Have some faith. Remember when we discussed the attack, the threat of the security? Yes? Vatican City is not Italy. Yes, they talk, but the target is not an Italian citizen. You are all over the news in Italy, but that means little for the Vatican. I studied it extensively, and the Vatican coordinates with the Italian police, but does not fall under them. Maybe they have the bulletin, but they might not. Maybe isn't a way to plan for success. Look at it this way. Those pictures are over 6 years old. You don't even look like them. And your passport information isn't for the Lost Boys. How will we get in without you? You're Chris Fulbright. Wake up Carlos and Devon. Let's get them ready. While they shave and shower, I'll call my contact. I told him you were sick before. I'll tell him I'm now the one who's ill. I'll get a feel for him and tell him it wouldn't be in the best interest of the rest of the church groups for me to come contagious. He smiled. A sacrifice on my part. Jacob went to the other sleeping pallets, shaking the legs of Carlos and Devon. They woke up and Omar stood above them, projecting the aura of the first time Jacob had met him, his power absolute. It's time. Prepare yourself for martyrdom. Cleanse your body and clear your mind. Your greatest triumph lies ahead.
Chapter 84. I got one more negative contact from Knuckles and began to wonder if the phone was turned on. I said, You sure you've got the right IMSI in the box? Peaked, he came back. I got what you gave me. Maybe you'd better ask the Taskforce asshole who sent the information. I looked at my watch, feeling the time slip away. It was now past 7:30, and our opportunity to find the bed-down site with the phone information was growing smaller and smaller. Soon it would be on the move, and we would lose the chance to hit them together, at a place of our choosing. I feared the next hit would be the one of their choosing. The Taskforce intel analyst had given me the information on the handset purchased in Venice, so-called drop phone bought at a train station kiosk. They'd gone into high gear and hacked the database of the phone vendor, learning the serial number and, more importantly, the International Mobile Subscriber Number, or IMSI, attached to the phone. This was the unique identifier the phone would use to communicate with the network, and something that could be tracked. We'd done the large-scope search, and seen the phone had only been used a few times. Some of the calls had been placed in Venice. One had been in between Venice and Rome, but the latest were in Rome itself, telling me the phone purchased with the suspected credit card was now running around the capital. All I had to do was find it, which I most definitely had the capability to do. We had the general location of where the phone had been due to its constant talking to cell towers, but that wasn't enough of a refinement for a surgical assault. It did show me a pattern that proved hunting the IMSI was worth the effort, because the phone's last tower contact had been in the vicinity of our gunfight the night before. I awakened the pilots and Knuckles, telling them what I had and getting them moving to the Rockstar bird. In addition to transporting my team around in style and hiding our equipment, nestled among all of the electronic gear that allowed the aircraft to fly was a suite of surveillance capabilities. One was the ability to geolocate a cell phone down to a 10-digit grid. Basically acting as a flying cell tower, the aircraft would suck in and reject thousands of cell phones, searching for the correct IMSI. Once that was found, the phone would be locked, and we'd trace the signal straight line to a location, taking 3 readings and finding where they intersected. Knuckles came back on, the connection from the aircraft to my computer making him sound like he had a head cold. We've lapped Trastevere twice, with no joy. I'm recommending a grid pattern search. The Trastevere area had the longest stay of the phone, according to the cell tower data, and I was hoping it was the bed-down location, but nothing had registered. The cell was either off or already on the move to a different location. The IMSI grabber in the aircraft was limited in range. It couldn't suck in every phone in Rome, and thus had to be targeted at a specific area. Knuckles was asking to start flying over Rome like he was mowing the lawn, but that posed its own problems, namely the air traffic control over the airspace of Rome. They'd want to know why we wished to fly willy-nilly across the city. I said, "What's the pilot's take?" I waited, then heard, "He's saying he can do it, but it'll be short. He thinks he can convince them that we're sightseeing, flying over the Colosseum and the Vatican before we get on our way. We won't get the city." I thought about it, knowing it would be the last thing we did. I was about to give them the go-ahead when Jennifer came into the room, holding my Taskforce phone. "Analyst on the line. He's got a lead." Into the computer, I said, "Stand by. I got Taskforce on the phone. Head out of the city and loiter." I took the cell from Jennifer, put my hand over the mic and said, "Christine?" Jennifer said, "Nothing yet. Doctor says she's still out from the sedatives and the trauma. Her vitals are good, so he thinks she'll come around soon." Not what I wanted to hear. Well, I was glad her vitals were good, but Jesus. Couldn't she wake the hell up already? I put the phone to my ear and said, "What do you have?" I'd given the analysts the mission to identify all the calls our target cell had made, and I was hoping they had something I could use to broaden my search. "We think we have the bed-down location. One of the contacts made by the handset was to the Hotel Imperiale. It's the only hotel they've called, and the same one of your linkage target. Our evaluation is they're staying at it. We recommend penetrating through cyber and getting a guest readout. We can analyze for anomalies if they're using an alias." Not a bad bit of analysis, but unfortunately way off. This analyst was dedicated to finding linkages through electronic tethers, and not an all-source guy who could provide predictive intelligence based on multiple inputs. He had no idea what had transpired last night, but at least he was trying. I said, "Thanks for the information. Who else has that phone called?" "Do you have the other IMSIs?" I could hear the deflation over the phone. "Yes. There are a few other numbers, most mundane. We've got one other pay-as-you-go cell bought in Rome, but I really think you should focus on the hotel." I said I might. "Give me the IMSI." He did, and I relayed it to Knuckles, telling him to put it in the system, retract Trastevere. And if that was a bust, to conduct his limited grid search. It was all I could do. Jennifer said, "It's now past 8. Thank you for that reminder." She took my sarcasm in stride, waiting. I said, "What?" "Shoshana. She says she can find Omar. I think we should let her try." "Jennifer, that is fucking crazy. I may not have a lot of leads, but I'll be damned if I'm resorting to calling the psychic network for answers. We let her loose, and she's just as likely to burn the operation as facilitate it. Pike, talk to her. Give her your mission parameters, and she'll execute. I'll go with her. I'll keep her in check." I thought about it. Kurt's conversation with me last night had driven home that a slaughter was coming. All indicators were putting the attack as imminent, and the Islamic State had shown a barbarity unlike anything seen since the Middle Ages. They'd put enormous effort into this plan, and the end result would be commensurate, something more horrible than the burning of the Jordanian pilot. Kurt had inserted the Lost Boys into the Italian system, and the United States was blaring from all classified agencies to every liaison in Europe. But hoping some cop stumbled across them was not a means for success. It was like 9/11 all over again, with everyone warning of the punch, but nobody knowing how it was coming. But waiting on Christine to wake up was doing little as well. In truth, I hated sitting on my hands. I wanted to be proactive, to be doing something. I said, "Go get her, but you're going with her." Jennifer smiled and raced out of the room. She came back in almost immediately, making me wonder if Shoshana had been waiting right outside. Shoshana said, "I appreciate your trust." No witty sarcasm, no playful banter. She was all business, but the Dark Angel was hidden. I said, "Don't appreciate anything just yet. I don't trust you. I have some parameters. First, Jennifer goes with you. Is that an issue?" Without hesitation, she said, "No." And I knew they'd been conspiring. Second, you pinpoint him, you call. No direct action, period. She glanced at Jennifer, then said, "Pike, that will depend on him." I went to Jennifer as well, almost calling it off. She gave a slight nod. I said, "No, I want your word. No unilateral action." She clenched her jaw, staring at me. Finally, she said, "Okay, you have my word." I saw Jennifer relax at her statement. Then my computer came alive. Pike, this is Knuckles. I got a hit on that second phone. It's in a 2-story flat in Trastevere. Looking at it through optics. Photos coming."
Chapter 85. Jacob watched Omar check the placement of the explosive vest. After he was satisfied, Omar said, "How does it feel?" Carlos said, "Same as it always does. It's actually a little lighter with the Kevlar ball bearings instead of the steel ones we practice with in Syria. You need to look natural at all times. People will be studying everyone who arrives. Anything that sets off an alarm in someone's mind could result in a physical search." Carlos nodded, saying, "It's no different from stealing from a store. They always have people wandering around looking for suspicious characters." Omar slapped him lightly on the cheek. "Listen up, both of you. You aren't taking a candy bar without paying. You're killing the most revered Christian on earth. They will be looking, and you need to be flawless." Jacob said, "I'll be there. Don't worry. Yeah, it's a killing, but we've done things like this before. Devon once walked out of a store with a complete car stereo, and when he was stopped, he convinced the security guard he'd already paid. Trust me, they can remain calm." Omar said, "Devon, how does yours feel?" "Same. Put on your shirts and jackets. Thread the detonating tube down your sleeve. But wait on the neckties until we do final adjustments." They did so, and Omar had them turn in a circle. He nodded his head in approval. "You can't even tell they're in place." Devon and Carlos smiled at the praise. Omar said, "Okay, where do you put the detonator?" In unison, both said, "Right front jacket pocket." "And your cell phones?" "In our hands at all times. And you can remove the blasting caps and initiation chemicals from the phones?" You should be able to do that blindfolded by now. Carlos said, "Yes, we worked with a real cell phone yesterday. It's not the same as the blocks of wood we used in Syria, but not that much different." "They are charged? Look real?" They nodded in unison. Omar said, "Remember, you have to make sure that lever on the side locks up, and to both press and release the button. Don't forget the dead man switch. I don't want to see a picture of you on the news running forward, waiting on it to go off, only to be shot." Jacob said, "Our time is running short. We have to meet Father Brim in less than 45 minutes. Omar said, "First the videos, the evidence supporting the Islamic State." Jacob said, "Omar, we should have done that earlier. You're going to make a video that most likely won't even be found." Omar said, "They'll find it. Eventually they'll figure out everything we did and they'll come to this house. Even if they don't, you and I can speed things up by telling them where it's hidden. Unless you'd rather make the speech inside the basilica. Be the martyr." Omar had called Father Brim earlier, giving him his fabrication of being sick. He'd asked for the father's help with his boys, and Brim had agreed, telling him that all three were cleared, which meant Jacob could be back in play with the original plan. Outside of earshot of Devon and Carlos, Jacob had reiterated what he wanted, refusing to take the martyr's role and stressing the value of the planned diversion. Omar hadn't fought him then, and Jacob wasn't going to start the argument all over again now. Jacob said, "Let's get it over with." Time was running short, but truthfully, Jacob didn't want to watch his friends make a martyr tape. Didn't want to participate in the macabre ceremony. Even given what he was about to do, seeing his two best friends bragging about killing themselves seemed obscene. Omar set up the same GoPro camera he'd used in Tirana. Devon and Carlos against a wall, grisly smiles on their faces. The scene reminding Jacob of the forced Christmas photos he'd taken at the school, the ones sent out as postcards for donations, proving the good the Christian evangelist did for the downtrodden and misguided. Standing together, both Carlos and Devon read from a prepared speech, highlighting their detonators and their original true name passports. After an enthusiastic denunciation of infidels and the proclamation of infallibility of the Islamic State, it was done. Carlos and Devon's conversion complete. Omar left the camera in plain view on the kitchen table and said, "You know where to meet Father Brim?" Jacob said, "Yes. Left colonnade outside of St. Peter's Square at the first aid station. I looked on Google Earth." "And the restroom?" "Just past security, right side at the facade to the basilica. Remember, don't ask to use it until you're through final security. If you do it before, they'll direct you to one outside of security, and that would do no good." I got it. We need to go." Omar picked up a small duffel bag, the canvas cloaking the final vest. He drew himself up to his full height, his eyes showing fire. Jacob expected him to make a speech, but all he did was shake the hands of both Carlos and Devon. He said, "Time to make history."
Chapter 86. Crammed into the Fiat with 4 other people, I really did feel somewhat like a clown. I would have driven, or at least called shotgun, but I had way too much coordinating to do. Jennifer was behind the wheel, with Shoshana in the passenger seat acting as navigator. Shoehorned into the bench seat and back with me were Brett and Aaron, all working through the assault. Knuckles was still on the aircraft overhead, with orders to loiter until I called him again. Retro, with his leg wound, had been given the unenviable task of acting as the headquarters element, doing Lieutenant Colonel Alexander's job with Kurt Hale and the Taskforce. He'd bitched, of course, but given the stakes of the attack, I needed someone switched on talking to the Taskforce. I told him he shouldn't have been a bullet magnet. I thought long and hard about going unilateral on this mission, instead of alerting host nation security forces, and decided it was the only way to solve the problem. I knew I could have passed the target information to Kurt, and he'd in turn get it to the Italians, but the time lag was just too great. In my mind, All I could think about was duplicating the Charlie Hebdo massacre in Paris, with a bunch of Italian police blundering in without the right information. Then Omar and Jacob escaping and slaughtering everyone they met on a bid to flee. I knew the target and the threat they posed, and my team was one of the best on Earth. I decided to act. In the middle, Brett held a tablet with the photos taken from our eye in the sky. Knuckles had given a 360 to the target, with multiple digital images showing the building as well as the roads around it. Brett said, "It's a standalone, thank God. We won't have to bust into 100 different apartments looking." The phone lock was good, but not pinpoint precise. If the target had been 4 stories tall and a block long, that would have left a lot of real estate to cover. Brett was happy it was a small 2-story, meaning it probably didn't have any sublets, and whoever was using it was all bad. I said, "How many breaches?" "Not counting windows, looks like 2. 1 in front, 1 in back, near the alley with the trash cans." He handed the tablet to me, showing me the roof of what looked like a slice of pizza, the crust end butting up into the refuse alley, but the front getting narrower and narrower as it was hemmed in on 2 sides with cobblestone streets. Brett pointed to the right side of the building. "That's Via del Moro, the road with the main entrance. The other road just runs down Brick. Then the alley cuts in between both of them." I said, "How can you see a back breach? It's hidden by the buildings. Are you guessing?" He leaned over and ran his finger over the screen, flipping through 20 pictures, trying to find the one he wanted. Eventually he did, a long axis shot of the alley from above. You couldn't see exactly what was down it, but you could see a light fixture and a row of garbage cans, which meant a breach. Nobody puts a light fixture on the back side of an alley wall unless there's some reason for a person to use it. I privately thanked my lucky stars I'd made Knuckles get in the plane. He knew what was needed, and hadn't quit taking photos until he had it. I studied the image a little more, building a plan. Knowing what I thought we should do, but wanting input, I said, "What's your call?" Brett said, "Low-vis entry back door. No knock-knock on this one. Stealth. Get on them before they realize we're there. Coco and Carrie lock down the front if we screw up." Which is exactly what I thought. I said, "Aaron?" Before he could answer, Shoshana said, "Who the hell is Carrie? What am I doing?" Brett grinned at me and said, It's your call sign for this mission. For on the radio, you know, when we have to talk in the clear." She said, "I don't get it. Why Carrie? Is this some joke? Like calling Jennifer a talking gorilla?" I cut above the fray, speaking sharply. "Enough of this shit." Everyone got quiet, and I said, "Aaron, what are your thoughts?" He said, "Brett's plan is sound, as long as we don't get into a gunfight on the street out front." I'm good with that. Carrie and Coco should be able to lock them inside as long as we give them a heads up we're compromised. If we push them out, and they choose to fight, it's their bad luck. Peaked again, Shoshana rotated around and said, "What is Carrie? Why am I that?" Aggravated, I said, "It's just a call sign, but it fits. You scare the shit out of me and my team. You are Carrie. She's a character in a book that slaughtered half a town with her mind, killing everyone because she was slighted, using her brain alone." She took that in, then said, "So no talking monkey." I looked at her incredulous. "It's a bad call sign. It means you're a telekinetic psychopath." She turned back around, happy, saying, "Coco and I can lock down the front." Aaron was grinning, and Brett looked like he'd just created a monster. We crossed the Tiber River, entering Trastevere, and Jennifer said, "About 2 minutes out." I said, "Okay, Jennifer, do a drive-by of the front of the house on Via del Moro. We'll take a quick look, then roll out of the alley. You park, then provide squirter control on the front breach. You and Carrie position close on the door if we call. Any questions?" I got none, and the pizza house came into view. Jennifer rolled around the point, us staring at the front door like it would tell us something. It showed nothing, just another Roman house on a street full of them. She left Via del Moro, turning onto the other leg of the triangle, and I cracked the door. She reached the alley, and we rolled out, scurrying into the small rat-infested lane. I unhooked my PWS, flipping out the buttstock and whispering, "Brett, your door." He and Aaron did the same with their weapons, and we advanced, making sure not to kick cans or other refuse. He reached it, and Aaron pulled security on the far side while I took the near. Brett knelt down, pulled out an old-fashioned pick kit, and set to work, going very, very slowly. He felt the lock release and turned to me. I raised my weapon, caught eyes with Aaron, then nodded. He swung the door open, and I flowed in rifle high. I entered a small anteroom, a stove visible through another door. I went in enough to allow space for the rest of the team, then took a knee, listening. Brett slowly allowed the door to close, and we all paused, straining our ears. I heard nothing. I glanced at Brett, letting him know I was moving, then took a position on the door that allowed me to pie off the room. I saw nothing. Brett came up behind me and squeezed my arm. I entered the room, going left, feeling him go right, both of us still moving gingerly. The room was empty. We continued through the small house, but it was deserted, nothing. I called in Jennifer and Shoshana and ordered site exploitation. While that was going on, I called Knuckles, saying, "We got a dry hole. Need another lock for the phone. Get overhead." I got acknowledgement from him. Then Brett brought up a GoPro camera, saying, "You have to see this." He turned it on, and I watched the other two lost boys chanting a bunch of crazy shit, exposing suicide vests. A martyr tape, and they were gone. Fuck! Give me something from this place right now. Aaron came up with a hand-drawn diagram of some sort of ceremony. Nothing identified where it was, but it was big, a lot of people. It had sketches showing where to target and who to kill, confusing marks that had been erased and redrawn, as if whoever had made it had been in a discussion with others, changing the plan. I said, "Any idea where that is?" "None. Brett's still looking. Their luggage is here, so this is the end game. They aren't coming back." Knuckles came on my earpiece saying, "I got the phone. It's on an island in the middle of the Tiber, close to Trastevere, headed north. Whoever's got it is on foot. It's moving slow." I said, "What's north? What's the target?" I got nothing for a minute then. "The Coliseum, that's the biggest thing around." I looked at Brett. "What time does that place open? Find out." Jennifer came back downstairs, Shoshana behind her. I said, "They're on the move. It might be the Coliseum. It might be something else." Brett said, "It opened at 8:30. It's open right now. According to this, worst crowds are between 9 and 10. "That's it. Pack up. We need to go." I called Retro, relaying what I had and telling him to contact Kurt. It was time to get the Italians involved. Let them know the threat. We might be able to stop it, but I couldn't live with myself if we failed and hadn't given some notice. Retro tried to interrupt me several times, until I told him to shut up and start taking notes. He did so. When I was done, I said, "Get that out right now. Tell Kurt we're on the move, but we may be too late." He said, "Roger all, Pike. Christine's awake. She's talking. I got her information." I was on the verge of hanging up the phone when what he said penetrated. "What did she say? What does she know?" "Nothing, really. She was screwing some guy from America. She's a mistress. But she was here with a man hosting a church group. The man hasn't been seen in days. It's why she came down to Rome to find him. I've run his name, and he's from Florida. He was here leading 3 boys on a Catholic church group trip." "So? What the fuck does that have to do with anything?" "The 3 were in Venice last week, same as the Lost Boys, and today they're having a personal audience with the Pope at a ceremony. But they never checked into their hotel here in Rome. Their trail ends in Venice." The words hit me like a lightning bolt. Jesus Christ, I thought. They're going to assassinate the Pope.
Chapter 87. Jacob rode in the front seat of the cab with Devon and Carl in the back, sitting stiffly. Paralleling the Tiber River, the driver kept pulling him away from his thoughts, aggravating Jacob with his broken English. "You are going to the canonization ceremony, yes?" "We are. We can't wait. It is a glorious day for it. Who would have thought the Holy Father would bestow sainthood on an Arab? Strange times." "Arab? An Arab Catholic?" he thought. Jacob had painstakingly learned the entire laborious process for beatification and canonization by the papal authorities, but had never bothered to discover whom today's ceremony was for. The cabbie continued, "I've driven more Arabs this week than I have in my entire life. I never even knew they had a Christianity. It was strange." They made the turn into Via Paolo VI, and St. Peter's Square came into view, thousands of people milling about, waiting on the ceremony. Jacob was taken aback at its size. He'd studied it and the basilica relentlessly with Google Earth, virtual tours, and plain old tourist brochures, but none did the sight justice. It was breathtaking. How will we find Father Brim? He thought. There appeared to be over 5,000 people in the square, with more spilling in every second. The driver said, "Here? Is this good? I can't get any closer because of the ceremony." Jacob got his bearings, seeing the left colonnade on the other side of the square, where Father Brim was supposedly located, and the facade of St. Peter's Basilica in the distance, the dome rising into the blue sky. He said, "This is fine." They exited, Jacob paying the cab with a Fulbright credit card. The last time he would do so. He held the back door open, his two friends walking stiffly up to the barricade on the square. Jacob waited until the cab left before saying, "You two are acting like you have a fucking bomb strapped to you. Loosen up." Carlos grinned and said, "Sorry, I'm afraid of setting it off." "You couldn't cause it to explode with a hammer right now. It's not even primed. Come on, let's find the first aid station." They pushed their way past the crowds, going to the first of two security checkpoints. Jacob showed his ticket, then walked through a metal detector exactly like at an airport. The Vatican policeman waved him on. He stood on the other side and held his breath. Carlos showed his ticket, handed his cell phone to a policeman, and came to the far side. The machine did not beep. Jacob let out a breath as Devon followed. Jacob said, "Thank God for small miracles. Looks like we're going to make it." Now inside the square, he turned to find the aid station, flabbergasted that so many people would show up for a ceremony involving someone who had died centuries ago. The square looked like someone had cracked open a rock concert and dropped it into Vatican City. Jacob kept his eyes open, scanning for undercover security, but only seeing a large, overt police presence. He saw a sign for the first aid station, and a priest with a clipboard in front of it checking his watch. He said, "Is that him?" "Yep, that's him." Jacob walked rapidly up, bumping people out of the way, and the priest turned, recognizing Carlos and Devon. He said, "About time. You guys are almost too late." Jacob said, "Father Brim, I'm sorry. Mr. Fulbright said to be here at this time way before the ceremony." "Way before?" "Yeah, it's way before the ceremony, but it's the time for you to be inside. Not trying to get through security. We're meeting the Pope before the ceremony. You were supposed to be here an hour ago." Jacob immediately thought about Omar's diversion. It was supposed to happen before the papal visit, to draw off the police before they conducted their attack. But now he was operating on a different timeline. Father Brim said, "You have your passports, right?" All three nodded, and the priest took off across the square toward the other colonnade. Jacob struggling to keep up with his bruised hip. Father Brim turned as he walked and said, "They told you what's going to happen, right? You missed the rehearsal." "Yes, sir. It doesn't seem that difficult. We're meeting the Holy Father before the canonization. You stand in line, you kiss his ring, you move on. Once you're through the receiving line, you leave the basilica to the square and take your seat with everyone else." "How many are going through the receiving line?" "I don't know about who else is attending, but from the United States I have 32, 35 with you." They reached the inner ring of security, the one leading to the entrance of St. Peter's Basilica, and it was much, much more formal than the outer one. The men manning the gate wore civilian clothes, suits, ties, and mirrored sunglasses, and each had an earpiece coming from one ear. Father Brim showed a badge and said, "Sorry we're so late. These are the last three." The first man, working a tablet, said, Passports, please." Jacob collected all three and handed them to him, wondering how hard he would check for a forgery. He didn't at all. He fiddled for a little bit, tapping the tablet, going through various things Jacob couldn't see, then handed them back with a smile. "Enjoy the ceremony. Not many get to actually meet His Holiness." Jacob said, "Have you?" The man laughed, saying, "Yes, of course. I protect him." Jacob smiled back, thinking, "Not today."
Chapter 88. Jennifer saw my face and said, "What's Retro got? What did he figure out?" I didn't even want to voice it, because doing so would make it real, but it was real. The Lost Boys are going to try to kill the Pope. Aaron said, "What? That's crazy." I said, "Brett, get online and check the Vatican calendar. Jennifer, call Retro. Find out what the schedule was for the church group." I paced in a circle, and Shoshana said, "The phone going away is Omar, not the Lost Boys." I waved my hand and said, "I don't need the psychic shit now. I need to think." I had some tough choices to make, and not a lot of time to make them. The Vatican was hell and gone from the Colosseum, but I had a target phone headed that way. Which to choose? Shoshana said, "It's logic, not psychic shit. The first phone you were tracking came from Venice, meaning Lost Boys. The second phone called from here. Both phones ended up in this place. The first one was Jacob. The second, the one on the move, is Omar. He's going to kill someone too, a dual attack." Shit, I thought. She was right, and I'd stepped into the biggest mess I had ever imagined. For the first time, I felt it was out of my control. I could stop one, but not both. Brett looked up and said, "Canonization ceremony right now. The Pope's there." Damn it, I thought. I'd halfway hoped the thing was tomorrow. I said, "Jennifer, what's up with Retro?" She pulled the phone from her ear and covered the handset. Chris Fulbright was leading some boys from a Catholic parish for a personal visit with the Pope. Outside of Christine, nobody's registered them missing. Which means they were at the ceremony. But how? How on earth could they assume the identities of a complete church group? Didn't any of them ever call home, email? I said, "Tell Retro I need Kurt on the line right fucking now. Call my cell or give me a number to call him secure. Tell him to get ready to mobilize whatever assets we have in Italy. Everyone else, pack your shit. We're leaving for the Vatican in 30 seconds. Shoshana said, "Omar's getting away. He's going to kill a great many people. Let me go. I'm no use at the Vatican." I looked at her and saw a flicker of the Dark Angel. Jennifer said, "Kurt's calling in 2 minutes. He's up to speed." Shoshana said, "Let me go." I said, "Brett, call Knuckles. See if he still has the phone." He got on the radio and I said, "I let you go. You just identify like last time. You call me and we'll sort it out." She shook her head and said, "No, this isn't like last time. You won't be able to respond." Brett said, "He's still got the phone. It's still moving north, moving slowly." "How far?" "Off of the island and into Rome proper, maybe 20 minutes to the Colosseum. Knuckles says that was their last pass. Air traffic control is telling them to get out of Rome's airspace." My phone rang, and Kurt was on it. He said, "Please tell me this is just a bad rumor. I've got the council shitting bricks. I told them about a possible assassination attempt of the Pope, and now I can't give them enough information. It's not a rumor. I believe the Lost Boys have infiltrated a ceremony and are now going to kill the Pope. I need massive assistance. I need you to tell them to shut the ceremony down, and I need someone to facilitate my entry." I heard him start shouting orders. Then he said, "I'm getting the word to them right now, but there's no way they'll shut down the ceremony based on a threat. This is like the State of the Union for them. We'd never pull the president because of a threat." "Then get me in. The ceremony is locked down, and I can't get access waving guns. It's in the heart of Vatican City. We have no assets in Vatican City. We're going to have to rely on liaison. We'll get the word to them, but that's the best we can do. We have the names of the church group, and we know the plan." "Bullshit, get me in. Those mugshots are worthless. We're the only people that know what the Lost Boys look like, and it'll take forever to sort through the BS to get an alert to his personal security. You only send a bulletin over the wire, and the Pope is dead. Pike, I know the risk, but I can't magic you inside. Don't we have an embassy there? The U.S. ambassador for the Vatican will be at that ceremony. Get the president to get his ass on the line. Tell him to meet me at St. Peter's Square. He said, Okay, yeah, that might work. I'll start making calls. Someone in the background said something, and he turned from the phone. When he came back, he said, The damn ceremony's being live-streamed. The Pope's about to get murdered on global internet. Get going. I'll call with the link-up. I hung up and said, Get ready to load up. Jennifer, go get the vehicle. Shoshana said, What about Omar? He's a secondary consideration. I can't do both. Yes, you can. We don't even know if he's doing something bad. He may just be escaping the city, since he set his plan in motion. Jennifer said, I'll go with her. We'll take Omar. You guys head to the Vatican. I paused, and Aaron looked at Shoshana. He said, Let her go. I relented. Okay. You two identify Omar, then call. I looked squarely at Shoshana and said, Track him only. The angel flickered in the background. She said, That'll depend on him. I felt Jennifer waiting on me like last night, waiting on me to force Shoshana to say the words, to commit to no killing. Shoshana was boring into me like she had in the past. I felt the connection, the same yearning I held to kill the evil in the world, and it was enough. I nodded. So be it. Jennifer's mouth fell open, and I saw the darkness blossom in Shoshana until it consumed her. What her country had recognized early in her youth, and what she now abhorred, she was yet again, a perfect killing machine. She smiled, showing teeth, but no joy, and said, Don't worry. I'll wash my hands before our date, Nephilim. And she slipped out the door without looking back. Jennifer looked at me in shock, saying, You know what she's going to do, right? I said, Yeah. Go help her.
Chapter 89. After the passport check, the Lost Boys went to another metal detector, where another robotic man wearing sunglasses said, Do you have a cell phone, camera, or digital device, iPod? Jacob said no, but Carlos and Devon handed their phones over. He punched the home key of each, then flicked the screen left and right, spending about 5 seconds with them before putting the phones on the belt of an X-ray machine. He waved Jacob forward, and they proceeded once again through another metal detector. Jacob struggled to keep his face neutral, feeling the itch to run. He kept his eyes on the man running the X-ray machine, waiting to see if he leaned forward or ran the belt back again. He did not. Carlos and Devon passed through the detector unscathed. As they waited on the phones, Jacob asked Father Brim, Who are those guys? Swiss guards. They've protected the Holy Father for centuries. You mean the guys who wear the old-timey uniforms we saw in the front? Father Brem smiled and said, Yes, the same organization, but these guys are definitely not a ceremonial function. They're everywhere in here, along with the Gendarmeria, ever since someone tried to kill His Holiness in the 80s. Jacob knew as much as a civilian could on the Pope's protective detail, having studied it for hours on the internet in Istanbul. He knew the Swiss guards protected the right of the Holy Father, and the Vatican police, the Gendarmeria, his left. He knew the counter-terrorist abilities, the explosives expertise, and had studied every single attack a sitting Pope had experienced in the 20th century. He knew what he was about to face, but he feigned innocence. Why would someone try to kill the Pope? For the first time, Father Brem said something profound. Some on this earth care only about destruction. It makes them what they are, and they can elevate themselves only by destroying what others see as good. Jacob studied Father Brem, seeing that he truly believed it. He wondered how naive the man could be, but remembered the priest had never witnessed the White House, had never experienced what someone he called good, cloaked behind the mantle of a Christian school, could do. But that didn't explain the massive crowd of people, all here to celebrate the canonization by the Holy Father. Plenty were Arabic, and they'd suffered mightily because of their religion and the land they lived within, and yet all were peaceful. No slogans of death, no demanding slaughter for the injustice. No circle of men on their knees, he thought. He realized he'd never seen an Islamic State ceremony that didn't involve death. He shook the thought from his head. The crowds celebrating here were no better than the ones in the Islamic State. The difference was men like Omar told you up front what was expected, and then delivered the punishment in public. They didn't hide it under a cloak, lying about why it was your turn to go to the White House. And yet Father Brem's words held a power, if only because of his conviction. The phones came through, Carlos and Devon snatching them up, and as planned, Devon said, "How long is the ceremony?" Turning to lead them in, Father Brem said, "Probably 30 minutes, not long, because he has to do the entire canonization ceremony on the square." "I need to use the bathroom, really bad." Exasperated, Father Brem said, "You should have gone outside. There's no bathroom in the basilica." Jacob said, "There's one right over there, near the bag check station." Father Brem looked, seeing no sign. He said, "How do you know?" Jacob said, "Tour book. Let him go. It'll only take a second." Father Brem shook his head, clearly aggravated, then said, "Hurry up. We're late as it is. Your Mr. Fulbright is really taking liberties with this." Carlos said, "I need to go too." Father Brem threw his hands in the air and said, "What on earth? Go, go!" They scampered away, and Father Brem said, "Come on. I'll go back and get them. I need to get you to your seat before we're locked out." They passed through another phalanx of civilian-clothed protectors and entered the basilica. Jacob saw the expanse of space and was once again taken aback. It was huge. Well, that didn't adequately explain the assault on his eyes. It was more than that. A warehouse is huge. This was much greater than an expanse of steel and plexiglass. It was the most exquisitely crafted thing he had ever entered, unlike any church he'd ever imagined. Stretching from multiple football fields in all directions, every inch was handcrafted marble and painted art. He'd seen this space in pictures and virtual tours, planning exactly how they would attack, learning all he could about the papal altar and the seating arrangements from past ceremonies. But the reality was more than he'd imagined. Father Brem pulled his sleeve, saying, come on, time later to sightsee." In front of the papal altar were about 100 chairs, all in a row and all currently occupied. Father Brem led him down the right side, past monuments and chapels, waving his badge in the air to various security men. They reached a spot midway up, 4 seats empty in the middle. He pushed Jacob forward, saying, "I'll bring your friends. If they don't show, it's because it's too late." Jacob nodded, squeezing past the other boys, all dressed in suits, all looking at him in disdain. He didn't care. He sat, feeling his anxiety grow, waiting on his friends. There was a stirring from the left side of the basilica, and an entrance of prelates, moving in solemn stride. He began to think it was too late when he saw movement to his right, Carlos and Devon shuffling through the line of people to their seats. Father Brem stood on the outside, sternly looking on. They sat next to him, both of their right hands hidden. He merely glanced at them, and they nodded, eyes soulful, but their courage resolute. So they'd managed to do it, managed to emplace the blasting caps in the sockets and connect the detonators to the tubing running down their sleeves. They were now walking bombs. He exhaled, and a stir began in the audience. The Holy Father came forward, walking with an easy grace and smiling. Far back, almost hidden, Jacob saw the security men, keeping their distance because of the solemnity of the ceremony, but there nonetheless. Swiss guards on the right and Vatican police on the left. The Holy Father mounted the papal altar, then stood for a moment surveying the audience. He said a few words, but Jacob was too far back to hear. Everyone bowed their heads, and he realized it was a prayer. He copied, hearing the audience murmur a liturgy. They raised their heads, and the Holy Father said a few more words. then came down from the altar, taking a seat in the center chair of a row placed in front of the confessional at the base of the altar. The first line of boys stood, walking up to him one by one, each kissing his ring and moving aside. Like a snake uncoiling, the line moved forward. Quicker than he'd imagined, their row stood up. Jacob looked at Carlos and Devon. It's time. Chapter 90. Omar crossed the bridge for Tiber Island, moving at a leisurely pace. He checked his watch, seeing he still had at least 40 minutes before he would attack. He knew the Israelis were onto them, knew they understood an event was imminent, but also fully believed they had no idea where. He honestly didn't care if he killed a single soul, but knew he would have to in order to convince the authorities the attack had occurred. An explosion on an empty street wouldn't do it. No, someone would have to die, probably a great many someones. The Pope's ceremony was set for 10 a.m., which meant the receiving line would be around 9:30. All he had to do was set the explosives off before that time, and he could think of no better place than in the line of cattle trying to enter the Roman Colosseum. 100 people or more, all waiting to feel the sting of his vest. Omar walked past the obese, slovenly infidels, some taking pictures, and others just sitting on benches because they were sick of dragging their bellies through the street. He couldn't wait to make them taste fire. He foresaw a glorious future. The Islamic State was on the rise, and he intended to be a leader of it. Passing across the island, he realized he couldn't cut straight to the Colosseum, but instead would have to bypass the massive Roman Forum, adding time to his journey. He took a left on Via del Teatro di Marcello, picking up his pace.
Racing down the road in our little Fiat clown car, bouncing back and forth from Brett's attempts at avoiding traffic, I was having a hard time holding the phone to my ear, but at least I was in the shotgun seat instead of crammed in the back. Not that it would have been a big deal now, since only Aaron was back there. I said, "So you got someone to meet us? Someone who can get us in?" Kurt said, "Yeah, I think so. You have to remember, this is going through cutouts. They think you're Department of State, so don't go Neanderthal on them. We still have the cover to think about." "Sir, really? We're toting weapons, and we're going to storm the shit out of that place. Can this guy coordinate with their security?" Yeah, they think you're from the Diplomatic Security Service for the ambassador. You can have the guns, but you don't get the asshole attitude." I didn't say what I was thinking, only, "That's fine. Where are we meeting him?" "Right on St. Peter's Square. He'll be standing by with an American flag on a stick." "You're shitting me." "No, best we could do. There are about 10,000 people in that square." "We're coming around the circle now. Did you get the word to the Vatican?" "Yeah, we did, but it was slow. The ambassador is supposed to have a Vatican representative with him, but I'm not sure how much got through. They know there's a threat, but that's all I'll promise." "Great." I saw a policeman waving us over and said, "We're here, gotta go." I hung up, telling Brett to pull over. I boiled out of the car and said, "I'm with the Department of State Bureau of Diplomatic Security, looking for the U.S. ambassador because we've had a threat against our embassy." In no way did I want to mention a threat against the Pope. That would guarantee I went nowhere. The cop's eyes went wide and he said, I don't know. On the outskirts of the square, outside the barriers, I saw someone waving a U.S. flag. I said, "That's my contact. You can follow me, but I'm going there." Brett and Aaron exited, and we started walking, the cop talking into his radio. I saw he was Italian police, which meant he wasn't part of the Vatican. I reached the flag waver, a young guy of about 30. He said, "You Nephilim Logan, DSS?" I said, "Yes, that's me. Where's the ambassador?" "He's inside. What's the trouble?" "I need to get into the ceremony right now. I don't have time to explain. Do you have identification or a badge that can do that?" "Well, yeah, but I need to know why." I started to tell him why, namely that it would save him from an ass-kicking, when 2 distinct thumps came from the basilica. And then the people started screaming.
Chapter 91. Jacob got in line behind Carlos and Devon. The Holy Father less than 30 meters away. The Lost Boys began shuffling forward like a row of condemned men walking to their final resting place. He watched the father, ignoring the men around him. Watched him smile, small glasses on his face, joy in his manner. He wondered if the man could feel death coming. Wondered if he knew it and yet did nothing because of his stature. He'd read about previous attacks, with each pope declaring divine intervention that they lived, with one saying, "My defense is my cross." Did they really believe that? Did they honestly think that they were above death? They crept closer, and Jacob whispered into the ear of Carlos, "Remember the delay of your detonator. You must time it 2 seconds after release." Carlos nodded. The Holy Father continued to meet the line, and Jacob saw real happiness, not make-believe political posturing because he had to be there. He felt a twinge of guilt, and reflexively looked for Father Brim. He was nowhere to be found. There were now 20 people back, and one of the suited men with an earpiece came forward, whispering into the Holy Father's ear. He nodded, but didn't break his connection with the boys visiting. Another came forward, whispering to a prelate on the side, then a third. Then a man with an earpiece came toward the line, searching. "We've been discovered," Jacob thought. He said, "Carlos, this is it. Go now. You first, to kill the line of defense, then Devon to kill the Pope." The kid behind him poked him in the back, saying, "Quiet! You're not supposed to be talking," never even hearing the words. Carlos and Devon separated from the line and began walking forward in a rapid manner. Jacob caught movement from the security, but knew it would be too late to do anything. They were too close. Carlos saw the protective detail closing in and darted forward, screaming, "Allahu Akbar!" The security men coalesced like flies to sugar, beating him to the ground. He waited until all were on him, then detonated. A huge explosion rent the air, and body parts were flung throughout the cathedral, the noise stunning everyone. Devon began running straight at the Holy Father, his hand held high, shouting the same Arabic phrase. The remaining security men leapt on the Holy Father, 3 pulling him to the ground and 2 standing in front, shooting small submachine guns they'd produced from under their jackets. Devon took a staggering amount of rounds, but remained on his feet, still moving forward. His device detonated 15 feet away, disintegrating his body and shredding the men surrounding the target. On the ground with everyone else, Jacob realized instantly what had happened. Devon had mistimed the chemicals, expecting to reach the Pope on the run. The bullets had slowed him enough to cause it to fire early. Among the screaming and crying, he stared at the mass of flesh of his friend, split neatly in half, his upper torso remarkably intact, his head looking back at Jacob, eyes open. Jacob stood, preparing to run screaming out of the basilica with everyone else. He took one last look at the altar surveying the carnage, and saw the Holy Father move. Shoshana was running flat out, retracing the path that Omar had taken out of Trastevere. Jennifer matched her stride for stride, 2 steps back. They ran down the sidewalk next to the Tiber River, reaching the bridge for the island and sprinting forward, keeping a pace that made Jennifer's lungs burn. Moving across the spit of land, drawing stares from the tourists mingling about, Jennifer held up on the north side of the river, seeing a highway paralleling it, but nothing going into the interior. Shoshana said, "Why are we stopping? Get us to the Colosseum." Jennifer manipulated her phone, saying, "Trying to find a shortcut. Last contact was at Via dei Fori Imperiali, the road leading to the Colosseum. He's gone the long way around the Forum and is now headed east. We follow, and we'll never reach him in time." Exasperated, Shoshana said, "We'll never reach him sitting here. He's walking, we're running." Jennifer put away her phone and said, "Yeah, you're right. He took the long way because there is no short way. The Forum stretches through this area. No roads. Let's go." Shoshana said, "Wait. He's walking around the Forum because there's no road through it? And if we can find a way, we can beat him." "Yes, but I just told you there isn't a road that does that. There isn't one for someone carrying a bomb. Plenty of ways for people who run like deer. Show me the phone. Jennifer did, and Shoshana said, Satellite, like you did before. Jennifer manipulated the application, waiting on the resolution to come through. When it did, Shoshana said, Right through there. We go straight up into that neighborhood. The road ends, which means it butts up into the forum. We get into that area, it's wide open. We start running, and we can cut him off. Jennifer said, It'll be fenced off, protected. Shoshana said, Are you kidding me? You don't think we can get over? Jennifer said, Well, yeah, I can climb it, but we don't have a ticket. Her voice trailed off as she realized how stupid that sounded. Shoshana grinned at her. We'll buy a ticket later to make you feel better. Let's go. They took off, loping forward at the same pace, chewing up the ground, running south away from the path of Omar. They passed a park and cut east, now running directly toward the forum, the Coliseum beyond. They eventually hit the outskirts and found it wasn't a simple fence. It was a brick wall reaching 10 feet covered in vines. Shoshana ran down it for 100 meters, then darted into a piazza, seeing benches and families enjoying the sunshine, a church on the end. She stopped, hands on her hips, breathing heavily. Shit. We can't get over that. Can't your phone tell us when we're stupid? She paced a bit, then said, We're committed now. We keep going deeper. Find a gap. Jennifer looked at the wall and said, I can get you over that. You mean you hoist me, leaving you here? Jennifer smiled. No, Carrie. I mean I'll follow after I hoist you up. What the hell are you talking about? No way you can climb that. Jennifer looked left and right, seeing a couple of pedestrians, but no cops. She moved to the wall and knelt down, lacing her hands together. Let's go. Shoshana shook her head, then sprinted to the wall, planting her foot in Jennifer's hands and leaping up. Jennifer exploded off the ground, throwing her higher, bearing the brunt of Shoshana's weight. She felt it lighten and watched Shoshana pull herself over the top and flip to the other side. A teenager to the left, eyes wide, said, What are you doing? Jennifer darted away from the wall, then faced it, coiling her legs, her arms swinging back and forth with an unconscious count. She took 2 breaths and said, I'm saving the world. She sprinted as fast as she could, hitting the wall full on, catching the rough brick with the ball of her foot and toe-kipping higher. She snagged the vines draping from the top, pulling herself up until she could muscle her way over. She paused on the apex, catching her breath, and saw the teenager below giving her a thumbs up, beaming. She rolled over to the other side and dropped. With an amazed expression, Shoshana said, So that's why they call you Coco? Jennifer said, There's always a little truth in a call sign, Carrie. Shoshana grinned and took off running. Now inside the fabled Roman Forum, they had unimpeded access to reach the Coliseum, beating the Merchant of Death to his destination. Chapter 92. Jacob stood, his ears ringing, the blood coating the teenagers in front of him, and the screams filling the chamber. He shook his head and focused on the altar. The few unwounded Vatican prelates were slowly getting their wits about them. The security was in disarray, one staggering about, his face a bloody mess. Another was leaning over the Holy Father, pulling him to his feet, alive. Shocked, Jacob was momentarily immobilized at the sight. Devon and Carlos were split apart, their blood and body parts dripping down the marble pillars, and the Pope lived. His 2 friends had sacrificed themselves for nothing. He couldn't believe the injustice. No, no, no! A bloodlust rage filled him, blotting out everything but the desire to slaughter the target. His mission came into focus. He was to be the Shaheed. He pushed a kid out of the way, staggering toward the altar. He slipped in Devon's blood, but didn't even register the fact. He gathered steam, charging toward the confusion. He crossed a torn body wearing a suit, the man's earpiece now askew, his eyes looking skyward, unseeing. He pulled the submachine gun from his grasp and kept going. He reached the Holy Father and put the barrel against the security man, trying to help him to his feet. He pulled the trigger. The man's head exploded and he dropped, collapsing on the floor like his skeleton had turned to jello. Jacob stared into the eyes of the Pope and said, Time to pay the piper. The Holy Father did nothing but look back at him, showing absolutely no fear. Jacob heard a pounding of feet and saw an avalanche of security running toward him, all with weapons drawn. He reached the moment of decision. Kill the Pope right now, do the mission, take the pain, just as he had in the past, when the Christian monsters had tortured him in the White House. The lead man saw the situation and screamed at the others to halt. They did, in a ragged line, all weapons aimed at him. Jacob held the gun to the Holy Father's head. He felt the tension in the trigger. He pulled the Father's head up, and all that he'd done and seen went through his mind, all that he wanted to be, and all that had been taken from him. The Kurd he'd killed burst forth, his neck, the knife, cutting through the tendons, the blood, the twitching, the absolute control over life and death. Ringo had been right. That killing was different. It had been his introduction to hell, and now he was on an inexorable path to eat the brimstone, all because of his commitment to the Islamic State. It was too late to stop the slide. Remember Devon, he thought. Remember Carlos. Pull the trigger. His life was decided. He started to squeeze, then paused. Enough, he thought. Devon and Carlos had chosen their path, but he didn't have to follow. No way would he be a shaheed. He wasn't dying for the Islamic State. He wasn't sacrificing himself for some sick bastards who burned people alive. Fuck them, he thought. He wasn't dying at all. He jerked the Holy Father to his feet, snarling, "Tell them to back off." They stood, the security details surrounding them watching in shock. The Holy Father was in disarray, his head now shorn of the famous papal attire, the blood from the men that protected him coating his official robes. But he was calm. He said, "Lower your weapons." The men did. Jacob jabbed the submachine gun against the Pope's back and said, "Walk." His Holiness looked at Jacob and said, "Where? Where are we to go? You can't escape from in here. Look at the men. Look at the weapons. Give up." Jacob snarled, "Start moving." He hid behind the Pope's body and shouted, "Back the fuck up!" The security man stumbled backward. At that moment, Jacob knew nobody was in charge. He was looking at a phalanx of individuals, all afraid to make a decision. He pushed the Holy Father forward and turned in a circle, searching for what he'd seen on the internet. The statue of St. Longinus, the man who'd put the spear into Jesus Christ as he'd hung nailed to the cross. He didn't reflect on the irony of his search, only that the sculpture of St. Longinus, carved into the pillar holding the dome aloft in St. Peter's Basilica, held a stairwell to the grottos below. A means of escape. He found it and said, "Get moving, old man. We're leaving now." Walking at a brisk pace down Via dei Fori Imperiali, Omar saw the Colosseum ahead. The skyline it presented unmistakable. He checked his watch and knew he was late. Doing the attack after the one in the Vatican would accomplish nothing. He began skipping forward, almost running, the duffel bag slapping his leg. As he got closer, paralleling the Forum, he was accosted every step of the way by bloodsuckers looking to sell him tours. He brushed them off and kept moving. He saw the chaos around the road surrounding the Colosseum and began searching for the entrance, looking for the means to kill the largest number possible. He jogged forward, crossing the street, the ancient columns from the past towering above him, a creation he knew the Islamic State could never replicate. They adhered to the same brutality the Roman Empire showcased in this very Colosseum, but that is where the similarities ended. There would be no grand architecture from the Islamic State. The duality of that thought caused him no angst. Creation of something profound wasn't in his makeup. The Caliph alone was all that mattered. He walked toward the entrance, the duffel bag against his leg. He saw the line behind a fence. He approached the gate and found he could enter. The checkpoint processing tickets was deeper in. He passed by a uniformed guard that paid him no mind. He kept walking, the lines getting more robust, the target getting bigger. He paused, not wanting to get too far in without a means of escape. He turned around, making sure he could still make it out after initiating the chemicals, and saw someone running toward him, the woman he'd held under his knife.
Chapter 93. I heard the screams start, and knew we were either too late or about to be heroes. I hoped it was the latter. The man from the State Department seemed incapacitated, the explosions and shouting causing his mouth to open and close like a fish out of water. I grabbed him by the collar and said, "How do we get into the basilica without fighting the crowds? How do we get in?" His eyes rolled left and right, looking for a way out of the disaster, following the people fleeing. I slapped him on the cheek. "Wake the fuck up! Get me in right now!" He said, "The grotto. That will bypass everyone. It'll put you into the heart of the basilica." I said, "Lead the way, but do it on the run." We took off, fighting through the throng in St. Peter's Square. Most having no idea what had happened, but a few recognizing something was terribly wrong, causing panic in the others. We went to the right of the facade and hit a security checkpoint. The guard manning it, unsure of what was going on, but damn sure that nobody was getting past. My guide waved his badge and was rebuffed. I pulled my weapon and said, "Let my team in. Someone's trying to kill the Pope." His eyes popped open like he touched an electrical socket, and he started shouting, reaching for his pistol in a holster, thinking I was a threat. I hammered him with the suppressor on the end of my weapon, dropping him to the flagstone. The aide looked at me in absolute fear. I said, "Show me the way, right fucking now." He nodded and turned toward a courtyard to the right of the facade, moving slowly. I slapped the back of his head and said, "Quicker, damn it!" We started running, going through the courtyard and entering a hallway that turned into a catacomb. We wound through marbled corridors full of tombs, side cutouts housing the corporal history of the Catholic Church. I heard noise to our front and jerked our guide behind me. He fell to the floor and started whimpering, crawling toward an alcove. We were at a turn in the corridor, the grotto splitting left and right, the noise coming from the left. I crouched, waving Brett forward. He came abreast, kneeling next to a rope barricade protecting a casket. Aaron came to my right, saying, "This isn't going to play well in the press." I said, "Because you're a Jew?" "No, because you're a walking disaster."
Jennifer and Shoshana reached the square of the Colosseum, seeing a massive amount of people milling about, some waiting to enter, others just buying souvenirs. They had nothing other than the last known location of Omar, indicating a movement toward this location, and Jennifer was beginning to believe that thought was incorrect. Now outside of radio range, she tried to call Pike on her cell and got no answer, which didn't surprise her. She called Knuckles, asking for another lock-on for the phone, but he was on final approach to the airfield, forced to land. They were out of options. She said, "We've got no help from the Taskforce. I don't know what else to do." Shoshana said, "He's here." Jennifer looked at her and saw the weird glow. She said, "Shoshana, where? Why do you think that?" "Because he's going to kill a lot of people. I can feel it." There were about 200 souls in the square, but Shoshana began walking to the entrance with a destination in mind. Jennifer said, "Where are you going?" "To him. He's inside." "What? How do you know? Shoshana, this is crazy." Shoshana said nothing, entering the small alley that led to the ticket booth. They both moved forward together, Shoshana bumping people out of the way and drawing sharp comments. Jennifer apologized for her, then tried to get her to stop. She reached forward to tap her on the shoulder, and saw Omar at the same time Shoshana did. He was deep inside the line for the Colosseum, carrying a small duffel bag. She hissed, but Shoshana was already moving, the dark angel blossoming out like tendrils of black oil dropped in water. Jennifer grabbed her arm, saying, "Wait!" and Shoshana broke free, running flat out through the line of people. Jennifer saw Omar turn around, saw his eyes grow wide, then him reach into the duffel bag. She pulled her weapon, the people around her starting to react, shouting and running away. Omar held up something that looked like an Apple MagSafe adapter and pressed a button, yelling at Shoshana to stop. She did, panting in front of him. He said, "You take one more step, and we all die." Jennifer closed the distance and took a knee, aiming at his head. He said, This is a dead man's switch. You kill me, and it goes off. The crowd's running away and screaming the chaos absolute. Shoshana looked him in the eye and said, "So what now? You walk away?" Omar smiled and said, "Yes, exactly. I walk away carrying this bomb." Jennifer kept her barrel on his head and said, "No way. There will be enough police here shortly. You're going nowhere." Omar looked at Shoshana and said, "She doesn't understand the commitment. You do." He raised the plastic device in his hand and shouted, "Tell her I will let go. Nobody needs to die." Shoshana said, "I warned you about your path. Someday someone would be holding the knife at your neck. And now it's me." Jennifer saw a flicker of confusion, then Omar said, "Tell her I'll set this thing off. Tell her I'm not afraid to die. I am the Islamic State." Shoshana said, "Yes, I know, and I'm the one who will kill you." Jennifer watched Shoshana launch herself at him, wrapping his body up and forcing it on top of the duffel bag. She wrestled for the device in Omar's hands, and Jennifer thought it was for control. It wasn't. Staring into Omar's eyes, a wicked grin on her face, Shoshana pried his hand loose from the detonator. Jennifer screamed, "No!" then dove backward, holding her hands over her head. A second later it went off, with a crack that reverberated through the ancient hall. Omar was split apart. Shoshana was launched into the air, flying across the hall and slamming into stone. She crumpled in a heap. Chapter 94. Jacob dragged the Pope down the stairs into the grotto where the Catholic saints of the past were laid to rest. He knew it exited outside the basilica, knew exactly where it went from the massive research he'd done. He wanted to live. That's what permeated his soul. The Islamic State had long since faded to the background. Now all that remained was escape, and he had the means to do so. The Holy Father. The man offered no resistance, walking forward without a fight. They passed the tombs of all the popes before, and the Holy Father spoke. "Why do you do this? What can you get from it?" Jacob said, "You of all people know why. You do nothing but profess goodness, and yet you perpetuate cruelty. I should kill you right now. But you do not. Why is that?" Jacob said nothing. They reached a turn in the catacombs, the light from outside spilling in, and he saw 3 men with weapons. He snapped back, dragging the Holy Father, the adrenaline ricocheting through him. On his knees, the Father said, "My son, I don't know what you have done with your life, but you will be forgiven. This isn't the end." Jacob grabbed him by the neck and said, "Don't beg for your life, old man. Don't do that. I'll kill you right now." The Holy Father looked at him, and Jacob saw nothing but pity. No fear, no pain. He said, "Kill me if you wish. It will do no good for your soul." Jacob said, "My soul is my own. You don't own it, and neither does Islam." The Father said, "I understand. More than you know." Jacob gave a giddy laugh and said, "Get up. We're moving out of here. You get your wish. You're my salvation." He turned the corner and saw a man with ice-blue eyes like Omar, and the same conviction.
I saw the 2 come around the corner, and wondered about my luck. How on earth could this jackass from State have led me right into the fight? I put my sights on Jacob's head and said the usual, "Put down your gun, this doesn't have to end in a bad way." I heard, "Fuck you, let me out. I'm going right down this hall." Looking at Brett, I mouthed, "Any ideas?" He shook his head. Every hostage situation came about because of one of 2 reasons. Either they took the hostage because they intended to, for a specific purpose, or they took the hostage because something had fallen apart, like a bank robbery or liquor store holdup gone bad. I was now dealing with a hybrid. Clearly, they had intended to kill the Pope, but now this guy was running with him after the fact, like he was trying to escape. I decided I'd just wait it out. Sooner or later, the Vatican police would come charging down the catacombs. I realized that might get the Pope killed. I turned to the state guy, still curled in the fetal position. Get your ass out of here and get some tactical guys. No standard police. Get someone who can shoot and knows when to pull the trigger. He left, and I turned back to Jacob, peeping out from behind the bend in the corridor. I saw his eyes and recognized that he was serious, but not crazy. He held no fear, no hesitation. He was here to live or kill. I said, Jacob, I know who you are. I know what you went through. What I don't know is why you're doing this. He waved the weapon, and I saw it was an HK MP7, telling me he'd taken it off someone dead above, which meant there was some carnage, and he knew he was lost because of it. He said, I'm not a monster. I didn't want to kill that guy in Syria. I was forced to. I want nothing more to do with the Islamic State. Every word was a revelation, every syllable something that a trained negotiator could use. Unfortunately, I wasn't a trained negotiator. I was a gunslinger. Jacob, the only way to prove you're not a monster is to walk away, right now. I heard the Holy Father speak, and worried he would only make the situation worse. Then I wasn't so sure. Jacob soaked in the words, appearing to hear them. I had hope. He returned to me and said, I will kill this man, I will. I said, I know you will. I believe you. I just don't want you to. He said, then back the fuck off. Let me out. I looked into his eyes and said, you know where this is going. Sooner or later, there's going to be someone who shows up to negotiate. Someone who will blow smoke up your ass. I'm not that guy. Leave him alone or die.
Jacob cursed and pulled back behind the corridor. The Holy Father said, He's right, you know. They will kill you. Jacob said, Does it look like I care about that? I don't know what you care about. I can tell you I care what happens to you. Jacob whirled on him and said, You don't give a shit what happens to me. You're only worried about dying, and I might make that a reality. The Holy Father held out his sleeve, showing the blood, and said, I've seen the evil you do, and I still care. Jacob said, Why? Why would you give a damn what happens to me? I care because I'm human. Are you not? Yeah, I'm human, and I don't need the holy mumbo-jumbo. If I had a soul, it was burned long ago. We're all born of sin, yet we can all be forgiven. Yesterday is done, but your soul is pure tomorrow. Jacob snarled, You haven't seen the pureness I have. You haven't witnessed what was done to me in the name of Christ or what I've done in the name of Islam. It is not pure, I promise. The Holy Father stared deep into his eyes and said, Don't confuse the fallibility of man with the grace of God. The Holy Father's gaze was steady, and Jacob saw it was true. Saw the depravity of the Islamic State through the kindness in the eyes of the man he was supposed to kill. The waste of his life seeped through, the totality of how he had been cheated. He had one thing left to give, and it wouldn't be for them. He wouldn't destroy what was good with a hand bathed in evil. His eyes watering, his face contorted in pain, he said, Father, where were you? Before an answer could be given, he grabbed the Pope's collar and dragged him out into the corridor. Jacob placed the weapon against the Pope's head and shouted, Time's up! Do it now! He saw the muzzle flash a millisecond before the subsonic round split his head open.
Chapter 95. The room was as quiet as a tomb. The heartbeat monitor the only noise. A couple of blips a second, dinging over and over until it really began to annoy me. I know it was callous, but Jesus, couldn't they turn the damn beeps off? It was bad enough I had to see Shoshana wrapped up in bandages like a character in a bad soap opera. I looked at her sleeping form. The thought bringing an incongruous bit of humor. She'll probably wake up and say she is an evil twin, or she has amnesia. Then I remembered she might not wake up at all. I heard the door open, and Aaron returned looking haggard, a 3-day growth of beard on his face. I said, "She's still beeping. Can't be all bad." He smiled, a cracked thing without any real joy, and said, "She's always made me wait. Why should this be any different?" I said, "She'll wake up. You know it, and I know it." He said, "I don't know it. I wish I did, but I don't." I looked at her bandaged face and said, "I do. She will." He said, "Thanks for the spell. I needed to get some food. Get out of here." "I can stay. This wasn't a chore." He said, "I know, I appreciate it." He sat down and rubbed his face, his eyes squeezed shut. I could tell he was blaming himself for letting her go. He knew what was driving her forward. He'd let her walk out of that house with Jennifer, knowing she was going to kill Omar. But he'd never thought she would sacrifice herself to do it. And neither had I. I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel guilt, in more ways than one. We'd left St. Peter's Basilica as the heroes of the world, having saved the Holy Father from certain death. Anonymous, but heroes nonetheless. The Vatican's version of a counter-assault team arrived right after Jacob had been killed, and in the ensuing chaos we vanished. They were taking credit for eliminating Jacob, and that was fine with me. I'd been the one to pull the trigger, splitting Jacob's head apart with a .300 blackout round, hitting him right above the nose. But I knew I hadn't saved anyone. Jacob had searched the marble corridor with his eyes, and then had locked on me. He'd shouted his command, and placed his hand on the trigger, staring at me the whole time. I knew who had really spared the Pope. It was a difficult choice, and one I understood had to be made, but it left a confusing mishmash of emotions. The man had used me to kill himself, and I'd done it. Initially, I'd no issues with the shot. It was just one more, like the man I'd eliminated on the steps in Tirana. Later on, deep in the night, when the bad man came calling, I did. In the safe house, I'd woken up in a sweat, thrashing about, Jacob's eyes condemning me. Jennifer had felt the motion and woke up as well. She said, "What is it? What's wrong?" I said, Nothing at all." She sagged back into the mattress, not believing me. She said, "Talk to me." "Don't have anything to say." She remained silent for a moment, then turned to me. She said, "I do." "What?" Her eyes soulful, she said, "I think I killed Christine, and now Shoshana. I don't think I want to do this anymore." I snapped, fully awake. "What the hell are you talking about? Christine's doing fine. She's not going to die. And Shoshana made her own decision, right?" Her eyes now on the ceiling, she said, "Either way, I could have prevented both, and I didn't. Same as Ringo. Same as Hussein. I don't like this responsibility. I don't want it." I said, "I know, I don't either." She leaned up on an elbow, searching to see if I was just placating her. I wasn't. I said, "We live in a violent world with evil people who have no compunction about slaughtering innocents. Someone has to stop them. Nobody wants the responsibility over life and death, but someone has to take it, and that someone is us." She said, "What happened in the grotto?" I turned my head away and said, "I killed him, period. Nothing else." In a soft tone, she said, "Nothing else, but everything to him." I looked at her and said, "Yes, I caused a human being to cease to exist. I took his life because he wanted me to. He made me kill him, and I don't like it. But liking's got nothing to do with the fact that he deserved to die." She said, "Maybe we need to take a break from this. I don't want to become Shoshana. I don't want to crave a killing." I sat up and turned on the lamp next to our bed. "Don't ever say that, ever. Shoshana doesn't crave killing any more than I do. She's just good at her job. Same as me, same as you. Wishing evil won't come doesn't make it so. We did good today. Omar would have killed 100 people. You stopped that. Saving Christine allowed us to alert the Vatican. It's what made the plan fail. You did that. Together, we prevented the biggest propaganda coup the Islamic State would ever achieve, which in turn will prevent more radicalization, prevent more death. I saw her eyes water at the statement. She said, Shoshana is going to die. Because of me. I should have fired the bullet. I should have stayed to help her. I said, no, she's not. She won't. She has the best medical care in Italy. If you'd have fired, the vest would have gone off in the open air instead of with Omar lying on top of it. Unlike when Christine was shot, the explosion at the Coliseum had triggered a massive response, with ambulance and first responders flooding the area. Shoshana had been immediately whisked away in an ambulance and was now being treated as a hero, an innocent civilian who'd managed to stop an attack, or at least mitigate its effects. Jennifer had fled, hiding her weapon and running from the scene to protect our cover. She was a coward in her mind, and now she was being eaten alive by it. Jennifer said, if she dies, I'm done forever. I'd said, she's not going to die. She's waiting on a date from me. Jennifer laughed, but there was little pleasure in it. Inside the hospital room, looking at Shoshana's broken form, I wasn't so sure I was right. Staring at her, Aaron said, I've got to find a different line of work. The remark reminded me of Jennifer, of leaving the fighting to someone else. I said, do you think you could do that? He said, no. I don't know anything else. Not a lot of jobs for Israeli assassins in the world. An idea grew, building steam in my head, but it was absolutely insane. I worked for the United States government, conducting operations solely on behalf of my countrymen, and the Israelis' motivations would always be questioned. But Aaron and Shoshana were some of the best I'd ever seen. I said, what's your real relationship with Israel? Do you honestly not work for the Mossad? He caught my tone and paused before answering. He said, it's what I told you. I didn't lie. I'm independent now. They hire me for a contract. I work, but when that one's done, no more money. No more swapping secrets. Honestly, I don't think I can do this as a business. Not enough work to eat, and I'm definitely not getting paid for the risk. Why do you ask? I said, how would you like to work for an archaeological company, on a retainer basis? Give you a little cushion in between jobs. But our retainer would supersede Israel's interests. He chuckled and said, I'd like that, but I need to talk to my partner first. He thought I was kidding, but I wasn't. I said, and when she says yes, you'll give me a call? What makes you think she will? Because she's sweet on me, no offense. He laughed for real, the first time he'd done so since Shoshana had been admitted. He started to retort, and Shoshana's arm moved. We saw the movement, holding our breath. It twitched again, and her eyes opened. We both leapt up, Aaron shouting, Nurse! Nurse! I leaned over her bed, staring into her eyes, disappointed to see them unfocused, with a pale reflection, like a wax figure looking back. She blinked, and I saw her conscious mind coalescing. She blinked again, the recognition gathering, her brain starting to engage. I said, I told you to only follow him. I can't ever trust you again. A ghost of a smile flitted across her face. She glanced down the length of her broken body, seeing the tubes running out and the bandages. She said, I didn't get to wash my hands, but you still owe me a date.